came all the way up to Andrea, Councilmember Mar's area and Mesa Del Mar. So we are back, and our channel 3 is not quite yet online, but it will. They're working on that, but we will be on YouTube and on Zoom. So welcome to the Tuesday, May 19th, 2020 City Council meeting. We are all here because of the COVID-19. We are here via Zoom, and there is no one in the council chambers tonight. We'll call the meeting to order and let's see, Councilmember Guinness, there you are. Can you please lead us in the pledge? Oh, you have to change you're on mute. You're on mute.
There we go. And following the pledge, the Costa Mesa High School Madrigals will be singing, will be reprising their performance of the Star Spangled Banner from 2019. So please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. And for the viewing audience, we are replaying some of our performances and our leading of the pledge by various groups that occurred over the last couple of years due to COVID and the environment that we're in here. So now at this time, we will have a moment of solemn expression led by Reverend Sarah Halverson Cano from Fairview Community Church, Costa Mesa. Ms. Green, please take Reverend Halverson off of mute so she can lead the moment of solemn expression.
Thank you. I think I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Normally, I'm in favor of separation of church and state, but I do think we need some prayer now more than ever. So that said, let us enter into a time of reflection and connection as we give thanks for the opportunity to connect in innovative and powerful ways. We give thanks for leadership that puts the safety of its community first. We lift up our gratitude for the grace and flexibility of all who've adapted to this new reality, even as it has tested our patience and challenged our comfort. For business owners and parents, for city employees and teachers who have turned their lives upside down on a dime and somehow figured out how to juggle without always knowing the objects being thrown into the mix, somehow managing to keep everything in the air, we give thanks. And for those who have risked their health and safety for ours, The first responders on the front lines, be they doctors, nurses, janitors, supermarket workers, all those who ensure our community runs. We pause to honor and give gratitude. We lift up those who have been ill or are ill with COVID-19 and pause in remembrance of those who have died. And yet we are also mindful that there is not just one illness, and lift up all who are struggling with sickness and any who are grieving death. In this moment, let us reflect on the awesome power of responsibility bestowed upon our Costa Mesa City Council members. May they tap into their strength, wisdom, and compassion, mindful of the weight of their decisions. May they be tempered and timely, thoughtful and urgent, kind and compassionate, always putting the people of our community over profits, knowing that when people are cared for, economy will have a place to prosper. May the spirit of peace, love, and hope guide them and all of us in these continually challenging days with grace and gratitude and an unfailing commitment to community. Bless our city and all in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Quite beautiful. Thank you. That was a beautiful way to start our meeting. Madam Clerk, can we please have the roll call by voice vote?
Councilmember Chavez,
Here.
Councilmember Guinness,
Here.
Councilmember Mansour,
Here.
Councilmember Mar,
Here.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Here.
Mayor Foley.
Present. Okay, City Attorney, is there a closed session report, Ms. Barlow? We're having some technical difficulties tonight, so we apologize. There she is.
Yes, I apologize. No, we have no reportable action taken in closed session this evening.
Thank you. We have two presentations tonight. First is our update from City Manager Farrell Harrison regarding COVID-19. And then next we'll have an update on the Restore Costa Mesa Economic Recovery Team. Ms. Farrell Harrison.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Good evening to all of our community members that are watching. As the Mayor said, we have been experiencing technical difficulties this evening due to 2 power outages, and so please bear with us. We're here and we are ready to serve and to move forward with our meeting. But we did have some technical difficulties earlier this evening that hopefully won't repeat themselves, so bear with us. So did we provide an update?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. As a reminder, Council, if you could put your phones on mute or your computers on mute, because we can hear papers shuffling.
Thank you, Mayor. So we did want to provide our update on COVID-19. We've been doing this since the start of the pandemic. And so this is our time when we communicate with you any recent developments as it relates to COVID-19. As you know, all cities throughout the country are still addressing the pandemic and trying to move through stages of reopening to get back to as close to a normal state as possible. And so I did want to bring you up to speed on some recent developments in that regard. Because of the sacrifices that we've made as by the residents, by our businesses, by every single individual, we've accomplished much of what we've set out to do, which was to first and foremost avoid a catastrophic surge of COVID-19 patients that would overwhelm our healthcare system and our healthcare providers. Because we've stayed home, we've maintained social distancing, we've used face coverings, and practice good hygiene, including hand washing, which we can't stress enough. We've avoided what could have been a tragic outcome that we've seen play itself out in many other communities throughout the country. But instead, Orange County and Costa Mesa have been particularly successful, and we're really happy about that. Unfortunately, we have had loss of life in the county. We have been able to stem the tide somewhat, and so we've been able to progress as a state into the early phases of stage 2, and so that's promising. And just early this week, there have been some announcements by the governor's office that would help us to move into further stages of stage 2, which the mayor will talk more about later during the meeting. Proof of the success that we've had in the county can be found in the story of the United States Navy hospital ship Mercy, which you may know the Mercy has returned to San Pedro to help with that potential surge and to help on a regional basis, but is not needed here at this time. In terms of reopening, the other benefit of our sacrifices is that we're now in the mode of helping to open the economy back with restrictions instead of shutting things down, and we want to keep making that progression going forward. And so there'll be more news about that coming from our Restore Costa Mesa team, which has been working tirelessly with our businesses to help get us there. I'm also involved in a number of city manager task forces that are working very closely to work on guidelines for businesses for reopening, and also working with the county on the use of the CARES Act funding. And so just today, the county did authorize for the county CEO, Frank Kim, to work with the city subcommittee, which I chair, to discuss opportunities for CARES Act funding for cities. And so we're really excited about working with him and the Board of Supervisors on that. And so I just wanted to thank the Board of Supervisors for authorizing Frank to continue the discussions with the cities and to develop recommendations that best serve our businesses, our residents, and can get the flow of CARES Act funding to cities under 500,000 in population, which has been a challenge thus far. I did want to mention a couple of other things. Later in today's in today's meeting, we will be talking about the impact of COVID-19 on our budget and some recommendations that we have there. Of course, any funding that we could get from the CARES Act to reimburse our expenses would be of much assistance and help. And also, the United States House of Representatives did pass a $1 trillion HEROES Act as part of a larger $3 trillion package that would enable for states and local governments to get reimbursed for some of their revenue losses. We are in support of that effort. Orange County mayors are united, and Orange County city managers, all 34 cities, are very much behind the $1 trillion HEROES Act being passed so that we could get funds back into our coffers to continue to provide the much needed services that we have to provide, especially during a pandemic. So we're hopeful that it will pass in the Senate, that our nation's president will support that. We are united. Cities all across America of every denomination, every size, are all in state and local funding for revenue backfill. And so thank you to all of the residents, all the businesses that have been adhering to the orders. We know that this is a very difficult time. We're hopeful that as a county, we'll be able to progress in the stages, hopefully within the coming days, as soon as possible, so we could start getting back to normalcy as much as we can. And so just wanted to thank all the staff as well for all the hard work and all their commitment to keeping our services going during this time. And on a final note, I'll say that we are striving to open City Hall on June 1st. We are implementing many safety precautions and want to make sure that those are in place before we reopen. And so June 1st is a tentative date at this time. That is the date that we are aiming for. And so thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for everything that you've done and your leadership during this time, as well as the entire executive team and everybody on the community and a huge support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that report. And thank you for stepping up and chairing that very important committee with the county CEO regarding the CARES Act funding. It's great that we have somebody on our team that is leading the team with regard to that. So really excited to hear that that is happening. So thank you for that update. And I'll just give a real brief report on our Restore Costa Mesa Economic Recovery team. We met on Friday. This last Friday, we had approximately, I don't know, somewhere 65, 70 participants. Every week, we have more participants. And so, next slide. What we've done is we've broken out into 6 different business sectors. We give an update every week to the group about some of the things that Costa Mesa has done for businesses and to respond to COVID-19. I'm not going to read this slide to you. If you want, you can take a picture with your phone. But these are some things that we have already done and some of the items that are in the works. In fact, we have one of those items on our agenda tonight, the Small Business Administration Loan. So next slide. The groups are able to break out into various different subgroups and have good dialogue amongst themselves and make recommendations. One of the pieces of material that we received from Travel Costa Mesa was this survey that we shared with all of the team, and we're sharing it with you. Visit California did a survey of what customers and tourists are going to most be concerned about as we reopen the economy. This is an important survey because, of course, we can open, but if we are not accommodating the customers and appealing to the safety interests of the customers, then nobody will shop or visit our hotels or our many great dining establishments. So this was an important survey that they did that we shared. Next slide, please. Every week we try to share information with the team to help inform and create a discussion. This is a summary of our discussions that we had. We met, we went over some of the things that happened. Each group reported out on their group and what they worked on. We had reports out from the car dealerships, from IKEA that is now doing a really aggressive curbside. We had the retail group share out about a goal for uniform signage, and we are working on that. We learned that Anaheim is providing some signage for their city businesses, so we're going to work on what we can do. The restaurant group convened, and they talked about what are some best operational practices, and then they also talked about outdoor seating and the partnership with working with the ABC. And as it turns out, a lot of these conversations lead to conversations with our assemblywoman, which then leads to helpful changes. ABC did put out a notice that they're going to be allowing temporary ABC permits. That would be an interim event permit for if you are able to meet the physical distancing by placing tables and seating outside, you would be able to then serve wine or alcohol outside. So that's in the works now, and we will be sharing with the group the information about how to apply at our next meeting. Also, we had the events group shared about their dialogues regarding facial coverings and gloves and sanitizers and thermometers and all of the supplies that they would need in order to reopen. We talked about how the city can help in that regard. Costa Mesa Chamber of Commerce went ahead and sent out a blast this week asking for what stores in Costa Mesa or what vendors that are Costa Mesa businesses are providing these types of supplies so that we can start making sure that we direct our businesses to local Costa Mesa stores. And then we talked about whether or not the city can assist in some reimbursement through our FEMA and CARES funding, and we're working on getting the answers to those questions. The office group led by Mayor Pro Tem Stevens worked really hard over the week. They put together a guidance document that's consistent with the state guidance, and it's easy to read. We'll be able to send that out to all of our commercial office businesses and through our South Coast Metro Alliance. And then the community services group led by Councilmember Marr discussed about the 211 and how to refer people there. Also, another good conversation about the need for disinfectant supplies for clients, volunteers, and staff. So we're going to work on how do we maybe buy in bulk or negotiate contracts with some vendors that are local so that we can get a nice price point for our local nonprofits and businesses. We had a great update from the faith group. The faith-based leaders all got together and worked and created a document for reopening, and that's sort of evolving. They had a really robust conversation about what they need to do to prepare and how can they help the city moving forward. And we all talked about balancing the mitigation of the risk. We want to reopen, we want to revive our economy, but we have to balance that against the public health and against the directives of the governor and our public health officials. Next slide, please. And then we also today got the update about the county criteria, and based on the governor's criteria. And in some, the county, if you see where all the check marks are, under the metrics that the governor is proposing, the county public health official indicated today to the County Board of Supervisors that she thinks that we can meet many of these metrics that are going to allow us to be eligible for reopening. The locations where we have question marks, we don't have sufficient contact tracing yet. We need 480 contact tracers. We only have 79. We also, in Orange County, are working on, and this one's probably an easy one, the guidance for all the employers and essential critical infrastructure for workplaces, for how to protect both the workers as well as the customers. That guidance is underway. And I know that there's a team of city managers as well as public employees and private entities working on that. Then as far as availability of the supplies, on our call with the 34 mayors and CEO Frank Kim and the Dr. Quick on Friday, they indicated that one of the problems we're having with the testing and ramping up testing is that we don't have sufficient supplies. We don't have sufficient protective equipment, and we don't have sufficient disinfectant and even sufficiency of testing kits. So to the extent that we can all push on the federal government to get us more kits, more protective equipment, that will help us to get more testing, and then we will be able to open more quickly. So that's where we're going now. As I understand it, the Board of Supervisors and Dr. Quick will be forwarding their request for an assessment to be able to move into phase 2, stage 2, and to reopen sometime in the next week. So that's where we are. Next slide. Okay, that's the end of the slides. So thank you so much. We had a great response, and we are really wanting to know from you, what are some of the issues that you're confronting as a business with regard to providing of supplies, either it's protective equipment or of disinfectant, hand sanitizer. Are you having trouble obtaining those? Let us know. I know that Costa Mesa Chamber of Commerce is working really hard to obtain that information, and so that we can support our local businesses while at the same time providing all the supplies that are needed for us to move into stage 2 of the reopening. So thank you, and that's my update. Now we'll move to public comments. Public comments will be heard at this time, and this is for items that are not on our agenda. And how this will work is that in our Zoom, there's a raise hand option. So if you raise your hand, then at the bottom of the screen, if you are joining the meeting on your phone and you would like to speak, then please press 9, and the city clerk will, she will then call on the participants in order to allow them into the Zoom to give their public comment. Tonight, we have a very full agenda. We will close off public comment after 45 minutes. It was going to be at 7, but we got a late start, so we would have been starting our public comments at about 6:15. So we're going to take 45 minutes of public comments, and then we're going to move into our agenda, because we do have a very aggressive agenda tonight. If there are other public comments that need to be read into the record, we will do that at the end of the meeting. So at this time, City Clerk, do we have anybody who wishes to speak for public comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Participants in the meeting, we have nobody that has raised their hand. Again, if you'd like to speak on non-agenda items, please raise your hand now. And if you're participating via phone, you hit *9.
So I show 3, Costa Mesa Opportunity Zone, and then somebody D White, and then somebody with last numbers 900.
Okay, thank you. I see that now.
Okay.
So right now I'm going to allow D White to speak. D. White?
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Daryl White. I'm a Costa Mesa resident. I don't want to go out of order, and I appreciate how valuable the council's time is and how packed the agenda item is. I just wanted to follow up on my emails that my wife and I have sent in to the council. I wanted to express our gratitude for the responses that we did receive. This is regarding the larger picture of COVID-19. I appreciate Mayor Foley's updates and everyone's efforts. I just, as a business owner, as a parent, as a community member, I wanted to just call in person and express to everyone that my sense of the community and the folks that we are in schools with and doing business with is that folks really want to open up, and they really want the economy back open, which is a bigger fish to fry than this council is assigned to. But we want our community back open. And I really wanted to vocalize that. I'll just submit with that, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
1 minute, please. All right. The next speaker will be Costa Mesa Opportunity Zone. Costa Mesa Opportunity Zone.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Just fine.
That's actually, I'm sorry, that's really not my name. I'm Susan Iwamoto, and we have the oldest boatyard in Costa Mesa located.
So this guy says
and,
I'm sorry to interrupt you for just 1 second. Mr. Bora, your microphone is on. Okay, go ahead. Apologize.
That's okay, thank you. So we own the oldest boatyard. We're about to hit 100 years old in Costa Mesa. We're really excited that we're in an opportunity zone, and I wanted to thank the council and the staff and leadership for considering a partnership with the Small Business Development Centers. I hope that you'll also consider a stakeholder group of businesses and property owners that are in the Costa Mesa Opportunity Zone. As you know, EIG.org is the group that lobbied for this to be passed, and they rank our Opportunity Zone in the top 10% of the nation. There's, due to the COVID stock sell-off, there's about $10 billion in the market that needs to be placed either into 1031 exchanges or into Opportunity Zone funds, which can be leveraged as matching funds to EDA block grants, DOT grants, and SBA grants to help bring money into our community, in addition to the block grants that you're getting ready to hopefully make available for micro loans. Where there's only 19 more months for investors to get the full benefit of the opportunity zones. So it is urgent that we publish on our website how the city is participating in the opportunity zone. I'd love to be a part of a stakeholder group with that, and see the 19 West overlay be realized. I'd love to see the the Newport Boulevard traffic issues be addressed. The DOT just announced money for any public transportation that touches opportunity zones. So I'd just love to be involved if there is an opportunity to participate.
Okay, thank you. What I'll do is we have your number, it looks like, and we'll get your information, and we'll have someone reach out to you so that we can set up a time to talk about it. Thank you.
And thank you for everything.
Thank you. Thanks for calling in. Okay, and Ms. Green, I'm not keeping the timer. Are you keeping the timer?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we are.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker is, and this is for public comment, not related to any items on our agenda, just as a reminder, Mr. Pedroza.
Okay, Mr. Pedroza.
Hi there, I apologize for the sound issue. So my name is Andrew Pedroza, and I would like to state, and my husband, Angel Correa, and we would like to comment on Measure Y. We would
Mr. Pedroza, I apologize for interrupting. This is the public comment time for items that are not on our agenda. Measure Y is on our agenda a little bit later. So we're going to hold on to your comment for when we get to Measure Y. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you, Ms. Foley.
Thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt. The next speaker is ending in 452.
I think that's me, Robin Loeffler.
Yes.
Well, this is a little bit related to Measure Y, but it's much more related to transparency, because Councilmember Chavez was quoted in the newspaper that we have to find a way to work around Measure Y in some capacity. We really can't move forward as Costa Mesa with this at play. I would hate for us not to grow into what we can become because of Measure Y. The pilot is widely read and the quote is all over social media. I got a copy of the Ralph M. Brown Act for my birthday years ago. I checked it. This may violate public meeting rules. The councilman's stance was in a popular paper available to more than a quorum pre-hearing, shared online with the whole dang world. You may need to cancel NB6. That's why I'm bringing it up now. I'm not an expert on the Brown Act, but this smells bad. The hearing has been tainted by the premature published decision of a council member. Our rights are being eroded using COVID-19 as an excuse. A secondary virus is infecting city government transparency. Of course, we need to keep ourselves safe, but no public hearings are truly public these days. According to the Brown Act, public agencies must transact their business in public, with narrow exceptions for closed sessions. We need transparency about how NB6 and items like it get on agendas in the first place. Who determines our agenda? You were elected to serve Costa Mesans, not developers, not yourselves, not demands of others. Many of the voters who elected you did so because they believed that you would honor Measure Y. Y got 8,000 more votes than the first place council candidate. Voters fought that fight and won. So have some respect for the people that you serve. Give us true transparency about why the public, the voting public, is having to go through the ringer again over transparency. Transparency also suffers because of limited accessibility. Some of your constituents have no computer and they're excluded from these so-called public meetings. I share a computer that I can't always use. And when I can, I've often encountered no picture, frozen screens, delays. This is not really public access. The people's right to comment is limited. Emailed comments must be read aloud by the city clerk, so a computer is necessary, or residents can use the phone queue. Comments lose a lot of punch when the author cannot use their emotive inflections. Some residents say they followed all the steps, but the comments fail to materialize. Callers have been disconnected, the right to speak lost. Meetings are not properly inclusive of all the public. So because of the gravity of NB6 and other items of very broad public concerns, such hearings should be postponed until such a time as we can have real, transparent public hearings. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker will be, and Ms. Green, it looks like you still have Costa Mesa Opportunity Zone in the queue. Could you remove that person from the queue? And then as well as 452, and next speaker is Cynthia Lawrence. Ms. Lawrence, are you there?
I am there. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, thank you. Thank you. First, before I started, I wanted to say thank you, not only for the leadership during all this, but I had to smile when you guys did the opening with the Star Spangled Banner. That was my son's choir, the magical choir, he was singing in that. So I got to relive that for a minute. So thank you for that. My comment is I had, obviously a lot of the schools are going to lose a lot of fundraising opportunities with the fair parking gone, et cetera. And as we move forward through the summer with your opportunity groups, I was hoping that we could also roll in some ways to add back some fundraising for, these student groups. So for example, sort of maybe as the city is opening up for hosting dining outside, maybe helping to work in a fundraising dine-in. So for example, at South Coast Plaza, you set up tables all on the outside, you invite the different restaurants to participate in that, and then a certain percentage goes to the nonprofit student groups as well. So not only a civic opportunity to get together and be together as a city, but also to help backfill some of those fundraising losses that our groups are going to encounter. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you for those good ideas. Thank you. We appreciate you calling in. Okay, I don't see anybody else in the queue on the hand raise. It looks like we have, if you would like to speak for public comment on an item not on the agenda, please use the hand raise feature in the participants icon. And now we have item, number last 900.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for joining
great.
us.
Hi, before we start the clock, may I ask a question? I like to follow the rules, and I had a public comment that wasn't on the agenda, but then I understand we started late, and I listened intently to the fact that 45 minutes in, comments will be cut off, and what we need to address comes up towards the end, so then a number of us won't be able to comment on that.
No. The way that sorry, I'm pausing your time. The way that our council meetings work is that we have public comment at the beginning on items not on our agenda. And then for the items on our agenda, there's separate public comment for each of those items.
Yes, and for some reason, I understood all of that. Thank you for clarification. But
you're welcome.
For some reason, it said 45 minutes in.
No, I'm just talking about for the public comment, for the beginning public comment.
I'm sorry. Oh, gosh. Okay, glad you clarified. Okay.
Yeah. Okay,
all right.
Go ahead.
We're back on track. All right. My name is Diana, and I've lived in Costa Mesa for 20 years, and I've owned my own home in Mesa Verde West. And I want to discuss One Metro West, the development due to go.
Okay, so now I'm going to interrupt you. So sorry. So that item is on. Oh, you want to just not Measure Y, but One Metro West. I apologize. Continue.
Yeah. Can we pause my time because I want to have the 3 minutes? Sorry.
Yes. Go ahead. Go ahead. Continue.
Okay. So One Metro West has a slogan: the right place, the right time, and the right project. I oppose this project, and I request you carefully look closely at the negative impact it will have, with only the promise to break even on revenue for the city. We're in the middle of a pandemic with no known end, so it certainly is not the right time. Many people are focused on other matters, related to their health and livelihood, and they're unaware of this large-scale project and the change it will bring to the area and their lives. Besides, the COVID-19 preoccupation does not allow for anyone to devote the necessary attention to this proposition. With this project density and it bringing in up to 3,000 more people to the area, it's really not the right project in this location. The traffic congestion that already exists on Harbor Boulevard, Sunflower, and the entry and exit points to the 405 and the surrounding region must be managed. And with this project creating up to 680 additional car trips per day at the Geisler and Harbor intersection, this will have a negative impact to the current residents' quality of life. It impacts the ability to get to and from work daily, as well as movement in the general area that is required to live here. This makes the project the wrong place. The density of the project, with the number of buildings spanning as tall as 98 to 103 feet, even projected reading the OMW specific plan to be 108 to 113 feet, will greatly impact the views from the Mesa Verde North neighborhood, creating site pollution as well as light pollution at night. Noise will undoubtedly carry across the freeway, as the sound wall is not enough to block the height of the OMW buildings. The number of homes it will impact far exceeds the number OMW stated in their presentation at the Planning Commission meeting held on May 11th. It's evident by studying their information it will be far more than 82 homes impacted. Currently, the 405 construction is underway, and it will be for years to come. If you add construction of a development of this size, it could take up to 10 years for the One Metro West project to be built. How much less desirable are the homes going to be in this area and in Mesa Verde North if the construction and congestion is going on for years to come? Property values will undoubtedly be negatively impacted in the Mesa Verde North neighborhood by the massive change made to the skyline, noise, sight, and light pollution. There will be many buyers that will not consider purchasing those homes that will be impacted by the sight, noise, and light of the towering One Metro West structures, yet they would be saleable and desirable to those same home buyers today. I know, because I've been a realtor for 30 years and a broker for 20. Buyers that purchase homes worth up to $850,000 to $1 million do not purchase their home where there's light and sight pollution. I lived in Costa Mesa, as I said, for more than 2 decades. I reviews online to other Rose Equity properties such as
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, the 3 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you so much for your comments, and we'll have another opportunity because that item will be back on our agenda, I believe, sometime in June. Okay, we're going to call her with the last numbers 869.
Yes, thank you. I want to make a comment regarding the upcoming agenda item, and that's that because of COVID-19, the public information requests have not been flowing in the same manner that they have prior to COVID-19. So my request is that information hasn't been flowing to the public because of this problem. So I think it arrives at a problem on the council that if the public can't be fully advised on what's going on and get documents and information, that this should really be postponed until it can be fairly heard by the community and have in-person meetings as they're doing with the Board of Supervisors. So I wish you would consider that before you hear anything having to do with Y or with the Metro West. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like we don't have any other speakers at this time. Ms. Green, did we have anyone on any other venue that was going to
Yes,
speak?
Madam Mayor, we have a number of comments that have come in that we will read off. Ms. Bennett and I will read them off.
Okay.
I'll begin. This one's by Marissa Wayne. I'm writing to urge you to please support the opening of businesses in Costa Mesa. According to the latest numbers, we have flattened the curve. We have plenty of hospital beds and ventilators. And although now not out of the woods completely, we can open with safety measures and begin to restore our economy. Out of a population of about 3.2 million in Orange County, there have been 88 deaths, or 0.000028% of the population. The PPP monies only benefit the landlords if we can't hire our employees back, and we cannot hire all of them back if we are not open for business. We are creeping up on bankruptcy and having to permanently lay off 146 people and close down completely. It's terrifying. Over the last 7 years in business, we have raised well over $2 million for local charities and schools. We currently are streaming our classes and continuing our Karma rides virtually, but it is not the same because unfortunately in this climate, people out of work just do not have the means to donate. We need to get back to being productive. We can protect those who are high risk and have them shelter, but we must begin to open the economy. I've talked with so many people who are thinking about moving to Tennessee or Texas or Florida. I'm a native and I love it here. My kids love it here. But if I can't open my business, we will have to move, and it weighs heavily on me. All of the medical experts, every single one of them says the best thing you can do is stay active and exercise. Exercise your heart and your lungs and keep your body moving. We are an essential business. We provide classes for all levels of fitness, and we have new safety procedures in place to protect our clients and employees. Please flatten the curve of the economic devastation we are so quickly approaching and give us the opportunity to open responsibly. Next speaker is Kara Puthers. I'm a registered voter and I love our city. I know that you care about people and are trying to do the right thing. However, I am outraged by your order forcing people to place an item over their face just to be in public or enter businesses. The simple numbers do not support this type of government overreach and personally violating order. Our current risk of dying from the virus in Orange County is 0.0023%. You can easily do the math yourself with official public numbers. This type of risk does not warrant the massive governmental overreach happening right now. I'm asking for immediate repeal of this required face mask order and for a return to life before the shutdown. The damage being caused by this shutdown and by forcing people against their will to wear coverings on their faces far outweighs the low risk of this issue. Please consider more than just one small number, i.e. the unfortunate deaths of people who were already dying, and consider the larger issues we are facing. The secondary problems were created by our own legislation, not the actual virus, are massive. Increases in child abuse, domestic violence, food insecurity, families separated, jobs lost, businesses destroyed, depression and suicide calls are on the rise. We have to look at the bigger picture. We need you to act with bold leadership and take all of our population into account, not just a small number of at-risk people. Consider the larger needs. Our hospitals are not being overwhelmed. Our average everyday person is. Let people go back to work. Let them uncover their faces and smile at each other again. Let freedom and hope and kindness be the order of the day. Do the right thing by allowing those with risk factors to stay at home and those that want to continue to actually live life in a freedom-loving country to do so. Allow us to build up our vital and necessary immunity to viruses and sickness as we gather and share in the community. This is the basic building block of our immune systems, Immunology 101. Do not force dictatorship upon us any longer. Give us back our rights to have our faces seen and our businesses to thrive. It is time to stop the unnecessary massive abuse of power. I'm asking for the immediate suspension of the mandatory wearing a face mask in Costa Mesa. Forcing people to place an item over their face in order to be in public is dehumanizing. You're supporting it wrong. It's an unnecessary government overreach and needs to end now. We are not a communist or socialist country. We are the United States of America, built on personal liberty. I'm asking for an immediate repeal of this order. If you need more information, please consider this. The original models for the coronavirus were massively inaccurate based on no substantial data. We now have actual data. Anyone can look it up on Google. As of today, we have 76 deaths in Orange County from the virus, mostly people with pre-existing medical conditions and multiple causes of death. Our population in OC is over 3 million. The risk of dying from COVID is 0.002398. Simple math. Deaths divided by population equals number times percent by 100%. Counties, states, counties, and cities that have not implemented this type of order have done very well without it. Again, you research this yourself. Do the right thing. Give us back our freedom, our hope, and our humanity. All right, and I'll go to the next one. The next public comment is by Al Morelli. Again, this is a follow-up, my third time addressing the City Council regarding the Target store at 3030 Harbor and the lack of compliance. Target management has not been a good neighbor, period. The dollar cost of installing a sheet metal shield cover is insignificant. To me, it appears that Target management are demonstrating a matter of defiance. Please note, I reported the light violation issues to the City Council via my letter on February 21st. For DR 99-22 under code requirement, item 19, lighting shall be designed without creating spillover or glare onto adjacent residential properties. Shielding or other methods necessary to prevent light or glare spillover shall be incorporated. Also, the city building code have special requirements where lighting candle power measurement must be enforced. In addition, the outdoor lighting standards are governed under Title 24 of the California Code of Regulations. Recently, the city planning staff failed to address the non-conforming performance standard during the latest construction permit for the lighting plan. All lights shall be directed, oriented, and shielded to prevent light trespass or glare onto adjacent properties. In addition, I request a detailed scientific light study to evaluate candle light measurements. We need to deal with actual site observation and light measurements. You may wish to drive by at night, see for yourself, and check the bright lights. Wear your sunglasses. Ms. Bennett will now read some comments.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you, Ms. Bennett. Welcome.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm going to start with Jeffrey Chon. And this is, I am the owner-operator of multiple businesses here in our great city of Costa Mesa. I am writing you today to implore you to take a position regarding the expansion of Governor Newsom's Stage 2 reopening California plan. As you know, Orange County was not approved for the county attestation required to expand the Stage 2 opening qualifications. The state's argument to our testing capacity and hospital support resources is not a one-size-fits-all. Within our great city, testing is available to almost every corner urgent care with no wait time. Our hospital bed availability is in the thousands of for Orange County. Realizing that the council with our city does not have the authority to make countywide decisions, I implore you to consider declaring Costa Mesa an open business sanctuary city. Many businesses Many business owners holding state licenses will run the risk of having these licenses suspended or revoked by state agencies, but at the very least, we would have the support of our city government to not fear the police closure and governmental intimidation. Next is from Heidi Ray. Please do not do a virtual graduation. Our seniors have earned a walkthrough graduation. Of course, we can make modifications easily with social distancing. Plus, it is easy. It is still almost a month away. We can separate seniors into different ceremonies alphabetically. I would be more than happy to help with anything. Warmly. Next is from Jim. Hi, I played Costa Mesa Country Golf Course today. Thanks for allowing the courses to be open. I have a question about procedures there. I asked for and received, handed to me by the clerk, we didn't touch each other, a receipt for my credit card purchase. I asked for a scorecard and pencil and was told he couldn't give me one. When I asked why, he said I should talk to the city. So that is what I'm doing. Why can they give me a credit card receipt, but they can't give me a scorecard and pencil? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll read. The next one is from No Toll Road. The TCA, or Toll Roads, a government agency, in March of this year voted unanimously to stop looking for an extension to the underused 241 southern portion of the 241 Toll Road. This was after pursuing it for 20 plus years and spending hundreds of millions of dollars. The board concluded in March that numerous traffic studies showed that extending the 241 would not alleviate traffic now or 50 years in the future. Based on the evidence that this road would not do anything for taxpayers and would cost a fortune, the board wisely voted to stop the process. However, the TCA board is not ready to stop the excessive spending and want to be able to study it a third time in the future. At what point will this failed agency call it a day? It is important to realize that the TCA collects development fees, which makes our daily life cost more than it should. This is in addition to the tolls and penalties. Please think about your city looking into pulling out of the joint power agreement with the TCA and give taxpayers a break. I'm not sure if you saw the article, but this is just one example of the waste and abuse at the TCA. The article is titled, While You Sit in Traffic, These Tollway Consultants Charge the Public $185 an hour for reading news. A consultant was billing for 26 hours a day and raked in $230,000 for reading the news. The TCA has many consultants and an army and lobbyists on its payroll. For what no one is certain, since they have nothing to say. Next speaker is Denise Colbert. I'm writing to bring your attention a serious fiscal crisis that may be brewing within the TCA. The TCA, or Toll Roads, is a government agency that is also known as the Foothill Eastern and San Joaquin Hills Transportation Corridor Agencies. Since you may have council members sitting on the board, I am hopefully not telling you something at least some of you don't already know. TCA ridership is down and is facing a potential revenue crisis that could ultimately cause a collapse of the carefully arranged deck of cards that forms its enormous long-term debt burden. The TCA has been feeding a growing debt machine for decades. A total long-term debt of $2.9 billion at completion of the two toll roads in 1998 has somehow grown to $4.9 billion today, despite 20 years of principal and interest payments. The TCA has never had sufficient revenue to handle its enormous debt. But rather than admitting that and allowing another agency to cover, somehow your directors and others endorse repeated refinancing with capital appreciation bonds, meaning that unpaid interest has been added to the principal each year so that outstanding debt grows rather than diminishes. At this point, it will take another $11 billion before these toll roads are freeways, if ever. And worse, payoff dates have been extended from 2033 and 2040. San Joaquin to 2050 and 53 for Foothill. Our grandchildren's children may be the first to benefit from decades of tolls and developer impact fees and taxes that will have been paid by your constituents either as tolls or increases in the cost of housing and doing business in the county for over half a century. All of this for two roads that we have paid for several times over. Now with the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, these grossly over-leveraged agencies are poised to finally pay the piper. It is doubtful that revenue will be sufficient to cover debt covenants. While there are some unrestricted assets, these may have to be sold at a loss and may not be sufficient to carry the agencies through an extended period of economic downturn. At the same time, TCA has recently placed 5 of its board members on the OCTA board and is poised to extend its reach outside its original scope, not wanting to build untold roads for OCTA and no doubt get the debt ball rolling all over again. Please stop this. Enough is enough. A comprehensive state audit of TCA's huge debt load, its bloated expenses, and unsustainable financial prospects is long overdue. Taxpayers need you to be responsible and protect us from an agency that has exploded beyond its original intent, burdening taxpayers with unending fees and tolls to feed a ravenous debt machine. I strongly urge your TCA representatives to take a good look at these agencies and take action now to stop this while we still can. TCA needs to focus on its original charter, stop expanding, pay off its debt, and go out of business as soon as possible. The next speaker is from Michelle Schumacher. The TCA, the toll roads, the Transportation Corridor Agency, a government agency with broken agreements, broken trust, and all over a financial boondoggle. Taxpayers deserve better. The 73 toll road was supposed to be free in 30 years. Instead, billions of dollars are still owed, and the TCA is now automatically increasing tolls 2% a year, continuing to drive up housing costs and the cost to do business in Orange County. The TCA is a joint powers agreement, a government agency that was trusted to build the toll roads, pay down the bonds, and go away. Instead, the least amount of the bond debt is being paid due to the continuous TCA refinances. Not only is the bond debt growing in the wrong direction, but also pushing out the years the toll roads will have to be tolled before being made free, as was their initial promise. We will have paid for the roads 5 times by the time they are over free to the public. The TCA wastes millions of dollars on consultants and an army of lobbyists. Many TCA employees make over $300,000 a year with benefits and pensions that barely anyone in the public sector receive. They sponsor many events from golf to galas, enjoy international travel. They even spent $35,000 on one dinner. They are not good stewards of our hard-earned money. The Joint Powers Agreement for the TCA clearly states that development fees are to be reviewed annually by the Board of Directors. This is not being done. Instead, they are automatically increased without required board review or approval. The Board of Directors has abdicated its powers to lobbyists. The Foothill TCA has been collecting development fees and has not built anything in over 20 years. With no routes approved on the legislative maps, why are development fees still being collected? Development fees are a silent tax and are driving up the cost of housing and business in the county. This needs to stop. We have OCTA and Caltrans. We do not need another redundant agency fleecing residents in Orange County. In March 2020, the TCA's Board of Directors unanimously voted to stop the South Orange County traffic relief effort, which they threw hundreds of millions of dollars at, to try and extend the southernmost portion of the 245, which does not get many cars per day, a complete waste of money and a boondoggle. While taxpayers were so thankful of this vote to stop the process, only 2 months later, they are back to their old tricks and trying to oppose legislation that would legitimize their unanimous vote 2 months ago. The TCA is speaking out of both sides of their mouth as usual, and sadly, taxpayers are the ones getting the short end of the stick while consultants and lobbyists bask in the money. In 2014, the OC Grand Jury issued a solvency warning to the TCA and the county for their debt level. The Pacific Research Institute found that the TCA's business model was probably not sustainable from the start, and the TCA in 2000 asked for a $1 billion bailout. With times getting tough potentially in the future, it is time Orange County cuts the fat. The TCA, okay, sorry, time's up on that one. Ms. Bennett will now read some comments.
Ms. Green or Ms. Bennett, do we know how many more comments we have?
I have 4 more.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that's the last of them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, from Jerry Katarina, how to open restaurants early. Use parking spaces in front of their businesses and possibly parking in front of the adjacent businesses for additional outdoor seating with social distancing. Sit-down restaurants are a low-margin business. These additional seats will allow many more restaurants to survive. Without additional seating, many will not survive. Works great in suburban centers with off-street parking. Each restaurant would prepare a plan that their city planning department would approve, not approve, and permit temporarily. On shopping streets, on-street parking can be used. Proper temporary fencing would ensure conformity to approved plans and ensure patron safety for parking lot street traffic. Lower speed limits or closing of some streets may be appropriate. From Angela, is there any way that the active recreational use criteria in regards to parks can be expanded to help a larger group of people? As a mom with 3 young kids, 4, 2, and 1, I need to be able to put down a blanket to sit on if we go to a park. As the criteria now stands, I'm not allowed to do so. I also ask that the city consider opening up playgrounds and tot lots to families. For 2+ months, we've been asked to keep our families home, and we've listened, but this is not something that can continue on for much longer. Playgrounds and tot lots provide a great place for kids to exercise in a safe environment. As businesses are starting to reopen, so should city amenities. I've been told to hang in there, and we have been, but it's time now to lessen the restrictions, giving families a way to cope during this time. Thank you. From Linda K. As a Costa Mesa resident, I support and thank you for your Restore team efforts to work together and share the best information. Thank you, staff and council, for putting in countless hours to reopen our businesses and parks safely. I only shop in Costa Mesa at this point, and only at businesses who clearly have a safety plan in place. Thank you for continuing to support masks for customers and workers. Such an easy ask, and happy to work with the city to keep all our folks safe. And lastly, from the Blackwell family, my family and I would like to send you our heartfelt thanks for your incredible leadership during this COVID pandemic. Thank you for letting science, facts, and common sense be the guiding factors in your decision-making to ensure the best practices for keeping the citizens of Costa Mesa safe and healthy. Your town halls have been inspiring. The resources have been shared in these meetings and on the city website have been plentiful. Last night, we listened to a good portion of the Huntington Beach City Council meeting. We kept reminding ourselves how lucky we were to live in Costa Mesa with the current mayor and council members. Please continue to prevail in keeping your citizens safe and healthy. Sincerely.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, that concludes public comments.
All right, thank you so much. And I want to give both of you a little bit of a shout out right now, because this is very difficult and you're doing an excellent job of managing the agenda and making sure that everybody has as much access as we possibly can in our community. I don't know if the community knows, but there's a lot of cities that rely on our city clerk, Brenda Green. They call her, they ask her for training, and they rely on her guidance and what she's doing here to make sure that the public has as much access as possible under the circumstances is considered throughout the county to be of, very progressive. So thank you, Ms. Green. We appreciate you and Ms. Bennett and all the work that you do to get us prepared for the meeting and to lead the meeting and keep it running as we're all trying to, make sure we don't get taken off of the Zoom. You are behind the scenes doing all the hard work. So thank you. We really appreciate you. Okay, moving on to now is the time for council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. And I'm not putting the timer on anyone. We just need to be able to express ourselves here. I will start with council member Mansour.
Thank you. I will be brief and to the point. And I've expressed some of this before. I appreciate everyone's patience through all this, and I don't take any of this lightly. I get that it's a disease that can kill people and is affecting the community. I also understand that it's affecting certain areas more than others, like seniors and senior living facilities and things like that. And we certainly should be addressing that. But all that being said, I think there comes a point where we have to open up businesses faster than we are doing. We can talk about the Restart Costa Mesa, and I appreciate the efforts, but the proof is in the pudding when certain businesses aren't open. And I think what's happening is people have reached a boiling point. And I want to be clear, I'm not going to advocate civil disobedience. I don't advocate that at all. but people are going to go bankrupt. They're losing their jobs. They can't pay their bills. There are secondary side effects, domestic violence, child abuse, a whole range of problems, depression, and so forth. So it's kind of a long way of saying that I think we as a council need to advocate to open businesses faster. I think we need to communicate with the governor instead of just going lockstep with the governor. I think we need to advocate on behalf of individuals and businesses that want to open. And make no mistake, I think that businesses can open safely, and I think they will try their best to open safely. Nobody wants their customers to become sick. Nobody wants them certainly to die. I think they can take measures to clean whatever type of business they have, social distancing, masks, whatever. And I think a lot of people will cooperate. And I think certain people that don't want to go take certain risks are going to stay home. Not everybody's going to flock to these businesses overnight. So I think we need to be more proactive in encouraging our governor to move faster and being more vocal. And I know that I'm outvoted on some of these things, but I still just wanted to take this moment to express that for the sake of our city, we're going to have a budget discussion later tonight. It's devastating, not only the businesses in the community, the families in the business in the community. It's going to devastate our cities, and I think it's going to be worse than we expect. And the real cure to some of these larger issues are to open businesses sooner than later. And I say that with all respect to everyone. Thank you. Oh, one other thing. If we can get an update from our city manager at some point on when City Hall will be open. Thank you.
Mayor, you're on mute.
Thank you. She reported out a tentative date, which she reported out would be June 1st. That's what she reported in her report earlier. Councilmember Guinness.
Yes, excuse me, I just realized I cut myself on something. I don't know what. We had a comment from Diana. I didn't catch her last name regarding One Metro West. And I'd like to request that her comments be entered into the administrative record for One Metro West. I also had comments from a few people who had emailed comments during the meeting, during the Planning Commission meeting, and contrary to what it said on the agenda, they were not read. And so I just want to make sure that people's comments are not falling through the cracks, and any comments that were emailed during any of the hearings also be entered into the administrative records for those projects. Target and the lights, that's been an ongoing problem. They, even initially, that's a condition of approval. Target is not struggling. They've remained open the entire time. They're doing land office business on their cleaning products, on their food products. So there's no reason that Target would be unable to afford to get their lights fixed properly. And it's about time they did. And I'd like to, there are a couple things. These are actually a couple of challenges. There are a lot of Estancia alumni out there and a lot of Mesa High alumni out there. And so yeah, there you go. And so I would like to challenge all of the alumni that are listening now and beyond to remember your schools. Each of the two schools has a foundation. They haven't been able to do the fundraising that they would normally be doing. And so if you're somebody who still has a job and your income's okay and you're not hurting, please remember the schools. Because, and especially if you had the advantage of education in our local schools, please remember the schools. You could go online, you could find the Estancia Tewinkle Foundation, and you could find the Mesa High Foundation. You could send them a check or pay or send them money online. And then as far as opening our businesses, I think for each of these, and this is where Restore Costa Mesa really can come in and can be really effective. whether we're talking about opening our businesses, opening our parks, any of those things. Instead of just saying no, we should say, how can we? Maybe not immediately, but how can we? What is the specific problem we're trying to avoid? Maybe the specific problem is that we don't want the state to come down on us, and then we're kind of stuck. But to a large extent, there's a specific problem. Is it a touch point where viruses would be transmitted? Is it a problem of proximity? What is the specific problem we're trying to solve? And if we can't identify a specific problem, then maybe there isn't one. And where there is one, like you said, instead of just saying no, let's find a way to say how can. Thank you.
Sorry, Councilmember Reynolds.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone tuned in. I'm sure there are a lot of regulars who attend and listen in and engage in our council meetings. And I'm hoping there's a number of new people as well, since there are sort of fewer things you can be doing on a Tuesday night now. So big welcome to everybody who's tuned in, and extra distance hug for those of you who are new. Community engagement was one of the priorities, I think is still one of the priorities of this council, one of our top 6 priorities. There are certainly new, very significant challenges to that kind of engagement, but we really, really appreciate, I know everyone on the council appreciates your input and ideas and suggestions and expressing your concerns throughout this process. It's really helpful. And continued input on ways to support that engagement is certainly very welcome. Since the mayor didn't give us a time limit, I'm just kidding. I only have a couple items I want to touch on. Not in any particular order. So yes, we absolutely hear, and I think we all are very interested in reopening. I mentioned our priorities. Our number 1 priority is, and I think absolutely should be, the health and safety of our community, and that includes all of the residents, everyone who visits Costa Mesa, and the staff who work for our city. So that's always going to be, the most important thing, is keeping people healthy and safe. And I'm really excited about the discussions that are happening with members of our business community about how to reopen safely and in creative ways. You've heard me talk about different open streets ideas. I love that we're seeing that happen in a lot of cities across the country, and some nearby cities. Huntington Beach voted last night to explore some of these concepts about moving dining outdoors into parking spaces. So I'm really excited to know that we're looking at that here in Costa Mesa too. I've talked to some business owners about that opportunity, and I think they see it not just as a really valuable economic opportunity, but something that people will really enjoy as well. So I'm excited to see that progress. And also, this is not a health versus economy thing. We heard it in the opening moment of solemn expression, this relationship between caring for people and healthy economies. We know from the results of past pandemics that the communities that had a slower, safer reopening had a stronger economic recovery. And I truly, truly believe that a healthy economy in Costa Mesa depends on a healthy community in Costa Mesa. So I'm glad that we have a council that's sort of staying the course and really staying closely aligned with the information from the health officials at the county and the state. May is Bike Month, which is an exciting time. If school was in session, we would have done our Bike to School Day. This is a neat month too, because it was actually just a year ago that I started riding my bike again, which really completely transformed my sort of experience in the city of Costa Mesa. I started biking again at a very specific charity bike ride that I know Councilmember Mansour was involved in previously as well, the Tour de OC. Our Parks Commission Chair, Jim Erickson, convinced me to get on my bike for 25 miles. It was wonderful that day. It hurt a little bit the few days after, but it was a really fun ride, and I'm excited to participate again this year because it can't be a big event for obvious reasons. They're asking people to participate in this charity bike ride sort of virtually. So go do the bike ride on your own. They do have the route mapped out on the website that you can do. If you're not ready to ride 25 miles, we do have posted publicly the routes that I had led through the community bike rides that we were doing through 2019 and 2020. So I will post those on various social media, and I encourage people who are bike riders or any of you who have started biking over the past few months to take a look at those routes, get some miles in, and support the charity Royal Family Kids for the Tour de OC bike ride. We also have a number of really well recognized and high quality bike shops in the city. So I just want to give them a quick shout out for Bike Month. And they've all been open as essential retail because they do support another form of transportation. So we have the Cyclist on Newport Boulevard, the Unlikely Cyclist, which is a women-owned business that specifically supports women on bikes. Two Wheels, One Planet, of course, on 17th Street, and Specialized right in the heart of downtown. So I encourage you to get on a bike again. You'll lose 20 years off your life once you start biking. And then lastly, I think related to that, in a book I've started reading, like The Blue Zones of Happiness, it's reminded me of a comment that Mayor Pro Tem Stevens made a while back, I think when we were talking on housing issues about, what are the metrics that we care about as we are sort of planning and thinking about a vision for Costa Mesa? What is it that really creates a healthy, pleasant community that we all want to live in? And as I think about a lot of the metrics that we're normally focused on in the city, or that we think about for the economy, right? Stock values or traffic or intersection quality. I encourage us to start thinking a little bit more about what's really important in a city and a community, and the types of health metrics and community resilience metrics and engagement metrics. So now that I've started reading a new book, everyone's going to start to hear more about that stuff. So I hope everyone looks forward to that.
Okay, great. We always learn through you, Councilmember Reynolds. Okay, so let's see. Councilmember Chavez, you're up.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us in this COVID Zoom meeting. I know it's not the same being in City Hall, but we still appreciate hearing your public comments. It always brings joy to my heart knowing that you get to have a chance to voice your opinions and thoughts. I'll be a bit quick and brief today. Just a few quick things for staff. First and foremost, you know me, I'm the infrastructure guy. So I noticed when I was driving this week, there were a few things on the roads we need to take care of. The first is there's a mattress on Victoria Street heading eastbound towards Harbor. The second is there is a abandoned couch in front of the Costa Mesa mobile estates right behind the Kmart on Wilson going eastbound. Just two little things we can do to pick up our trash from our city. Update on the census, just so you guys know, Costa is doing a pretty good job overall. We're beating the state by 4%. So we're currently at 64.8 response rate. Good job, Costa Mesa. As you guys know, this money is money that comes from us every year from the federal government. I believe number is $608 billion get allocated every year, and that goes towards getting us equipment for first responders, that goes to grants for education, that goes to funding for infrastructure. And now during these trying times, it's more important than ever to do your census to make sure we get every single dollar. And one quick tidbit fact, if you have a child under 5, they count too. They are often the most undercounted people in the census, but they matter because in 5 years, when they're in kindergarten or first grade, we still need money from them to go to school. So please, if you have not done so, do your census. We're doing a great job in Costa Mesa. Let's keep it up. And then last thing, just quick tidbits on Restore Costa Mesa. We're doing our best as a city to open up in a safe manner. I think Reynolds did a really good comment saying health is tied intrinsically to the economy. one thing that I don't want to see in our city is an outbreak because we open up too quickly and without proper precaution, because that'll not only set back our own safety as residents, but that'll set back our business owners who are also in need of making sure that the business can go back to. So as we move forward, I guarantee you no one's going to be happy because we're all figuring out as we go along, but we're doing our best to ensure your safety, we're doing our best to ensure that we're up and running as fast as possible for our businesses. And, you know, once again, just thank you for your cooperation with us and thank you for doing your part to keep making sure everyone's safe.
Okay, thank you so much, Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Mar.
Yeah, I'm glad Councilmember Reynolds is doing all the smart reading for us because I've been reading about Samurai and Northern Ireland, neither of which are particularly helpful right now. Okay, so I guess I just want to emphasize, we were talking about the books we were reading before the council meeting started. So I do want to emphasize that I think we all recognize that the system established by the governor is imperfect. And I don't know that I could come up with a better system, frankly. There are some things that are weirdly specific. I was having a discussion about pet groomers and how if you take your pet to the vet to get groomed, that's okay, but technically groomers aren't open yet. And like, I 100% get that. And it's frustrating and nuanced and not hyper clear, and it changes every single week. But it's the best system we've got right now to safely reopen. And as it relates to what the city is doing now, I have met with a group of nonprofits. I've been meeting with the faith-based community. I've been participating in their Fully Restore efforts with the community services. And everyone I talk to is trying to get creative about what can we be doing now. And so we are working on what is the intermediate step. What do church services look like that are maybe small groups outside? And what are some of the gray areas where frankly the state is not hyper clear where we can be as a community? And it's really helpful and kind of heartwarming to see how many restaurants want to work together so they're all on the same page. So they're not competing over like who's following the rules more or who's not. How many of the churches want to work together so that they're a united front. So when one opens, the other one's open as well, and not vice versa, so that there's sort of this weird sense of unfairness or imbalance in the community. And so, you know, I know not all of that is visible to the community, and I don't know that you'd want to sit into some of these meetings where you have discussions about how we would do some of these things outside and what's the current code or ordinances that says how you can use the parking lot. But I do want to sort of give some hope to the community and make you aware that there is a lot of planning going on because we are in stage 2 and somehow we need to get to stage 3 and somehow we need to get to stage 4. And so while it may feel like we've been stuck in the mud and barely moving for 8 weeks, the bags under my eyes indicate that we are working super hard, and there's actually a lot of work happening behind the scenes so that we can get to that next phase as fast as humanly possible. So that's it. I'll yield the rest of my time back to Councilmember Reynolds. Kidding.
Thank you, Councilmember Mar. Thank you so much. And I don't see any bags. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
All right. I'll take some of that time that Councilmember Mar yielded. No, I'm just kidding. I'll try to be within my time. So I just want to focus on a few things. One is the progress that has been made. So you may recall that at our last meeting, which was 2 weeks ago, we were talking about ratifying a decision to open the golf course and to open some trails that was made by our city manager. We decided to ratify it as she had made it, but then give the city manager and the city staff some opportunity to expand on that. Well, in fact, they have. So since then, because of also the good work of our subcommittee, which includes Councilmember Guinness, Reynolds, and Chavez, we have opened many trails in Fairview Park. Now you can get from Placentia to the River Trail through Fairview Park. So thank you for that good work. At the golf course, we've opened up the range, the driving range. we've opened up carts. Unfortunately, I walked 18 holes carrying my bag the day before they opened up carts, but that's okay. It took me a day to recover, but I survived. The thing about scorecards, look at who knows if at the end of the day we're concerned about scorecards. I keep my score in my head. I usually don't want to know what my score is, but I'm doing just fine out there, and they're doing a great job. And God bless the golfers; they're very compliant. And then today, we opened up our tennis facilities. Next on tap is the Bark Park. Now, I really want to call out the efforts of Yvette Aguilar and the Parks Department, the City Manager Department, especially our Assistant City Manager, Susan Price, and our City Attorney, Kim Barlow. With each of these openings, it takes a careful understanding of the parks, a careful understanding of the facilities, and how we can keep people safe within those facilities. And they do a great job. And at a reduced staff, you may remember that on the day that we were talking about opening up the golf course, that was April 22nd, that very same day, unfortunately, we had to lay off or furlough 92 members of our Parks and Recreation Department who are part-time workers. So they have a reduced staff and they're doing a great job. And so please, we should not just focus on what's not open, but the things that have opened and the great work that our city's done to do that, and our city staff. Now, regarding Reopen Costa Mesa, the recovery team, I'm on that. Of course, Mayor Foley and Councilmember Marr. Councilmember Marr spoke to that, but I want to kind of just give a little bit more color to it, because some of the things that Councilmember Guinness said are the exact things we're working on. So she's right, and we're working on those. So in each of our sub groups, what we're trying to do is create a way so we are ready to hit the ground running in a safe way when they're allowed to open that particular stage or that particular sector of business, so that our brand is a brand of safety, and that helps our businesses, it helps our city, it helps our economy. It is counterproductive, unproductive to decide you're going to go rogue, you're going to open up your restaurant without masks. It doesn't help us. It doesn't keep us safe. It doesn't help our brand. It doesn't help our economy. So we have to be very careful to do this within a fair system that's going to keep our customers safe. Then we will have a lasting, enduring economy. For example, you see what they're doing at South Coast Plaza, where they have 70 to 80 restaurants that are working on the curbside service basis, and they've worked on that. So that's the type of good work that's going to create a brand. And as usual, South Coast Plaza is leading that effort. So thank you to that. Finally, what I'll say is this. For the people that want to move more quickly, I would actually commend and support the work that's being done by our Board of Supervisors in Orange County, together with the boards of supervisors in San Bernardino and Riverside and San Diego to get a reasonable criteria for moving from stage to stage. They're in negotiations with the governor and Cal OES. We are making progress toward that, satisfying that criteria for the next stage of phase 2. And we will continue to make progress. As Councilmember Marr said, some of these things don't make sense. Some of these things are frustrating. We've never gone through this before. We've never shut down the economy because of a pandemic or built it back up again. So if everybody is patient and trusting in the process and participates in the process, we will be better for it. We'll be more healthy and prosperous for a long term. That's all I have to say. Thank you for the extra time.
Okay, thank you. I echo all of those comments, and I want to give a shout out to Council Members Reynolds, Chavez, and Guinness for your work on our parks, and it was great to see that Hank Lloyd had some protocols got together, and the tennis center is open now. I know a lot of people were anxious about that. I get to walk through T. Winkle Park nearly every morning now, and it's a really enjoyable part of my day. One of the silver linings for me of this whole pandemic is that I've started walking about average of 3 miles a day, and so that I can get out of this bench that I seem to be stuck on in my kitchen every single day. So I appreciate what we're doing along those lines. And I know I already spoke to our city manager and Mr. Setharaman about this, but hopefully we could talk to our contractor. I want the community to know that, yes, we do see that there's some extra overflowing trash in our trash cans around the city, at the bus stops, in the parks. I've spoken to our city manager and Mr. Setharaman to work with our private contractor that manages that, to make sure that they do a better job of cleaning up our city. We should not be having trash cans overflowing right now, or as Councilmember Chavez said, there's a lot more debris and furniture being left on the streets. So I know that they're working on that, and I just want to make sure the community knows that we know. Also, as it relates to Fairview Park, I had a chance to take a walk through Fairview Park this weekend, and the trails look great. I am concerned that when you get to the outskirts of what is the city park, that you can see that the county maybe needs to do a little bit more management, because there were 3 shopping carts with overflowing of people's belongings, which leads me to believe that people are living there. And so I'm hoping that we can get the county, because that's in the county where I saw that was over towards the river trail. And so that's more of county management. So hopefully the county can work on that. Maybe Ms. Price, you can, or Chief Glass, you can mention that to the county. Also had a chance to participate in a Zoom call with Treasurer Fiona Ma this week. And you can go to her website, and there's a lot of resources for businesses on her website, a lot of grant opportunities, a lot of ways to help get you through this pandemic if you are a small business. And it's www.treasurer.ca.gov. What she did also remind us, and Councilmember Chavez, I know, has been working on the census, is that we lose $1,000 per person over 10 years per year for people not filling out the census. So we don't want to lose $1,000 per person in Costa Mesa. We're at, what did you say, 64%? So let's get us closer to 80%, because that's $1,000 per person. If everyone thinks about that, $1,000 per person per year is a lot of money for the city of Costa Mesa. So let's get our census filled out. And then also she shared with us that right now we're at about 23% unemployment. In 1933, during the Great Depression, we're at 24%. So yes, it's critical that we get people back to work. It's critical that we get our businesses open, but it's also, we have to manage and mitigate the risk, and we have to do it safely. So appreciate all of those comments. Wanted to also remind everyone that we have 22 business sectors now open, including, you know, some of our parks, so that there is a lot that is coming online. There's some changes that just came out, like literally while we're on these calls, regarding the paycheck protection. So I'd encourage you all, if you're a small business owner who received the paycheck protection forgiveness loan, go on to the SBA website. They have extended the time. They've made it more flexible for businesses, because some businesses weren't open and they were halfway through having to pay back or use up their 75% of their payroll on that loan. So go and check out that. There's some changes that just came down today. Also, We will be having our town hall this week at 4 p.m. on our social media, which is our Facebook Live. And this week, Councilmember Marr is going to join me. We'll also have Sarah Heath, who's from the First Methodist Church, and talking about what they're doing to prepare and also what they're doing to currently serve and continue to serve. And then we will have Brian Chase from Bisnar and Chase, who is a local lawyer who is going to help businesses understand business interruption and whether you have a potential claim for business interruption under your general liability policy. So hopefully you'll tune in on Thursday. I want to thank Wahoo's for feeding our city staff and our public safety members today, and also Brad Applegate, who is a West Side resident who has been doing a lot to provide masks, and he's partnering with Wahoo's and a variety of other businesses to provide facial coverings and these plexiglass masks. Want to thank Best Framing for their efforts to repurpose their framing store, and they're providing plexiglass for all kinds of businesses throughout Orange County. So if your business needs plexiglass for your cashiers, then please use Best Framing, which is a West Side business that is repurposed to provide framing. Plexiglass. So that's my report for tonight, and I'm going to move. Let's get to the city manager. And do you have another report or? Nope. Okay. Moving on to Ms. Barlow. Do you have a city attorney report?
Yes, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. First, I wanted to respond briefly to the comment regarding new business item number 6, suggesting that there had been some kind of Brown Act violation. I guess I should turn my camera back on.
There you are.
Sorry. It's not a Brown Act violation for a council member to express an opinion on a broad range of legislative matters. In fact, I believe that the comment that Council Member Chavez was quoted was back at our council meeting on February the 20th relating to our RENA numbers and the impact of that RENA number on how we were going to, how in the world are we going to meet that number? It's quite common, in fact, for council members, both in writing and verbally, on various legislative matters that come before the council. Recently, we had a couple of council members sign on, I think, to a letter relating to reopening of various things at Costa Mesa. So where the problem can come in is if there is a public hearing item where it appears that someone has made up their mind already. It's not a problem when we're talking about legislative matters. So I hope that addresses the comment that was made there. And then I also wanted to make one more comment. And this has to do with I think we're all trying really hard to open everything up. And I thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, for your kind words earlier. I know that staff is, we're all working in long days, long hours, lots of weekends, and we're trying very hard to get as much open as possible. But we do run a risk if we don't enforce the rules, if we sit by and allow violations to occur, or worse, we encourage them or support them, we could end up losing significant amounts of funding that are only available if we comply and attempt to comply with the state and the federal orders. So it's very important that we continue to enforce the law and enforce the rules while we simultaneously work with the Board of Supervisors, the Governor's Office, and our legislators to move Orange County and Costa Mesa forward. And so that is the end of my comment this evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we have the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted upon in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the City Council staff or the public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Madam Clerk, has the council or the public requested any items to be pulled?
No, Madam Mayor, I have not received any requests.
Okay, council, if you would raise your hand on the participants button and I will, okay, Councilmember Guinness, did you want to make a motion?
No, actually, I wanted to address the previous comments as a point of order pursuant to our municipal code. The letter that was signed did not specifically talk about an action of the council. It requested the council to re-examine the issues, not to actually move one direction or the other. I mean, there was obviously a certain sentiment that was reflected, but the letter did not say, do this. It said, council, please just re-examine. It was worded a little odd, but it did not actually say, it did not. Anyway, I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, do you
But
have?
I'll make a motion on the consent calendar. I'll move to approve.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, call for the question by voice vote. Ms. Green?
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes. Okay. Did you want to announce the vote?
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Okay, we'll have one public hearing tonight. And Ms. Green, will you please read the title?
Yes. Public hearing for 2020-2024 Consolidated Plan, including fiscal year 2020-2021 funding for priorities for the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, and Home Investment Partnerships Program, and 2020 to 2024 Orange County analysis of impediments to fair housing choice. Presentation by Ms. Ballins Colleen, Zoning Administrator, and Mr. Linares, CDBG Home Coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ballins Colleen, are you on the call?
I am, Madam Mayor, but I'm going to defer to Mr. Linares to give the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Nice to hear your voice. Hope you're doing well.
Thank you.
Mr. Linares.
Good evening, Mayor. Bear with me a second here. I'm a rookie at this.
No worries.
There we go. Thank you, Mayor, City Council. This evening, this item before you is the 2020-24 Consolidated Plan and the 2021 Annual Action Plan, and also including the Impediments to Fair Housing Analysis, which is an Orange County-wide document. I'm going to be presenting tonight with Ms. Alexis Bueno with Veronica Tam and Associates. Veronica Tam and Associates is actually the firm that prepared the consolidated plan. But just very briefly, just wanted to provide a little background. The city is slated to receive approximately $1.6 million in funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for the Home Investment Partnership Grants Program, the HOME program, and Community Development Block Grant, the CDBG program. The HOME program is used for preserving, increasing the housing opportunities, specifically for low-income Costa Mesa residents. And CDBG funds must meet one of three national objectives: the elimination of blight, meeting an urgent need, and benefiting low and moderate income individuals. In order to receive the funds, the city is required to prepare a consolidated plan every 3 to 5 years. And then annually, we do an action plan, which is the document that the council is most familiar with. And then we've always had to prepare the impediments of fair housing analysis, but HUD has modified those rules recently. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Bueno. I believe that she should be online to talk about the consolidated plan.
Hello, Mike. Good evening. So my name is Alexis Bueno, and like Mike said, I worked with Veronica Tam and Associates to prepare the consolidated plan. Next slide. So the consolidated plan is required to receive the community development and housing funds from HUD. It is a 5-year strategic plan, in this case from 2020 to 2024. It includes an analysis of housing and community development needs, which includes household characteristics and extent of housing problems, and then a review of the special needs communities and housing stock. Then we developed a strategy, which means projects and programs to address those needs, and an annual plan of actions. Next. Thank you. In order to do this, we conducted multiple outreach efforts. This included a community needs survey, which was available as a hard copy and online for about 3 months, from September to December of last year. There were internet links and QR codes that we prepared some flyers that we distributed to the city to be distributed through public places. Next slide. We also conducted 2 community meetings back in October at the Costa Mesa Senior Center. For this, we advertised by sending postcards to a CDBG master distribution list, which included 37 agencies. In both the survey and the meetings, we asked the participants to rank the level of need for activities within 7 categories. These are the 7 categories for which CDBG funds can be used and include community facilities, community services, services for special needs populations, business development and jobs, residential infrastructure, neighborhood services, and affordable housing. Next. So based on the results of both the community meetings and the survey, we were able to establish high priority needs and goals that were associated with those ranked level of needs. These were housing preservation, infrastructure and facility improvements, continuing to support the homeless continuum of care, public social services, and program administration. These results were actually presented to the ad hoc committee, public service grant committee, before their applications to assist them in their allocation recommendations, which I believe Mike will talk about shortly. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to Mike. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm just give an overview of the proposed 2020-21 action plan. So specifically, the city is slated to receive $505,820 in home funds. Is approximately 11% more than the current year grant. We've also identified $75,000 in prior year program income. That's income received by the city through repayment of prior funded housing rehabilitation loans. For CDBG, the city will receive $1,136,557. This is approximately 9% more than the city's current grant. Additionally, we've identified another $233,300 in prior year funds that will be available to program next year. Staff is recommending funding for the home program in 4 general categories. The city's housing rehabilitation program, loans and grants to low and moderate income homeowners. A new program, tenant-based rental assistance. This would be a monthly subsidy to low-income residents to pay for a portion of their rent. The CHODO, or affordable housing set-aside, that's a minimum of 15%. We're actually allocating more, or recommending more than 15% for that program. And then program administration for home, which is capped at 10% of the grant. For CDBG, 5 general activities recommended for funding: housing rehabilitation, public service grants capped at 15% of the grant, so $170,400 is available. Capital improvement projects, code enforcement, and program administration, which is limited to 20% of the grant. As Alexis had mentioned, the city's housing and public service grant ad hoc committee plays an active role in the allocation of the public service grants. Once again, based on the 15% cap, $170,400 was available. The city received 8 applications for funding for the next fiscal year, requesting $160,000. So you can see we already had a little bit of extra funding. We had 1 application that actually withdrew just prior to the interviews. So the committee had approximately $25,000, I'm going to call them extra dollars, to allocate. The committee met on March 11th. They did their interviews and developed their funding recommendations for your consideration. and they did allocate the extra funds that were available. This table is similar to the table that's in the staff report table 2. It outlines the funding recommendations of the committee, how much was requested by the agencies, the average score of the committee, that as the rating score, and then their recommendation for your consideration. This pie chart just basically puts their recommendations into categories and provides that percentage. Senior services, homeless services, youth services, and low and moderate income services. So you can see the breakdown by percentage. And this is the committee's recommendation to allocate the full amount. Very briefly on the analysis impediments to fair housing. As I indicated earlier, the city has always had to prepare an analysis impediments to fair housing as a recipient of the home and CDBG funds. The HUD encourages cities to work together regionally to prepare the documents. The city has always participated in a regional or multi-jurisdictional fair housing document. The change this time out is HUD is requiring the adoption or the approval of the citizen participation, or excuse me, the analysis of impediments to fair housing to follow the same process, the same format as a consolidated plan. So that's why we've brought it to you as part of the consolidated plan document. Finally, I just want to give a brief update. Previous discussions about the CARES Act, just wanted to bring to the council's attention, the city has received notification from HUD that it will receive some community development block grant coronavirus CDBG CV funding, as they're calling it. This is from the CARES Act, which was approved in late March. The city will receive $668,658. Important to keep in mind, these funds must be used to prevent, prepare, or respond to the coronavirus, and they cannot be used to supplant existing funding sources. HUD has been issuing regulatory waivers to help implement the program. Some of the waivers that they've issued to date has been the elimination of the 15% cap for public services, and they're also allowing for a very compressed public participation process, reducing the 30-day comment period down to a 5-day comment period, and then also allowing for virtual public hearings such as the one that we're holding today. Unfortunately, that's about as much as the guidance that they provided today. To date, we're still waiting for that final guidance and for any additional waivers that we'll know how we can implement proposed programs in a much more timely manner. So in summary, just again, the action item asks that the City Council hold a public hearing for the 2020-2024 Consolidated Plan, the 2021 Annual Action Plan, and then the 2024 Orange County Analysis Impediments to Fair Housing. Approve the recommendations of staff for CDBG and home funds, and then adopt a resolution approving the documents and authorizing staff to submit the documents to HUD, and then for the city manager to execute the documents. That concludes their presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, council, let's see, are there Councilmember Stevens, do you have questions or is that left over? Mayor Pro Tem?
Left over.
Okay, Ms. Green, can you clear the board? Councilmember Guinness, did you have, no. Okay, I don't see any questions, so we'll open this item up for public comment. Ms. Green, is there anyone who is wishing to speak to this item?
I have questions.
Oh, okay, well, your hand went away, so.
Yeah, she cleared the board and I've hit it up again as fast as I could.
Thank you, Councilmember Guinness.
Okay, I have several questions. There is a discussion of the CDBG, a little blurb here, that we're eligible for $668,000 in the CDBG CV funds. And I wondered why that we didn't put it in the consolidated plan now as opposed to looking forward to an amendment.
Mayor Council, I think that the original plan was to have it as part of the, actually to bring the item to you on May 5th. We've been getting a lot of false starts with HUD, specifically on the waivers for the CDBG program, CDBG CV program. Some of the other waivers that HUD has issued for some of the homeless programs, public housing, have been fairly significant. They've waived some very significant regulations that would really help streamline implementing either a business program, public service programs. So we were waiting so we could put together a full recommendation for you. HUD is also recommending that we actually use the current action plan, the 2019 action plan, as a vehicle to import the dollars into the city's line of credit. If we were to put it in the 2020 action plan, which is the consolidated plan, the HUD actually has 45 days to approve that plan. So it kind of go on the back burner while everybody else that used 2019 option would be getting in front and getting their amendments approved sooner.
Oh, well, that makes a lot of sense because we don't want to do that. And then how much money do we have in total that we've set aside for Choto? Not just for this year, but in the whole account.
Oh, I would have to get back to you, Councilman. I don't have that number in front of me.
Okay, and on the breakdown on the home funds, I know traditionally we have put probably the bulk of the money into housing rehab, and we're suggesting like 75,000 go into a tenant-based assistance. And it seems like that's going to be something we're going to need a whole lot of, particularly this year, as people try to make up, say people who have had a rental deferment, try to make up past rents and so forth. I was wondering, was there any thought given to putting more money into the rental program versus the housing rehab, particularly in light of the problems for this year?
Excuse me, Mayor Council. Obviously, any of the allocate, these are recommendations, so staff's open to any reallocation of funds that may be suggested. One of the initially when we put the TBRA program into the action plan, it was kind of before this pandemic started. So our numbers have kind of been stuck in place for a little bit. However, I will say this is the city receives about $150,000 to $200,000 in program income, repayment of loans coming in, and we would be able to use that funding if we needed more funds for the TBRA program. They could be targeted for that program. Because also it is a pilot program. The city ran a TBRA program many years ago, maybe about well over 20 years ago. So in essence, it's a new program and we really have to gear up to it. So I think that's why initially we kind of kept the dollar amount slow, since we knew we'd have to kind of have a learning curve to get the program up and operating.
And are there organizations that we could just contract with for that? Because if we're only contemplating 4 households, or even if we were contemplating a dozen households, it would seem that there are organizations that run through many, many times that. For example, the Housing Authority, of course, they may have different criteria than we might wish to exercise, but could we just contract with someone for that?
In the prior experience, the city did use a nonprofit to run the program. There are some that are out there that are running tenant-based rental assistance programs right now that other cities are using. So no doubt we would touch base with them and see if they're able to work through the city program. And the Housing Authority, I know in other cities that I work with, we've touched base with the Housing Authority and posed the question to them. And as you indicated, sometimes their program's a little bit different. But it's definitely worth asking again. There's no harm in asking again, hey, can you help us out with this program? So I think the idea is definitely we have it operated by a nonprofit or maybe the housing.
Because that would seem to be the best idea, because there's a reference to designing the program and identifying, I think identifying resources to administer the program is key. Really targeting who we want to target, but we don't want to be reinventing the wheel when there are people who do this and do this quite well. And those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Guinness. I show Councilmember Mansour and then Mayor Pro Tem Stevens in the queue. And Ms. Green, can you clear Councilmember Guinness? Thank you. Mayor, Councilmember Mansour.
Thank you. Mr. Linares, following up on Councilmember Guinness's comments. So can you give me the background? I apologize if I missed it, but where did the TEBRA come from? It says it's a proposed new program and that we had one back in the 90s. So how did this come up again, and why is it coming up again if it has such high administrative costs?
Council member, I'm sorry, I think I missed the first part of your question. I apologize.
He wants to know why this item is up again.
It says it's a proposed new program, and that we operated one before in the 90s. So what's causing this to come up again, especially in light of the high administrative costs?
Well, Mayor, Council, I think, like I said, back, I was not with the city at the time when the first program was being operated. That was my understanding of why the city terminated the program back then. I think it's come up recently, obviously, with the housing shortage in Orange County in general. And then again, this was thought of and put into the action plan before the pandemic hit. So now it kind of raises even more attention to this type of program or service.
I think so. It was brought forward by a committee, or someone asked for it, or how did it come about?
I'll speak.
I think it was.
I can speak. To
Ms. Farrell Harrison, go ahead.
Yes. So we've had a number of study sessions related to how the housing element, development, RENA allocations, et cetera, and just overall housing discussions related to updating our housing element, talking about the new RENA allocations, and looking at the services that we're providing as it relates to housing. And so months ago, when we had 2 study sessions related to the housing element and our efforts moving forward, I had mentioned the tenant-based rental assistance program as one of the many ways that we can do 2 things. One, expand the network of services that are available for people with housing insecurity, and also a way to transition folks from our homeless shelter into housing on an even more rapid basis. We've had incredible success with our homeless shelter in terms of housing. The TVRA programs offer unique opportunities as well. And so I wouldn't say so much that the program has high administrative costs. There are many retired annuitants that I even know of personally that we could reach out to bring back on a part-time basis, that have worked for other larger cities with housing authorities that could help administer the program. The benefit of TBRA is it provides rental assistance in small amounts where it can really make a difference in 2 things. 1, eviction prevention and ending up on the streets, or 2, moving from a shelter into housing where you can have the first month's rent and a security deposit paid very easily for very small sums of funds. So this is one of the many tools that we brought forward for consideration during our study sessions. We've also talked about inclusionary housing ordinances and other approaches to just expand the network of housing opportunities and how to continue to keep families safe and secure, not falling through our safety net. Now, of course, it rises to another level of significance given COVID. But the conversations initially originated as we were discussing the housing element update and also RENA numbers, and then of course our homeless shelter services and providing a better suite of services for moving people out of the shelter into homelessness and into permanent homelessness at that, which with a very small investment that could go a very long way.
Thank you. Did you have anything else, Councilor Mansour?
Another question for Mr. Linares. So does anything in tonight's recommendations include funding for new business item 1, which is next? It mentions that the next program we're going to be discussing could possibly be funded with CDBG CV funds. I guess that's a new heading for coronavirus. So that's a new fund. Does this include any funding for new business 1?
Mayor, Council, the the recommendation in the action plan for next fiscal year 2021 does not have any funding for a business program.
Okay, so there's none of that in what we're voting on right now.
Oh, it's the next item.
No, I understand that. I guess my question would be when
as
we
recommended,
get to the next item, when we get to the next item and we talk about potentially funding it through CDBG CV funds, is that something we're going to have to vote on at the next go around of CDBG funds?
No.
So that's separate than this. That's not related to this. Ms. Farrell Harrison, can you explain?
So is that different? CDBG CV funds are different than CDBG funds?
It's a different pot of funding. And so we worked on these two agenda reports on parallel tracks. What would happen with the CDBG CV funds, which are the next item, is we will bring that forward along with the budget for final adoption and inclusion into an appropriation inclusion into the plans accordingly.
So my question is CDBG CV funds are a completely different separate application process, separate from what we're discussing right now.
Yes, and it's funding that's been made available by the federal government specifically related to COVID expenses and additional programs.
Okay.
Separate and apart and above and beyond our standard CDBG.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Yes, so Mr. Linares, you indicated that the allocation that we have on our screen was determined kind of before we hit this COVID crisis. I've listened, to Councilmember Guinness. I thought she made some really good points. And then, of course, City Manager Farrell Harrison. If you, and also City Manager can respond to this too. If today you were doing this allocation, knowing what you know about COVID and how it has affected the housing insecurity of tenants in Costa Mesa, how would you reallocate the numbers between housing rehab and TBRA?
Ms. Farrell Harrison or Mr. Linares, whomever wishes to respond.
Mayor, Council, the 275,000 is right about the same range that the city pretty much on an annual basis expends on housing rehabilitation program. So that's, there may be some room there to allocate some dollars. We could always limit the number of potential loans or grants that are funded. There's a reason why I'm sitting here and you guys are up there, though.
So it's within our discretion. Is that what you're trying to say, Mr. Linares?
It is, yes, it is.
Okay. Ms. Farrell Harrison, is there anything that you would add to that?
And I would add a couple of things for consideration. One is if we were to increase the funding, I think another 75,000 for even 150,000 for a TBRA and housing rehab of 200,000, I think is a good enough mix. But there is one very distinctive difference between the housing rehab program and the TBRA. And so with the housing rehab program, it is a revolving loan. And so one could argue there's more opportunity for a greater participation because as loans get repaid, right, the money comes back into the system and it continues to revolve. On the other hand, the TBRA addresses a whole different population, which we may possibly have more of now with COVID, which is, the families that are housing insecure, that if they fall through the safety net, there'll be many more implications for themselves, their families, and of course, just the impact on all of the safety net services. So that there's more of an immediate need, I would say, obviously on the TBRA side at this point than on the housing rehab point.
I have one more quick question for Mr. Linares. So in terms of a nonprofit who has experience administering a TBRA program, do you know whether Families Forward has that capacity? They've just started to operate in Costa Mesa, and I know that they have a really good reputation of longstanding in Orange County.
Mayor, Council, I haven't spoken to Families Forward specifically about TBRA. I did touch base with them about a homelessness prevention program, again, to use the CDBG CV funding. That would be, maybe 1 time, 2 months of rent and utility assistance. I don't know if they do TBRA. It is a slightly different program than the prevention program that I just talked about. But the city does have a good working relationships with them, so we could reach out to them and other nonprofits. The city manager has indicated she has some other individuals and firms as well. So we can probably try to reach out to several and try to get a good idea what it will cost to run the program.
Yeah, I see they're one of our grant recipients.
Yes,
At
Families
least
Forward
pending.
is, yes.
Okay, I want to open it up to public comment if there are no other questions. If you could take the slide down, or you can leave it up, I suppose. Ms. Green, do we have any people? Looks like we have Costa Mesa Opportunity Zone for public comment.
Okay, I just unmuted Costa Mesa Opportunity Zone.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I just have one quick question. Does the consolidated plan take into consideration the block grant monies that are earmarked specifically for opportunity zones? And the 2 census tracts that are in our opportunity zone, I counted one of them as a census worker, and it completely was low to moderate income housing in the Mesa West overlay. And because the census, because there's only 19 months left over for the full benefit to the capital gains private investor to match block grant monies, I'm curious why that's not integrated into the same time frame with the consolidated plan. The governor's office, I sit in on their weekly seminars or webinars every week, and they're announcing block grant monies for opportunity zones that are now funneling down through the state. And I'm just kind of surprised that it's not built into this plan in the same time period. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. And seeing no other public comment, did we have any other messages to read?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I have one from the Kennedy Commission, and this is going to go longer. And so just for everybody,
okay.
All the public comments that have been written in are posted on the website. So you could read the whole letter there.
Okay.
The Kennedy Commission, I'm going to begin. The Kennedy Commission is a broad-based coalition of residents and community organizations that advocates for the production of homes affordable for families earning less than $20,000 annually in Orange County. Formed in 2001, the Commission has been successful in partnering and working with Orange County jurisdictions to create effective housing and land use policies that has led to the new construction of homes affordable to lower income working families. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated needs that were already existing in our communities. While there are moratoriums on evictions in this city, housing costs are still a major concern, particularly for lower income households who may be at risk of homelessness once the moratorium is lifted. Our recommendation would be that these investments are made in a way that addresses immediate housing needs and creates opportunities that can be leveraged in the near future to create new permanent affordable housing opportunities. The Commission supports the creation of a tenant-based rental assistance program. However, the Commission believes the city should increase the amount being proposed for the program from $75K to at least $200K, if not more, given that the amount proposed by the city is too low to provide sufficient help to residents. For example, the city of Buena Park allocated $500,000 in home funds to the rental assistance on April 28th. Similarly, other cities in Orange County have allocated funds to their respective rental assistance programs that exceed the amount proposed by the city of Costa Mesa. It is crucial that the city prioritize allocating more funds to the TBRA program, given that residents' ability to pay rent, especially that of very low income residents, has been severely impacted by the COVID-19 crisis. It's imperative that residents are able to remain housed during this pandemic and help reduce the risk of contagion. Furthermore, it is important that the city define the rent standard it will use to dictate how much money residents will receive from the program in a way that truly reflects the critical need of very low-income residents. The California Department of Housing and Community Development has established that for the year 2020, the median income for a family of 4 in Orange County is $103,000. However, that number drastically decreases for extremely low-income residents, $38,450, and very low-income residents, $64,050. The county is consistently ranked among the top 10 least affordable metropolitan areas in the country. A resident must earn at least $39.17 per hour to a 42-bedroom apartment at a fair market rent of $1,876 a month. This income equates to roughly $83,000 per year, which exceeds the extremely low and very low medium income levels. Thus, the rent standard should be defined in a way that makes the program truly accessible to extremely low and very low income residents. Okay, that is the 3 minutes, and so the rest of the letter is on site. Also, we have one voicemail. Staff thinks we have figured out how to allow the voicemail to be played without echo or feedback, so we're going to try that now. Ms. Bennett will play it.
Calling regarding item public hearing for 2020 to 2024 consolidated plan, including fiscal year 2020-2021 pending priorities for the Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership Program in Orange County. And I am calling on behalf of Meals on Wheels Orange County. I would like to thank you all for your continued support of our lunch cafe and home delivered meals program over the years. In the wake of these dynamic times, we have adapted our programs to continue serving the senior population. When California issued stay-at-home orders, we immediately converted our lunch cafe congregate meal programs to grab-and-go frozen meals that can be picked up at the sites or delivered by centers to the home. We also ramped up our Meals on Wheels home delivered meals program, all while following many social distancing and disinfecting guidelines. Through the incredible dedication and tireless work of our staff, combined with unparalleled support and commitment of our city and nonprofit partners and the county, we have been able to expand serving levels. Our Lunch Cafe program has provided nutritious meals to a growing number of seniors in the city of Costa Mesa, serving an average of 60 daily participants, a total of 1,313 meals in February, and increasing nearly six-fold to serving 348 participants, a total of 7,658 meals in April. The number of senior participants receiving our nutritional support has been increasing week by week. Our home delivered meals program is providing 3 meals a day, 5 days a week to 39 senior residents in the city of Costa Mesa. Together with our volunteer supporters and partners, we make Meals on Wheels Orange County an essential force, providing our older neighbors with life-sustaining nourishment, care, and resources. On behalf of the board and management team, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We look forward to continuing our partnership and providing much needed support to the community in the years to come. My name is Irene Martinez. I am the Care Coordination Supervisor with Meals on Wheels Orange County. I can be reached at 714-229-3372. Also via email, imartinez@mealsonwheelsoc.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That concludes our public comments.
Okay, Council, if you could, Mr. Linares, close out the slide. Council, can I have a motion? Someone get a hand raise on the participants bar. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
I'll move all of the staff recommendations with the exception of the allocation between the home rehab and the tenant-based rental assistance. And I would propose in my motion that the reallocation be 200 for the home rehabilitation and 150 for tenant-based rental assistance.
Second. Okay. Did you want to speak to the motion?
No, I just basically, I think that's a high need at this time that we should allocate more money to. I appreciate that Councilmember Guinness brought that to our attention, and that the recommendation of the city manager.
Okay, Councilmember Guinness, did you want to speak?
No, I was going to second his motion, but you did, so that's fine.
Okay. Okay, Councilmember Reynolds, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I just wanted to give thanks to the committee, the ad hoc committee that gets together to review the applications for the community development block grants. Councilmember Chavez and I sit in on those meetings, and it's really impressive what that group does. They get, I left my desk to go grab that folder. It's a little demo day. They get this packet of material with less than a week to review all those applications, and they come in with those applications, that book marked up, stickies. They've got a lot of notes prepared. So I just want to thank all of those members. I think they spend 5+ hours hearing the applicants give their interviews, and then there's a lot of really good discussion. So thank you to the residents who participate in that committee.
Thank you. And I have one question along that line. The 25,000, I think, that went to the youth employment services. Do we, now that youth employment services is no longer in Costa Mesa, does that matter, Mr. Linares? Is he there?
I'm here, sorry. No, it does not. As long as they provide documentation that they are still serving Costa Mesa residents, we're able to continue to fund them.
Okay, great. Okay, call for the question by voice vote. Ms. Green?
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. It is 8:52, and we've all been sitting here since 4 o'clock, essentially. So I think before we go to the next item, I would like to take we'll take a 5-minute bathroom break, okay? Don't forget to turn your video off. for the break. And City Clerk, will you please read the title? We have no old business items. We have 7 new business items. So got a marathon here. So please read the title for new business item number 1.
Approve the launch of an emergency small business loan program in partnership with Small Business Development Center, SBDC, and Main Street Launch, a community development financial institution. Presentation by Mr. Enlows, Economic Development Administrator, and Mr. Barry Curtis, Director.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Enlows.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you so much, Mayor and fellow City Council members. I'm thankful to be here with you this evening to share staff's efforts and our response to City Council's direction in looking into a small business loan program. Staff recommendations are here. City Council would include City Council to allow for the city to move forward with a public-private partnership that would allow for a small business loan program that could deploy a minimum of $250,000 to small businesses in dire need of financial assistance, and also allow for us to pursue grant applications specifically pointed at revolving loan fund or other acts to respond to COVID to increase or augment this loan program as well. Since the city is being impacted, just like everyone else, from the adverse economic impacts from the pandemic, staff is recommending a partnership that will leverage existing nonprofit and government agencies. Since this includes about 6 partners, I would like to take some time quickly to explain this collaboration. So it obviously all starts with struggling businesses that are in our city, and an issue and a desire from our city to act. Since we have limited staff and we're experiencing the economic adverse impacts of COVID as well, we sought out professionals in this arena that would be able to be our nonprofit partners. This includes SBDC and Main Street Launch as Community Development Financial Institution. SBDC would be the trainer in this scenario. They would work with small businesses, identify the potential businesses that might be able to benefit from this loan program, help them through the application process, help them understand the pieces of the application, and prepare that entire application so it's ready for submittal to Main Street Launch. Main Street Launch would be the lender. They would be the person responsible for holding that fund and issuing out or deploying the loans to appropriate qualified businesses. The city would be leveraging in this recommendation funds from the federal government through the CARES Act funds that are being distilled through various federal agencies, the HUD, EDA, and so forth. And in our partnership with Main Street Launch, they've also are willing to work with us to allow us to create a donation portal where as businesses, philanthropic agencies, or local residents can also contribute to increase or augment this fund to help more businesses. As the loan program continues, the SBDC, as mentioned, would help the city develop the application process, make sure that it's as streamlined and as efficient as possible while still meeting the requirements that the city's proposed in the staff report, and additional fine-tuning that would be required to make sure each applicant is prepared and ready to be reviewed by Main Street Launch. And as mentioned, Main Street Launch would be the one to review the eligibility requirements, certify that they have met those requirements, and once deemed applicable or qualified, issue the loan. So that business, that struggling business, can go directly to Main Street Launch for its needs and seek out assistance directly with Main Street Launch, or can start with SBDC and get the necessary help it may need, since this focuses on small businesses and several small businesses need help kind of navigating these resources. So once we issue, once the loan has been issued by Main Street Launch, we now have a business that's been given additional funding, fiscal support that's most needed at this time. But our last partner comes into play if for whatever reason the deployed loan or that specifically that business defaults and is unable to pay back that loan. And that partner is iBank. iBank has instituted pretty much a game changer right now in response to COVID, which is a loan guarantee program, which would allow for 95% of the loan that qualifies and is part of that program to be put back into that fund to be eligible to be reissued to another business. And that's saving another and helping another business move forward and get the funding it needs. And so basically what this is showing is we're leveraging partners that already exist in the sphere, leveraging experience that's already in our environment in Southern California. SBDC has been operating in Southern California for a long time, working with several cities to issue these types of loan programs. And Main Street Launch has been working with several cities and being the lender that operates the loan programs. And basically this creates a community of support. 6 agencies, nonprofits, and federal agencies that are able to come together to help buoy up our businesses, focusing on those businesses that have the greatest impact to secure economic prosperity for the entire community, and we move forward. So now that I've discussed the structure of the partnership, it is important to recognize the initial purpose of these loans. It is to help ebb the tide of adverse impacts from the pandemic. Based on the funding the city can secure for this program, the structure, requirements, and application must be focused on the funds having the greatest impact to the community of businesses within the city. Funding is focusing on dollars coming from the CARES Act as it is distilled from the various federal, state, and regional agencies. As was previously discussed, the most present being the CDBG fund, CV dollars currently awarded to the city, which this use would be a qualified activity for. But this structure also ensures that we remain open to other funding sources. For example, our partner Main Street Launch's willingness to work with us to develop a portal for donations and grants from philanthropic agencies and business activities or other businesses and other residents. This also brings us into why initiating a small business loan program now is so important. Besides the incredibly important fact that our small business loan program now is critical to economic recovery for many businesses in our city who have now gone 5 months, 5 weeks or more into their reserves. Additionally, important reasons include iBank's loan guarantee program, which if we're able to act quickly and act fast, we'll be able to have our loans go through that program, and includes, which also was verified by a representative from iBank that confirmed that the proposed program would qualify for instituting a loan guarantee program. Furthermore, leveraging our initial funds and city effort in establishing this program with funding will help make future grant applications far more competitive. This is confirmed in our exploratory conversations with the EDA and their CARES Act grant assistance program that allows for an 80-20 match, which would allow the $250,000 we're discussing or proposing to be part of this loan program to allow us to leverage it to apply for $1 million through this program. The eligibility requirements as listed in the staff report focus on businesses hardest hit by the pandemic, businesses with high visibility, businesses that have the greatest potential for impact or on other businesses, small businesses less able to secure funding, and many other reasons that help us kind of take that $250,000 and focus it with laser focus on those businesses that can have the greatest impact. The proposed loan terms for this program is incredibly accommodating. The interest rates are below that of the EIDL program from the SBA. The loan terms allow for an elongated time to pay the loan back, and each loan is given a 4-month deferment, or that's at least what's proposed. As you can understand, this is a time-sensitive issue. As businesses are struggling, cities are looking to show that they have money that they've already pointed towards these programs to ensure that they're more eligible, more competitive for grant applications, and that the sooner we launch, we're able to leverage the loan guarantee program through the iBank, which truly is a paradigm shift in these types of loan programs. So I conclude with our staff recommendations that allow us to move forward on a public-private partnership that leverages existing skills and benefits our local businesses. This is a quick presentation because I know you have a long night, but I'm here to answer any questions that you have about this program. I'm sure Barry is as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Inlows. Thanks for that presentation. Looks like I have Councilmember Marr and Mayor Pro Tem Stevens and Councilmember Reynolds in the queue. Councilmember Mansour. Councilmember Marr.
Can you, thanks, Dan. This is just really great. I commented to the city manager when I was reading the staff report. I felt like I could hear your voice in my head and I could hear your excitement over the program at the same time. So can you just go back to the slide about funding sources and make sure we're all clear about where the capital would be coming from to get this launched?
Sure. So as it currently stands, as was mentioned in the previous conversation, there is a great deal of conversation and a lot of things kind of evolving out of the CARES Act funding through the various programs. Obviously, the most distilled at this point, the clearest option that we already have an award letter in hand for would be the CDBG CV funds. But there, as the way the staff recommendations are written and the flexibility given to the city manager is to also be able to pursue these other funding sources to enhance the program.
So if I understood the previous report, though, that there were still some questions about the use of the CDBG CV fund, are you concerned that that could delay given your desire to expedite this for the iBank?
Right. So we're definitely in a kind of a tug back and forth on timing. This is reason why we structured the staff report the way we did. As it is right now, from feedback we've received from CDBG CV, historically these types of programs would be approved, and the waivers that are coming out of CDBG about CDBG funds typically are to make more relax the program to allow for it to be able to address COVID. And this is definitely an activity that's addressing the impacts of COVID. But you're spot on in the sense that there's going to be some play here with timing because we want to be able to move quickly so that we can be able to leverage the iBank, apply for EDA funds, but at the same time balance that against making sure that we can move forward confidently with the funding sources.
Okay. I mean, I know that the initial staff report, we had contemplated the use of general funds. Given what's coming later in the agenda, I completely understand why we pivoted away from that position because we're going to struggle with our general funds. I'm wondering if there is a need for like a stopgap or like startup funding that can be either reimbursed or backfilled to make sure that we can at least like get a program rolling, or if we think that's even a need or a concern.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Marr, we believe we will be coming back as the city manager indicated at your next meeting with CDBG CV funds. We also believe that there will be opportunity for CARES Act funding available in the very near future. So we don't really have a concern that we need a stopgap on this. We believe that we have opportunities to do this. It's really more at this point a matter of putting the puzzle together to make sure we're using the right funds and the right sources to best leverage our opportunities.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That was it.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Yes, so I just want to say how much I appreciated this PowerPoint, and in particular, the slide with the pictures where you were adding to it. For somebody who's a visual like me, it was very good and a very creative use of the PowerPoint medium. So thank you, not only for the substance, but the way it was presented. I just have a couple of questions. So we had talked previously about a similar but slightly different program, which is microfinancing, where community members through other platforms we talked about Kiva. I think there are some others. Could lend to businesses as little as $25. Is that dead, or are we still working on a program like that in addition to what you presented here?
So Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, I will tell you that we did do some legwork in this arena. We did some research. We spoke with Kiva representatives, since they are one of the predominant micro lenders in this area, and they've been recently creating some partnerships in the Southern California area through LISC and so forth. In those conversations, it was very clear that any business that wishes to participate in the micro lending platform, any of the platforms, can do so, and they can engage in that platform without city participation. The way that the city would potentially engage with Kiva or any micro lender would be essentially calling themselves a hub. This would be participating in basically becoming an ambassador of Kiva, and then paying a membership to get the necessary training to be able to bring on board businesses to create a platform for success that they felt would increase their likelihood of getting the funding they need. With this platform, we're willing to continue to investigate it. But at this time, with the magnitude and the ability to really focus on Costa Mesa businesses and react quicker, we felt this was a program that could address that more comprehensively.
Could we at least just provide, like, on the website for the resources, how local businesses can go directly to Kiva and obtain microfinancing?
Absolutely. We can identify micro lending sources as part of the Costa Mesa Back program and put those in our resource guide as we reach out to businesses.
Okay, and then my only other question is just, what is your best estimate for the amount of time it takes from the time somebody applies for a loan? Let's say we've got the money and somebody applies until we go through the process where it gets approved along with the iBank guarantee approval.
Right. So the way this would set up is a lot of this would be pre-done. So the iBank approval for the entire loan program would happen before the launch. And the applications, everything would be pre-done. So when it finally is time for a business to say, we announce that we're launching the loan program, and a business comes to us to or goes directly to Main Street Launch to get the loan, it's a matter of weeks before they can be reviewed and approved by Main Street. Now, this is assuming they don't need a little bit of extra help from SBDC. If they go to SBDC, get help with the applications put together, just like our planning applications, right? If there's a little bit of help, that elongates the process. But just the review process from Main Street Launch, since they've been doing this for a while, it's a two-step process, and it's fairly straightforward.
Thank you. Great job. I appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Councilmember Reynolds and Councilmember Mansour.
Thank you, Mr. Inlows, for that presentation. A couple questions. Oh yeah, okay. Can you talk a little bit about the donation platform, the last recommendation?
Sure. So one of the things we were definitely considering as we were moving through this was additional funding sources that might become available through philanthropic entities, community members who are charitable. And so funneling these resources, opposed to kind of having all these different competitive kind of locations, funneling those resources directly into a loan program that we can then issue out to qualified businesses that could potentially have the greatest impact, we thought was very important. And so this is something we're going to further develop with Main Street Launch. We need to further talk about what this is going to look like, whether it's just going to be a donate button on the Costa Mesa Back website that's going to channel people over to Main Street Launch to direct that funding. What is important to note is all funding that goes into Main Street Launch, whether it's the initial $250,000 or donations or what have you, there's only an admin fee for the initial deployment of 15%, which is actually stays under what CDBG previously had as their cap. And that's because Main Street Launch is a nonprofit. So that 15% admin is to go for the deployment, the review, the oversight, the collection of payments, the audit of those loans. And so hopefully that answers your question. They would be treated the rest as similar to the rest of the funds that would be put into the pot.
So if a resident donated $1,000, it wouldn't there wouldn't be a 15% cut from that donation.
There would be. There would be all loan funds that come into the fund. Yeah. There would be a 15% administration charge on those funds before, and then they'd be deployed.
On all funds. Okay. Yeah, I think that's an important consideration if we're sort of encouraging the public to directly support our small businesses, because that is a pretty significant cut versus some of the other recommendations we've been making, like going and buying gift cards, or of course just spending your money at those businesses. So I want to be very clear about that when encouraging residents or anyone to donate.
The idea for this donation platform is definitely for those donations or contributions that are more significant. If you're looking to someone donate $25, we definitely would recommend that you go and patronize one of our businesses directly.
Yeah. Okay. And then I'm curious about the sort of the screening process and the eligibility criteria. I think one of the advantages, of course, of working with an organization that does this type of program a lot, right? I assume they've developed some pretty good evaluation criteria for what businesses are going to give the biggest bang for the buck. And I understand from your staff report that the intent is that that's as objective as possible. But I'd like to understand a little bit more how we determine which businesses are going to be sort of the most beneficial, and especially how I sort of thinking of a worst case scenario, right? Like what if all of the businesses that we end up giving loans to end up failing, right? So how do we sort of make sure that this becomes as productive as possible?
So if I understand you correctly, that sounds like two questions. So I will try to address the first one, which is the eligibility requirements and the screening requirement that's necessary. So this is one of the reasons why we have the SBDC as one of our partners. They would initially sit down and work with businesses to kind of get a sense of, very in a kind of nonprofit development center kind of way, why are you looking for these funding, for this funding? How much money do you actually need? For what you're trying to accomplish? What is your plan? Helping them kind of etch out what it is that's necessary to make sure that this business can be successful with this loan. And then there's the natural eligibility requirements that have been put in place that are recommended in the staff report that are here as well from the city to make sure that we have businesses that have a business license within the city of Costa Mesa, that they're a small business, that they have a brick and mortar storefront and a commercially zoned property. These are areas that are by far more impacted than ones potentially that have a home occupation permit or other vendors that have less visibility, less payment on their mortgage or their rent. These are obviously businesses that aren't large businesses. These are small businesses that potentially don't have the fiscal capacity to withstand the period of time that we've gone through this pandemic thus far. And then again, businesses that haven't been able to secure other loans. So this is kind of the city's screening of where businesses can be, what type of businesses we're focusing on. Because again, the kind of the difficulty with any type of program, while $250,000 is going to have an impact, and vacancies is not a percentage but a zero-sum game. You do not want to have a vacancy if you can afford to get away from it. The benefit here is we want to have the most impact. We want to select those businesses that have the greatest impact to everybody. And then that next level of screening happens with the actual agency itself, Main Street Launch, where they're actually looking at the viability of the business and making sure that it can repay its loan, and make sure that it's a viable a business to loan to. And then the last part of your question is how are we, because after all that screening, how are we trying to backstop ourselves so we can continue to use this money to leverage other businesses? And it's that quick action to try to make sure that our program can be vetted and be part of the loan guarantee program through iBank. So at least the initial deployment of those loans can be guaranteed. So 95% of the loans issued can come back to the city to be redeployed with other businesses.
So I had done some reading, feels like years ago, it's probably last year, when we were looking at sort of economic development strategies. And you'll probably recall I think had a recommendation for our finance director at the time to try to like source more within Costa Mesa, right? That was a big one. There's like multiplying effects of local businesses, and that higher local residents, right, that source from other local businesses for their products. So I was curious if there was discussion about that as part of the eligibility, that the employees be Costa Mesa residents, or that they're, some of that business's spending are from other Costa Mesa businesses.
We are working with a metric. We are working with a metric with Main Street Launch, who definitely is an expert in this field, on working with kind of a multiplier effect of looking for, it's listed in the eligibility requirements of a business that has the selecting out and identifying businesses that can that has a potential of impacting other businesses. So if that business is goes under, or is continues to struggle, it's going to negatively impact other Costa Mesa businesses. So that is definitely something in our eligibility requirements. We put it as a preference because it's difficult to quantify, at least overtly. But it is definitely going to be something that we use as a criteria to evaluate businesses. And that would definitely play into if a business already has partnerships with other businesses in the city, or are co-owned by other businesses or residents in the community. That would definitely fall into that category. Or could. Great.
Okay. So that sort of screening or evaluation is something that Main Street manages based on their experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Am I up?
Councilmember Mansour, and then Councilmember Guinness.
Thank you. I have a variety of questions and comments, concerns. I'll try to bring it all together and hopefully make sense, so please bear with me. I am concerned about spending money that we may not have, and I know it depends on the source of the money. I'll reiterate again what I said earlier. I think the best thing we can do for small businesses now is to let them open back up. And I think that should have been on tonight's agenda. I think they can do that safely, but I do want to help small businesses. I have a few concerns with this, and I'm trying to be as open-minded as I can, but the page 2 mentions that the city does not have the resources, and I agree, to promote, manage, issue, or audit loans. So I agree with that. But that's why we're going to go with these other 2 companies to help us. And one of the concerns I have is the 15% cut that they get. It just seems awfully high. And I think that takes away from the funds that we can use for actual businesses. One other concern I have is that there's no mention of defaults, and then on page 9, it mentions the high risk of the loans, which I agree, especially these days, that there is a big risk on these loans. So I'm concerned about defaults. But then I saw on page 8, you mentioned, Mr. Inlaws, you mentioned that the iBank. Is that a federal program? And it top of page 8 says that personal guarantees will only be required once the iBank program has been exhausted. So until that time, the iBank is going to guarantee these and pay us back the money. Is that if they default? Is that correct?
If we're able to activate our program, apply, and be accepted into the iBank program, which we've already spoken with a representative, our program would qualify. Just a matter of getting through the paperwork. they would provide a loan guarantee for our program, and up to 95% of the dollars deployed would return back to the city's fund.
Okay, and that's a federal program?
That's a state fund through the iBank.
A state fund, okay.
Sorry, state program through the iBank.
Okay, so
it's part of GoBiz.
Okay, so whose money is backing this up? Is it federal money? Is it, who is iBank? And whose money is on the hook here then? Who's gonna pay for this if there's a default?
So it's iBank's program, and they have the funding set aside already. I'm sorry, I do not have the exact amount that they have already set aside for this loan guarantee program, but it's the state that's providing the program through the iBank.
Okay, so it's our state tax dollars that are gonna back this up.
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me?
So, okay. So I'll put that, I'm gonna assume it's our tax money. Okay, so it seems to me that this is creates an incentive not to pay it back. If someone defaults, or they can default, we're gonna be paid by the iBank. That they don't have to, because it says personal guarantees will only be required once iBank program has been exhausted. So people aren't even gonna have to sign a personal guarantee to pay back the loan?
That is correct. During the initial phase of the program, as it is currently proposed in the staff report, there would be no personal guarantees. The personal guarantees are only required for the higher loan amounts in the proposed structure for the program that we have. I would say that many cities that are issuing this program, our neighbors and other cities throughout the state, have actually even decided to forego the personal guarantees or collaterals or other traditional forms of backing of loan because of the structure of the loan being, and a city being a participant and the difficult nature of collection.
Mr. Inlows, can you show the slide where it shows the personal guarantee, please?
Okay, so Mr. Inlows, my next question is, so this, the CDBG CV allocation fund, what would that normally be used for, or what would qualify for those funds if we didn't use it for this loan program? What are some of the other things that the CDBG CV allocation could be used for?
I would definitely point that question to one of my colleagues. While I do know this program would qualify, I'm not the one to speak to the varieties of other things that this money could be spent on.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, I think Mayor Pro Tem Stevens was up next, but did you have something you wanted to clarify?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. So the iBank was actually funded with state money like 15 years ago or so out of the general fund. And since then it's been self-sustaining because it also issues bonds and collects fees. And so it's actually a self-sustaining entity within the state.
Okay, but my question, so Mr. Inlows, does anyone at staff have an answer of what the CDBG CV allocation could be used for?
Yes. This is the
City manager, go ahead.
I'll respond, and I think Susan can also offer some additional comments. And so we're still getting the guidance, the full guidance from the federal government on the CDBG CV, but it can be used for things such as food insecurity. It can be used for homeless shelter services, etc. And so there's a variety of funding programs that we can use this for, consistent with CDBG guidelines. So that's why we're writing the agenda report broadly, so that we can use either EDA and or CDBG CV and or CARES Act funding that we will be getting, hopefully from the county, if that gets approved next week, so that we can maximize the use of the resources that we get to meet all of our different needs. So the reason for the urgency tonight is for us to be able to get at the front of the line on the iBank guarantee, right? Because we won't be able to get the iBank guarantee if it runs out as other cities move their projects forward as it relates to the economic recovery plans. But I'm confident that between CDBG CV and CARES Act funding, that we'll be able to meet the needs that we have for CDBG eligible expenses, whether it's our homeless shelter or other programs, plus the CARES Act funding that the county is looking to give us, which would be 75 million for all 34 cities as it relates to economic recovery, that we could leverage these funds creatively so that we can cover some of our own internal costs as it relates to COVID eligible expenses, then also provide economic recovery to our businesses.
Okay, and then so you're asking for Lori Ann, you're asking that you be the one to determine and have the flexibility to determine which funding source to use, whether it's city funds or CDBG CV funds.
Yes.
Well, not city funds, not general fund, not city.
Not general fund.
Not general fund.
No, he said CDBG.
What other source would you use if it's not the CDBG CV allocation?
She misunderstood you. You said CDBG CV funds. She thought you said general funds. So that's what
it looks like we. Okay, so I thought we have. Okay, I'm looking at page 5 in the middle. It says potential sources for local funding to initially launch the program are CDBG CV funding from HUD or the general fund.
Right.
Can you put the slide up? I'm sorry, Mr. Inlows, can you please put the slide up again? Maybe Councilmember Mansour missed this slide. Here we go. These are the funding sources that they are referring to.
Okay, so while I'm looking at the staff report, it says or the general fund. So
correct. I'll clarify.
They clarified that earlier. Can you please?
I'm clarifying again. Are we saying definitely we're not using any general fund dollars?
Correct. We are not using any general fund dollars, only CDBG CV or CARES Act funding. That's correct.
Well, it's still a concern because I want to know what all the options are for CDBG CV funds. And after we've heard our budget discussion tonight, I don't know, maybe we want to use 668,000 for something else in our budget. I don't know. That's a lot of cuts.
Yes.
That really, I think it would have made sense to have that budget discussion first and then this discussion.
Okay, do you have any other questions?
That's all the questions I have at this time.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Guinness. Or actually, yes, I think Councilmember Guinness, then Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Wait, which one of us is up?
You are.
Oh, okay. On the 400,000, what was the basis for that? Is that a ceiling that's set by one of the fund providers, or did we pick that?
The $400,000 was based on a calculation based on Costa Mesa businesses and whether a $30,000 loan could be able to cover a month of revenue.
Okay, because it just seems kind of small to me. I mean, that's a lot. 400,000 is a lot of money, but if we have a ceiling of 12 employees, you figure 12 employees, rent, supplies, that's a whole lot more than 400,000 if the employees are making even minimum wage, I think.
The 12 employee number was actually built on a response to make sure that we didn't cut out restaurants, small business restaurants that typically operate off of a diverse collection of different varied types of staff. And so their median was about 11. Median employment for small businesses was about 5 or 6. So we tried to pick something that was inclusive for the employee number, and then something that felt like we would be able to support, that we were providing loans to buoy up businesses in a real way through the cap on the loan amount for small businesses. But these are all proposed items. If you so desired, we could increase the size.
Yeah, I think we might want to look at that. And I know this is very preliminary, because especially if you're talking a restaurant, by the time you took employees and then you have your food, and so when you have an item that you're selling, be it food, clothing, whatever, you have your revenue. And so are we talking of net or gross? Because if you have gross revenue of 400,000 and you're selling a product, that's a teeny business then.
We're not clarifying that question in the initial eligibility list.
Okay,
lots of that
I do think
flexibility.
it's probably low then, considering what rents are and considering just how much you would have to clear if you were selling if you were a retail or even a restaurant, and you know, to pay your employees, your rent, your insurance, and all those items.
Just to give you a frame of reference, it's about 50% of our businesses in the city fall underneath, of our retail businesses fall underneath this amount.
Really?
But I'm open to any kind of modification.
Okay, so if it's based on data as opposed to saying, well, if we had a loan this size, what they would need, because, and obviously we would want to be helping our smallest business, but I'm trying to think of, you know, that's just like a little over $1,000 a day, and I'm thinking, you know, that's not a whole lot. If you figure I don't know what the profit margin is, but say, if that's your gross, then your profit margin is only a few hundred a day, if that. So that's not a very big business. So, I mean, I don't even know how you'd have any employees then. Okay,
That's your average Main Street business these days. Okay, any other questions?
No, that's it.
Okay, thanks. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yeah, I had the same, by the way, reaction that did look pretty small. So something to consider. That was a good point. I just wanted to say in the questions by Councilmember Mansour got me thinking. So the thing to remember about this is, you know, just because there's a guarantee doesn't mean that there's not underwriting that's going on both at the lender level and the guarantor level. And in practice, you know, just because a borrower has a guarantee backing up their debt doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to default, even if is somehow government based. And there's many reasons why you would want to pay and not have the primary lender take recourse to the guarantor. And then if that happens, then the guarantor is subrogated and they can go after the primary borrower. So the question suggested, I think, that if we do this deal, the taxpayers are going to be on the hook. And as a matter of practice, I think that is unlikely. I have no data to back that. I'm sure that the underwriters do, or they wouldn't be involved in this. And the lenders and the iBank does, or they wouldn't be involved in this program.
Okay, I'm going to open the item up for public comment. Do we have any public comments, Ms. Green? While you're looking for that, well, never mind. No public comments?
Yes, no, Madam Mayor, we do. We have one from Costa Mesa Opportunity Zone, which I'll allow to speak.
Okay. Good evening. Can you remind us what your name is? I forgot what your name was.
It's Susan Iwamoto.
Okay, Susan, thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to add that in a former life, I was an economic development director, and my position was paid for by a block grant, and it paid for my certification through the National Development Council, who was created by President Kennedy. And it is a lending institution that does community partnerships where they would literally come in and handle all of your funding, all of your public-private partnerships. They write your grants, they do the loans. They are a bank. They've been around since the Kennedy administration, and they will also do your opportunity zone incubators, for example, where you can use capital gains investment. There's an inverse relationship right now between the $7 trillion in capital gains and only 400 funds nationwide that are raising millions of dollars for low to moderate income housing and job creation. Universities also have incubators. They also are allowed to tap into these funds and manage the incubator program and do microfinancing, Kickstarter programs. If there's any discussion opportunities. Again, I would love to be part of a stakeholder group with that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other comments, Ms. Green?
No, Madam Mayor, we have no other comments.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Iwamoto, I apologize. I did not get your question answered from before, but if you email us, I'll make sure someone answers your question that you had regarding the prior item. Okay, close public comment. Council, by show of a raised hand. Had you cleared the board? I can't tell. I'm going to go with Councilmember Mar.
Yeah, I'd like to move to approve the item as recommended by staff.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
Second.
Okay, and Councilmember Mar, did you want to speak to the item?
Yeah, I think this is sort of the perfect evolution of, you know, the policymakers, us getting an opportunity to say this is a thing that we're interested in, that we'd like to see what we can do as a city to support small businesses. And then, you know, staff taking it and running with it and putting together an amazing program and finding the partners and doing all of the hard work to actually make an offhanded comment and a suggestion a reality. So thank you so much, Mr. Illos, for all of your hard work on this. Like I said, the entire staff report was just like you getting to do your thing. So it was a pleasure to read, and I appreciate all of your hard work.
Thank you. Councilman Reynolds, did you want to speak to the motion?
Sure. Yeah, I'll just add to that. I think there was an article that just came out today about the Costa Mesa's back program, which is another of Mr. Inlow's ideas sort of turned into reality. So do your thing, Mr. Inlows. I think we want to encourage that. Maybe this is something we can follow up offline. I'd love to learn a little bit more about what data we have on our small businesses. I was interested to hear that metric you gave, half of our small businesses under 400,000, and just sort of like what we can track in a little bit more real time in terms of how those businesses are doing. And then we had talked once about the opportunity zones. I'd like to understand a little bit more about that, because my understanding is both of the zones are in or adjacent to council districts 4 and 5. So thank you for your work on this.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. I will be supporting the motion. Thank you so much, Councilor Mar, for suggesting this, and thank you, Mr. Inlows, for putting this together and getting this opportunity for our small businesses. I heard you mention the word buoy several times, and so I do think that this kind of program is a life preserver for many of our small businesses that are right now really drowning. And so everything that we can do to help to restore Costa Mesa businesses, I'm for. So thank you again, and we'll call for the question by way of voice vote. Ms. Green?
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Aye.
Councilmember Mansour?
I would like to speak to this before I vote. I think it's ironic that we're talking about loaning money to businesses, but we won't let them open. And they're closing every day. I just read about one that just closed, another one in our community that closed. It's too late. This loan isn't going to help those businesses that are already closing. We need to get these businesses open now, today. But I have too many unanswered questions about this, and I know it's going to pass, but I will be voting no.
Councilmember Dennis?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Inlows, great job. And this is just what we need at the right time. We're lucky to have you. Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes, I echo those sentiments by Mayor Pro Tem, and also the businesses, in order to reopen, some of them actually need a loan. So this is going to help them to reopen. Thanks so much.
Motion carries 6-1. Councilmember Mansour voting no.
Okay, we will move now to new business item number 2.
Yeah. We just need to get the screen changed.
Okay.
All right, this is
All right.
pre-employment background investigation services. Presentation by Ms. Lee, Acting Human Resources Manager.
Ms. Lee?
Yes, good evening. Let me get this presentation up. Hey, good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. We have pre-employment background investigations that are required for some of our City of Costa Mesa positions, including all police department employees, sworn fire department employees, and our information technology employees. Based on prior years and anticipated vacancies, it's anticipated that an average of 77 backgrounds are required annually. Background investigations must comply with applicable federal, state, city policies, laws, regulations, laws, and codes. Specifically for sworn police and communications officers, they must also comply with the standards set by the California Commission on Police Officer Standards and Trainings. So an RFP for background investigative services was advertised. 6 proposals were received, and an evaluation process was conducted by the purchasing division. And an evaluation team recommended that the agreements be awarded to the top 3 most qualified consultants. This does meet City Council goal, keep our community safe, improve staffing in PD, fire, and code enforcement. So the recommendation today from staff is to approve the professional services agreements with the 3 firms, Sunset Detectives, RCS Investigations and Consulting, and Beard Investigative Services, and also to authorize the city manager and the city clerk to execute the agreements and future amendments within the council authorized limits. And staff is available to answer any questions you have on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. Council members, I don't see any hands raised. So I will ask Ms. Green, do we have anybody who would like to speak to this item? I don't see any hands raised in the attendee list either.
Right, let's double check. Nope, we have none.
Okay,
close. Submitted public comments either.
Okay, great. Close the public comment. Council, Councilmember Reynolds.
We'll move to approve staff recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Reynolds, would you like to speak to the item?
Nope.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, thank you.
All right, I don't see anyone else's hands raised. Ms. Green, call for the vote by voice vote.
Councilmember Chavez?
Aye.
Councilmember Ganez?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, we're cruising now. Okay, we're going to be on item number 3.
Thank you. This is approval of professional services agreement with California Yellow Cab for Senior Transportation Program. Presentation by Ms. Aguilar, Acting Parks and Community Services Director.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry, it's not popping up.
It's we can see it on the screen.
Okay.
But we're on the, you have it on the last page, it looks like, maybe?
Yeah. I'm trying to move it over to, I have a double monitor, so it's only showing up on one screen.
Okay.
Okay, let's see.
So we thank everybody for their patience. We're all working from a variety of different locations.
Okay, I'm gonna have to do the presentation this way for now.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight's item is regarding the senior transportation programs at the Costa Mesa Senior Center. The staff recommendation is for the City Council to approve an emergency agreement with the California Yellow Cab in the amount not to exceed of $197,000 to continue the senior transportation programs effective June the 1st, 2020 through December the 31st, 2020. with an option to renew the agreement for another 6 months through June 30th, 2021. We are also requesting that, similar to the existing agreement that we are simply replacing, council approve a 10% contingency, as well as authorize the city manager to approve minor changes to the PSA and authorize the city manager and the city clerk to execute the PSA and future amendments to the agreement within city council authorized limits. Currently, the Senior Transportation Program provides transportation to seniors age 60 and older to more than 545 seniors in Costa Mesa. Over the course of the fiscal year, more than 6,000 rides are provided to the participants. Typically, under the general guidelines of the program, seniors are offered door-to-door services to the senior center for shopping trips, for personal care, social recreational trips, and for medical appointments or needs, as well as many other forms of trips in and around Orange County. The Senior Transportation Program is funded primarily through two funding sources. The Senior Mobility Program is funded through revenue collected via OCTA's Measure M2 funds, which is approximately $100,000 for fiscal year 19. The city matches 20% of those funds via the general fund and through in-kind services such as program implementation and customer service support by our staff. Hoag Hospital has provided the city with a grant in the amount of $75,000 per year for the past 3 years, and the funding is combined and appropriately allocated to the programs. It should be noted that the agreement for approval tonight is not a net increase to the program and is a carryover from the existing programs ending May 31. The funds allocated for these services must be spent for senior transportation purposes and cannot be reallocated to other programs or services. Additionally, while the contractual agreement provides a not to exceed amount of approximately $197,000, it doesn't contractually obligate the city to spend the entire amount. The staff monitor this program on a regular basis and modify the program based on existing funding received. Therefore, each year of operation, the cost per trip has been reduced by more than $4 per trip per senior, and the city has one of the lowest per trip costs in the county. The funding from the grant from Hoag should be expended within the year. However, funding for OCTA has a 3-year life expenditure period, and therefore leftover funding can be rolled over for up to 3 years from date of receipt. On May the 1st, 2020, the city was formally notified by Keolis Transit Services that they would be terminating services with the city and other existing cities effective June 1st, 2020. In an effort to ensure that there would be a continuity of these services, city staff contacted OCTA and requested recommendations for an emergency provider for these services. Staff requested 3 informal quotes and received 1 from California Yellow Cab. Subsequently, the city learned that California Yellow Cab was providing a very similar transportation program service for 16 other Orange County cities. Upon discussions with California Yellow Cab, the staff are confident that they can provide the same level of service as the current provider. Additionally, over the course of the initial term, staff will be working to put out a formal RFP to undergo a procurement process. The time will also be utilized to explore the best method for implementation of this program moving forward. Given the extenuating circumstances and to provide staff with the opportunity to explore viable options, staff are recommending that the City Council approve this contract to allow continuation of services for our seniors. The goal is to reinstate the same level of service once the provider is selected through the formal RFP process. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Reynolds, is that left over? Is that a new question?
No question.
Okay. Councilmember Guinness, is that a hand raised for this item?
Yes.
Okay.
How does the cost I don't see that we have a whole lot of options anyway, but how does the cost compare with the previous provider?
The charges were a little bit different, but it's relatively close. We did the math on it, and our ride per trip is almost identical to what we would be charged per trip by California Yellow Cab.
Okay, so we're not going to be looking for, we're not going to need additional funds to make up a difference then?
No, we don't anticipate that.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you. I just have one question. So I know we talked about this, but I would like us, as we're looking at this for the future, my battery's dying, sorry. As we're looking at this for the future, I would like us to kind of compare whether or not we can bring this in-house for the same price. And so I'm not expecting us to be able to answer that question tonight, but for the future, just seems like a lot.
Sure.
Okay, seeing no other hands raised. Oh,
Great.
Councilmember
Sorry.
Reynolds.
I did. Yeah, your comment reminded me of the one question I did have, and that was just whether we collect data on like the actual trips that our seniors are requesting through these companies. I think that would be really helpful in the kind of evaluation the mayor is referring to.
We do. We have that information, and we'll definitely explore that as well and make sure that we document everything.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then I will open this item up for public comment. Ms. Green, do we have any attendees wishing to speak to this item? It does not look to be the case.
That is correct. Again, if you'd like to comment on this item, please raise your hand. And then we have no written communications that were submitted.
Okay, I will close the public comment. And council, please raise your hand if you would like to make a motion. Councilmember Chavez.
I want to move the item as proposed by staff.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
Second.
Okay. Did either of you want to speak to the item, or can we just go for the question? Call for the question.
Just real briefly, I think it's important that we do our best to ensure seniors have access to the senior center, and we have the funding to do this. So let's keep this going.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds, would you like to speak to the item? Okay. Seeing no one else, I will ask that the city clerk call the voice vote.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Guinness.
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour.
Yes.
Councilmember Mar.
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, we are now on to item number 4.
Thank you. This is approval of retainer agreement for legal services with Haynes and Boone LLC. Presentation by Ms. Barlow, City Attorney.
Ms. Barlow.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. We are asking for your authorization to approve retainer agreement for Haynes and Boone in connection with the most recent appeal of the group home ordinance litigation matters. This one relates to Pacific Shores, and Haynes and Boone has already been retained to represent the city in connection with 4 of the sober living home appeals, including and beginning with the Yellowstone matter. Given their familiarity with the legal issues, it is in our recommendation the most efficient thing to have the same firm handle this newest appeal. Under the same terms, we get a break on fees if we pay promptly, and so far that's worked well. $650 an hour for partners, $405 an hour for associates. Again, the primary consideration here for us is the cost efficiency of having the same firm handle all of the appeals. So that is our recommendation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, council members, I see Councilmember Chavez, is that left over?
Yeah, that's from the last one.
Okay, can you unraise your hand? There we go. Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. Oh, Councilmember Guinness. You're on mute. Councilmember. Okay.
There. No, I had already lowered it.
Okay. All right. So I will open this item up to public comment. Ms. Green, do we have anyone who wishes to speak to this item?
No, Madam Mayor, we do not. We have no written comments.
Okay, we'll close public comment. Council members, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, then Councilmember Mar.
I move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, did you either of what you want to speak to the item, or can we move to vote?
I just want to say real briefly that this is a very good firm, and MC Sangalia is one of the best appellate lawyers in Orange County, and I'm very pleased with the way the legal department and all of the outside counsel have worked together and so effectively for our city in the last 2 years.
Agree. Okay, call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Mar,
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour,
Yes.
Councilmember Ganis,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley,
Yes.
motion carries 7-0.
Okay.
Item number 5 is the fiscal year 2020-21 preliminary general fund revenue and expenditures estimates and overview. Presentation by Ms. Molina, Acting Finance Director.
Okay, Ms. Molina.
Hello, thank you, council members. Let me go ahead and proceed and share the screen so I can start the presentation for you tonight. There we go. All right, thank you.
And I just want to, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm just going to remind council members, please mute your speaker.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I am happy tonight to present to you a preliminary budget for the fiscal year 2021 General Fund. Sorry. In this evening, we're going to be discussing some of the Governor May's revised overview that he presented on Thursday. We'll retouch again some of the 1920 preliminary general fund and adjustments that we discussed at the last council meeting on April 21st. And we'll revisit the general fund reserves. At that time, we had discussed the use of reserves. We'll be revisiting that tonight as a reminder of where the reserves are looking like as of today. And we'll get into the 2021 preliminary budget highlights. On Thursday, Governor Newsom provided the May revised numbers in the 2021 proposed budget for the state. He is stating that this is a fiscal blueprint. Some of these numbers are still fluctuating. He is anticipating coming back potentially to adjust the proposed budget as early as late summer in 2020. So that's basically the quarter into the new fiscal year. He is anticipating coming back and maybe adjusting the budget at that time. He's estimating that in 2021, the state of California will lose about $41.2 billion. Of that, 25% is mostly related to personal income tax, 27% of sales tax, and 22% of corporate tax. And just to give you a high level, his deficit projected through fiscal year 2021 is projected at $54.3 billion for the state of California. To put into perspective what that number kind of does, it equates to about 3 years worth of University of California and Cal State system funding. It's a very large number, even for the state in its terms. So what is he going to do to try to address this huge deficit that the state is starting to address? He's canceling some of the $6.1 billion in program expansions and spending increases that he came out in January. He's also recommending to borrow and transfer about $4.1 billion from different special funds. In this multifaceted approach, he's also recommending drawing down the rainy day funds and the safety net reserves. This is a 3-year approach he's recommending, as he is expecting this reduction in the budget to be a multi-year. He's expecting the rainy day fund to also pick up some of the out-year deficits, not only in 2021, for the next 3 years. He's implemented a 5% reduction across all departments within the state, and he's also recommending a reduction of state worker salaries by 10%. This is also, this is a FYI, he's still in negotiations on this 10% state worker salaries reductions. This is a chart he shared to provide an overview of what the forecast from the United States Bureau of Economic Analysis and the California Department of Finance is seeing for the United States economy. We're seeing a 26.5% reduction in this next year as we move through this pandemic. As you can see, in the last 20 years, we have never seen such a huge reduction in such a short amount of time. Even in the last Great Recession, we only saw 8.4%. We're anticipating in the state of California 26.5%. So what are we doing here for the city of Costa Mesa? So I wanted to start discussions on our 1920, where we're at today. So for our 1920 adopted budget, it's really important to note that with $142.2 million, over 55% of appropriations in the general fund are primarily dedicated to our safety departments. Our other departments are significantly lower. Public services follows only by 13%. This is the department that basically runs most of our capital projects, streets, maintenance, and fleet for the city. The other departments are less than 5% individually, comprising 4% of the budget. In the April 21st City Council meeting, we came to you for our estimated revenue shortfalls that this pandemic is causing in our 1920 general fund revenues. We came with two different scenarios before you, an estimate one of $10 million and our second estimate of $18.5 million. We're projecting at that point and continue to project at this point between $4.8 and $10.6 million in sales tax reductions, our hotel tax, TOT 2.6 to 3.5 and 2.6 to 4.4 and other revenues. We're continuing seeing those numbers as we're moving through these next few weeks. We'll know more information. Just as a reminder, we will not know the final impact to 1920 until the CAFR is closed, which will probably be around December. How we decided to start to address this shortfall is Public Services Department. We deferred and suspended about $6 million worth of capital projects and eliminated our contingency. We looked at CDBG funding for homeless shelter. This is about $700,000. We're still in discussion phase on this money. We took proactive approach in reducing multiple areas of expenditures for the city's general fund, including travel, encumbrances, and non-essential encumbrances. We've captured vacancy savings as well as reduced overtime. And as mentioned earlier, we've also reduced our part-time hours as well as some of our part-time staff to about $300,000. This is to remind you of a list of capital improvement projects that were deferred and suspended. Some of these moved on to other funds. Some were completed. But as you can tell, most of them were either deferred into 2021 or just identified to become a future project as funds become available. For the $18.5 million shortfall, we were recommending to use the $10 million that we have already started to take down. We've identified an additional $1 million in street projects. We also recommend the use of some of our reserves, our Section 115 trust reserves, economic reserves of $1.5 million and $4 million of our declared disasters reserves. As you may remember, we walked through the different levels of reserves and what they were intended for and some of those restrictions. As a reminder, this is what staff was recommending in use of reserves in the case that we do start seeing the $18.5 million deficit in the current year, where the different places we could start to reduce some of these reserve categories that would be available for us. Taking the reserves from $53.3 million down to $45.8 million. Again, the $18.5 million is still unknown at this point. This is just a recommendation in case we start seeing those numbers at that level. We then took it to FIPAC. FIPAC had multiple discussions specifically on the fund balance reserves. There was a couple of committee members that expressed some concerns on the use of Section 115 trust. This is just an illustrative purpose. If we were just to take the monies from one committed category, in this case, the declared disasters category. So for our 2021 preliminary estimates. So as you can see, for our 1920 adopted budget, we started the year with $142.1 million. About $1.7 million was one-time in nature. It was a transfer in from the capital fund, one time from capital fund 401, and a use of fund balance of a little bit under $500,000. Our recurring revenues at that time, we anticipated having $140.5 million. For our 2021 preliminary estimates, we're looking at a $120.6 million general fund revenue, a loss of about $20 million in recurring revenues, approximately 14.2% unrecurring revenues, for a total of 15% of year-over-year total revenue in the general fund. Our expenses, however, continue to increase. So when we started this process, we started looking at the preliminary 2021 numbers, some of the knowns that we'll go through shortly, such as our rising pension costs and some other contractual obligations that we do have, for an increase of about $8.2 million on the general fund expense side. What that does for the general fund, however, is it provides us with a deficit of close to $30 million in 2021. So some of our general fund revenue highlights. I've already mentioned a decrease of about 15% in the current year from the current year. Our property tax, however, is showing signs of increasing. So we're estimating about 2% increase due to higher assessed values. Those values have already been assessed by the county. They were done in January. It's pre-COVID. Anything related to values after January, we will be seeing in the 21-22 property tax revenue. So we will not be experiencing that in 2021. We are anticipating, however, some reductions in our TOT, our hotel tax, by about 50%. Our sales tax, we are estimating about 15% of a reduction, about $8.9 million. And in some other various revenue categories, we're also estimating a loss of about $6.3 million or 8.8%. On our expense side, at this point, we are assuming no increases in our staffing headcount. We have taken into account fixed cost increases such as our pensions and elections, which we'll have in November. We're also assuming a continuation of a waiver of the CAN ordinance, reducing the capital budget from the general fund to $2.2 million, a reduction of about $3.9 million of the 5% CAN ordinance requirement. We're also looking at deferring the contribution to the IT replacement fund. As you may remember, earlier this year, we adjusted the CAN ordinance from 6.5% towards capital to 5% towards capital and 1.5% to the IT. And for the IT replacement fund, this would be a 50% reduction. We're recommending to defer 6 months out and starting to fund this IT replacement fund. We will start the year, we're anticipating a strong and financial emergency reserves of $45.8 million, and there are no additional enhancements included in the budget at this time. This is an overview of some of the categories that I just identified with you of what that's going to be looking like. We're starting the 2021 preliminary budget with close to $30 million deficit. And these are some of the areas that we're recommending to utilize to be able to cover that deficit, which includes reduction of the CAN, the IT replacement fund, taking advantage of our prepayment of CalPERS in July of about $700,000. We have a placeholder for an estimated staff furloughs of $6 million. We're looking at other funding opportunities of about $3 million. And we're also looking at a combination of reserves and department reductions for an additional $15.3 million for a reduction of 15.2% in the general fund. Here, I wanted to show you what those reductions would look like by department. We would be coming back to you at a later date on some of the recommendations that are within these reductions per department, between the $6.4 million of a 5% cut up to 15% in some categories of 19 million. As you can tell, these are pretty significant numbers for most of these departments, if not all, that are already pretty tight as it is. I wanted to share again with you what your estimated fund balance is now, since we would be coming back to make some recommendations to use the reserves, similar to what the state is doing, starting to provide the council with a mixed bag of a multifaceted approach to addressing this large deficit. I also did want to reemphasize these numbers will most likely change. We are anticipating to come back to the council on a quarterly basis as more information is provided, as the economy opens up and we start seeing more revenues coming in. We're also hopeful that we will be receiving more of CARES Act funding, particularly the HEROES Act that is before the Senate for approval. That does show some promising for the city in being able to address some of these shortfalls. For the 2021 proposed budget calendar before you tonight is just a preliminary budget estimates where we're just looking for your guidance on some of these reductions that we have been looking at. Next week, Public Services Department will be presenting to you the CIP for 2021. On June 2nd, we are planning on coming to you for a public hearing on the budget adoption. June 9th, there is a proposed budget study session where we can get into more details on some of the adjustments on how to get to that $30 million deficit number for a June 16th potential adoption date. And then on July 1st, the fiscal year begins. That was a quick overview. I am open to questions that you may have.
Okay, council, if you have any questions, please raise your hand in the participants bar. Okay.
There we go. We, on March 3rd, we had a mid-year budget review, which was projecting that our sales tax would be actually doing better. And a couple of weeks ago, when we looked at the 10 million hole, and I realized that was an estimated hole, but did that reflect less sales tax than projected? Because the March 3rd projections were actually higher sales taxes than had been in the originally adopted budget, but then obviously we're significantly below that. But anyway, it looks like we were already below that at the time we thought we were above that. So I know this is sort of like saying how many gallons of water are in the Grand Canyon, and it's going to be a whole bunch no matter what. But did our estimates reflect that drop, year-to-year drop in sales tax from last year? Before we had the whole COVID thing going on.
Let me explain the Q4 report that was sent out to the City Council. So I'm assuming that you're referring to the revenue comparison chart that shows 2 quarters of fiscal year to date, a drop of 18-19 of 34.7 to 33.5 in 19-20.
Yeah, the HDL one.
Correct. So that one actually does include in the 18-19 dollar amount, $3 million of one-time funding that the city did receive from a prior year. So in the prior year, 2017, 2018, the state underwent some technical upgrades which resulted in a delay of sales tax payments that were due to the city. In the 18-19 fiscal year, we received about $3 million of one-time revenues in sales tax that is reflected in that number. So when you take out that number and take out the one-times from the sales tax, year over year, we increased 5% of sales tax revenues from when that March report was given to you. So in 1920, we were seeing an increase of sales tax year over year based on ongoing sales tax without that one time.
So basically you take the 3 million from before, you deduct the 1.2 that we were less, so we're 1.8 ahead if you take out the $3 million lump.
Right.
Okay. And then I know a lot of this is being attributed to COVID-19. However, we also had things like increased purse payments, some other expenses related to various matters. You summarize them in here. So, and we know that basically the whole economy of the whole country has been kind of carpet bombed back to the 1930s. But aside from that, it seems like we would be looking at kind of a hole anyway in our budget.
We probably would be, but keep in mind that our sales tax was really coming in high, and there was a good chance that it was going to continue. So up until this COVID impact, we were seeing a 5% increase in our sales tax. We were also seeing some increase in some of our other revenues. For example, our ambulance program. Our ambulance program is doing really well. So we were starting to see some of those revenues increase. So I was actually very hopeful that 2021 might be close to balanced. I haven't gone back to do those numbers. What if COVID hadn't done what it did to our economy? But at the time when I started budget making back in January and February, it was looking very positive for us. We probably would not have any room for enhancements, but our deficit would have been close to, would be manageable. Let me put it that way. It would have been a lot smaller, obviously, than what we're looking at today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Mar.
Yeah, can you go back a couple of slides, Carol? So I guess I'm trying to, okay, there you go. That's what I wanted. Sorry, the summary of like where cuts have come from. So this is the next slide. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so I guess I'm just trying to like in my head have a good ballpark of what we're thinking. So the combination of reserves department reduction is 7.5-ish from reserves and somewhere between 5 and 10%, so somewhere between 6 million and 12 million from departments. Am I thinking about that right? That's like the big bucket.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then 4 million of money we're basically pulling out of the CIP.
So we would be asking for a waiver.
Yeah, okay. And then furloughs to cover the gap really between those two amounts is probably the right way to think about it. And then what all goes into that other opportunities bucket?
Those are other opportunities that we're looking at right now. For example, some of internal service funds, we're taking a look at them, seeing how they will be doing in 2021 if they can afford a reduced transfer from the general fund. For example, our general liability, workers' comp, we're looking at all of those internal service transfers out of the general fund to see if we can start reducing.
Sorry, Sandy, whatever you're doing is super loud. I can't hear you.
Councilmember Guinness, can you just remember to mute yourself when you're not speaking?
I was muted.
Actually, you weren't, but it's okay.
Wait,
You are
if,
now.
if I'm not muted now, I was muted then because I had to hit the mute thing to be able to say I was muted already.
Okay.
So I don't know who it is, but I had my microphone had a red line through it.
It's okay. It's just that what happens is that your face pops up when you have a voice. And so that's what was happening while she was speaking. So it's just technology we're trying to get used to. So you're muted now. Okay, continue, please, Councilmember Mar.
Yeah, sorry, Miss Selena, I missed the last part of what you were saying.
Carol, are you there?
Ms. Molina, are you still there?
Yes, okay. I'm sorry, where were we? At the combination of the reserve and department reduction, other opportunities.
The other opportunities bucket.
We're just looking at, like I said, some of the transfers out of the general fund that go into internal service funds, see if some of those have any opportunity to be reduced. We're hoping to find something in there. We're scrubbing it as much as we can to see if we can shake the tree, so to speak, see what falls out. But we're in that process of hoping to be able to identify some of $3 million worth of other opportunities within the general fund.
Got it. Okay. I guess I'm just trying to think of it in terms of we've got a couple of different levers, and it's going to be figuring out the right combination of those levers. And in the capital one, we probably, I know we're going to talk about it in 2 weeks, but we've probably decimated everything we can out of there. Where we have, it feels like opportunity is the wrong word, but where we have some ability to tailor our approach is on the combination of reserves, department reduction, and staff furloughs really are kind of the three areas where we can tweak to try to meet the total negative number. I'm sorry, I'm talking out loud right now, but I'm just trying to make sure that I've got a solid grasp of where the places are that we have any flexibility.
And I'll jump in here too, just to lend some additional thoughts to consider. And so what we're really showing here is 5 different categories of buckets, okay, at about 6 million each, let's say. So one of the first buckets is related to capital projects, our information technology, and the CalPERS prepayment. And so we've got about 6 million there, let's say, right, rounding up. And so that's one category. The other category is the savings estimated for staff furloughs, and that, of course, needs to be negotiated. And so I've begun those negotiations. And then when you combine the reserves, the department reductions, and any other opportunities to either maximize restricted fund use, revisit how we're funding our internal service funds, looking at the CDBG COVID money, CARES Act funding, or anything else that we might be able to use to help offset expenses. In that category, we have about 18. And so I think in terms of the reserves, if we spend $7.5 million of our reserves to end the current fiscal year in balance, right? If that $18.5 million scenario pans out, we would be recommending $6 to $7 million in next fiscal year in terms of reserves as well, so that we have a multi-pronged approach between department cuts, potentially furloughs, but that still hasn't been negotiated, reducing capital project spending for a year, and doing some department reductions. And so it's reserves, it's department cuts, it's maximizing and leveraging other funds and the use of restricted funds legally, of course, in a way that's auditable, but re-examining that to make sure that we've exhausted that to the greatest of our abilities, looking at capital and infrastructure and technology, and putting together a multi-pronged strategy that takes advantage of everything. The unique situation here is that we do have a declared disaster reserve, and this is a declared disaster. And for all of us that are working on this, and every human that's alive, we've never dealt with a disaster of this magnitude. And so that's an appropriate and legitimate use of those funds. But if these numbers pan out and it's a $30 million shortfall next fiscal year, we would have depleted the declared disaster reserve. We will have other reserves available if the pandemic continues and if it's worse than what we're expecting. But between the current fiscal year and next fiscal year, we will have, if our numbers pan out, we will have exhausted the use of the entire declared disaster reserve. We would still have economic reserves left, and we would have unassigned balance, but that would basically take up all of the declared disaster reserves. What we're trying to do is present a balanced approach. We know that this, while we may have had challenges leading into this, and while the budgets have been difficult to balance for many cities, I was not planning on bringing reductions to this council when we were preparing the budget all the way leading up to March, mid-March. There were no reductions that were going to be recommended to you by way of department cuts, across the board department cuts. Given that the underlying economy was fundamentally still sound, I think we have to have a balance in terms of how we go about this budget moving forward. If we cut too much, then it's going to be very difficult to build back when the economy's back to provide appropriate services to the public. But of course, if we don't cut enough, then we're going to be digging a bigger hole. And so the key here is to use reserves strategically and appropriately, but not to be excessive or go too far into use of reserves. Still have a degree of recurring cuts as this pandemic may continue beyond, or the lasting effects of the economic impacts of the pandemic may continue beyond June 30th of next year. Waive some of the expenditures that we have in the capital and the IT areas sparingly, but still have enough to leverage other funds, right? RMRA, measure the gas tax, and try to get a path forward to get us through the next 12 months and then revisit it again. We'll be coming back to you quarterly. We're going to continue to look at this every month. We'll be watching it very closely and recommending that we turn the knob up or down based on the information in the coming weeks. But this is unprecedented. It's unlike anything we've ever seen. Typically, you have 6 months to quarters of negative GDP that can guide your decisions. You have 6 months of data that you can build decisions on. Right now, we're preparing a budget that's based on 1 month of data, and that's basically April. And so this is our best estimate at this time, and we'll continue to revise it, but we would strongly recommend a multifaceted approach.
So just two quick thoughts while I have the floor. I mean, I think that fundamentally we're a service organization, and no matter which way you cut it, if you're cutting people or if you're cutting services, or you're cutting departments or you're cutting services, it's resulting in a net loss of services for the citizens. And so figuring out which of those levers to pull when, I don't know that I, at this point, have enough knowledge or smarts, but I think that's why this is an ongoing conversation. And then the second thought is that, I mean, I did previously think that there were some structural things that we needed to change, and we needed to figure out how to bring more revenue into the city. And that was a combination of fees and business licenses and TOTs. And you know, I'll be the first to admit that I think all of those things are out the window now. And so the number of tools in our toolbox seems to be really limited. So I'm also, I guess, searching for anything creative or outside of the box that we think net in the long run results in revenue generation or significant savings. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds is up next, and then we'll open up for public comment.
Okay, sorry. I thought there was one more ahead of me. A couple quick questions, but I actually want to go back to the last conversation because to see if I can get my head around the reserves. So City Manager Carol Harrison, can you just clarify again? So that we have this disaster reserves, which is a relatively new fund that we've never used before, right? That's my understanding? And you said that we may deplete that in the current fiscal year, depending on can you clarify sort of how much is in those funds and what you anticipate for the disaster fund?
And so Carol put it up on the screen. So we have 14 million there. It is a more relatively new reserve category. was created in 2015. We have not dipped into it yet because it's only for a disaster that's been proclaimed, right, at the local or federal or state level, which this is a proclaimed disaster nationally, globally, right, at the county level, at the state level, and at our level. At every level of government, it's a declared disaster. So it has 14 million in it currently. If by June 30th, or as we close the fiscal year, which actually closes after June 30th, we won't have audited financial statements until December of 2020. That's when our financial audit statements will be completed. Assuming that we have the $18.5 million deficit in the fiscal year that ends June 30th, we had recommended that we use $7.5 million to close the budget for the current fiscal year, given that this disaster happened in the last quarter of the fiscal year, and it's very difficult to change, to basically take $18.5 million out of a budget in 3 months. So we've been on top of it. We've been able to reduce the budget by 10 million. We'll probably, if we need to, reduce by another million, but we'd have to dip into reserves by 7.5 million, which is about 1 month's worth of revenue, if you will, for sales and TOT, which are the hardest hit revenue sources. That would still leave 6.6 million that would roll over into the next fiscal year. So entering July 1, we still have this 6.625 million that can be used for fiscal year 2021 to help address the projected $29.8 million budget.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And so I think you answered my next question, which was how soon do we know if this fiscal year sort of meets that $10 million shortfall that we had talked about previously, or we end up in that $20 million shortfall. I understand the audited statements aren't finalized until December, but we've got to have a better sense of sort of how that looks before then, right? How quickly will we know if it's the 10 million or 18.5 million or whatever in between?
Right. So even though chronologically the fiscal year ends June 30th, we still receive revenue and we still receive invoices for payment all the way through September 30th. Mm-hmm. And so usually your July and August revenue that you received, you never get revenue real time. It's always 30 days or 60 days, right? Accrual period. And so through government auditing, you accrue back for 60 days. Yeah. And so we'll still be getting revenue that belongs to the fiscal year ending June 30th in July and in August, right? We'll also be continuing to get invoices because if someone provides services on June 30th, they'll bill us on July 1st. That expense belongs to the previous fiscal year. And so usually July and August are cleanup months, as well as September, where you, pursuant to accounting rules and based on the revenue stream, it's all based on the specific revenue type, you accrue back to the previous fiscal year. So in September is when we'd be able to take another look at it and see where we are for June 30th. That's the earliest where we would probably have received all of our invoices and probably have received our revenue at that point. And so it's not until September where we would have a better sense. It won't be July 1st because June 30th was the previous day. And by the time we get to October, we'll have two things. We'll have a better sense of June 30th, but we'll also have a sense of the first quarter of the fiscal year, which will be helpful and will help to inform our decisions as well. And so October is usually a good time. You're past the first quarter of this fiscal year. You've already gone through your accrual periods for July and August, and you've already booked all of those. And so that's a good time to take a look and see, but we won't really know before then. Yeah. Carol, is there anything else you want to add on that?
No, I agree with you, Lorianne. It's definitely a lot of these numbers there's a lot of accruals, a lot of movement that happens. Like Lorianne said, invoices, and once the auditors come in, they tend to move things around too. So they always have their say in how they want to see the funding, depending on when it was received and when it was committed. So there's a lot of movement in there in those months. So we won't know. I think October is a safe month to start providing a preliminary number, knowing that the auditors are still going to be in the building, so to speak, looking at our books.
Okay. Thank you for that. So we're, yeah, and I know, I think we're only weeks away, looking at your calendar, 3 weeks away, 2 weeks away from needing to adopt a budget or start looking at a budget to adopt, right? So we won't have any better insights on how this year closes, is my understanding. I want to confirm, so what you shared with us, you talked about federal stimulus funds, and it sounds like you're somewhat optimistic about that, but that's sort of not included in what you're trying to work through to balance the upcoming year's budget, right? My understanding is you want to sort of keep any stimulus funds that come in as a cushion in case the economy is worse than we're projecting.
That's correct. Well, there's a couple of reasons. For one thing, the HEROES Act has not passed the Senate, and that really is the act that would provide the local governments with some relief on revenue loss. Up until now, the CARES Act would only help us, and even to only a small percentage of only the expenses that we've had related to COVID. So we've expensed, for example, approximately $1 million. FEMA is already telling us we're lucky we get 75%. And then they're also out there saying, you know, straight staff time, they would not cover. So there's a lot of things that they're already starting to say that they won't cover. So let's say we get $500,000 out of the $1 million that we potentially have spent. That's nothing related to the dollars that we're looking at. So we're really hopeful that the HEROES Act passes. However, I'm very reluctant to put a number into this budget without knowing for sure that we are going to be getting some relief on the revenue side. And in the case that does pass, there are going to be some discussions of how that money is going to be coming through the pipeline, how long that's going to take.
Yeah.
And then we have the added layer that we're still in this pandemic. This pandemic is not over. We're in stage 2 from Governor Newsom's multi-stage on how to open up the economy. We don't know how behavior is going to be impacted. We do know that from mid-March to the end of April, 4.4 million Californians filed for unemployment. It's a record number in the history. We've never seen such a high number of unemployment claims in such a short period of time. We don't know what the impact of that is going to be, obviously for our residents and also for those tourists that would be coming. The TOT, for example, that's going to continue to take a hit, you know, until the economy bounces back, people feel more comfortable. Disneyland continues to be closed, and that in some way, shape, or form still does impact us because we do have visitors that come to Costa Mesa, stay with us, they go to Disneyland, they're not moving. There's some talk of maybe some staycations at the hotels right now. They're at about 25% occupancy into the Memorial Day weekend, which they normally see about 85% occupancy at this point in time in the year. So all of these factors that we're looking at, we're still not going to know what the summer months is going to be looking at us. So for the TOT, our summer programs, all of that is taking a hit right now. We're going to continue to take a hit. We just don't know for how long. And
hearing that the 30 million is our best estimate at this point, but it could be much worse.
Correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Sorry.
So I appreciate that approach of, you know, being hopeful about the stimulus funds, and certainly we should do everything we can to sort of advocate for that to come directly to the cities. But I appreciate the planning without assuming we get any of that. 2 more questions. When we mentioned headcount, always want to make sure I've got an understanding if we're talking about, so I think on your first slide, one of the first bullets was that we're anticipating no change in headcount. And I was just curious if that is the sort of budgeted headcount or the sort of actual jobs, right? Because we have that vacancy difference. Can you just clarify that for us?
That's at this point, assuming we are not going to add any more positions to our current table of organization for our full-time employees. In the departmental reductions, there are some departments that are coming forth with defunding some positions. We're looking at that. We're still in that phase of reviewing all of their reductions. So the vacancy factor, so to speak, is actually within those department cuts at this moment.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. And then the last question, this might be more for the city manager. I know one of the big levers to meet this budget gap is the department reductions, not the labor piece, but the the department expenses. Can you just give I understand the numbers, 5%, 10%, 15%, but I don't really have a sense of what that looks like, right? How does the public experience a 5% reduction or a 10% reduction or a 15% reduction in department services?
Yeah. So that's a key question. Right now I have departments providing the 3 scenarios so that I could develop a budget and a proposal for you to consider with certain goals in mind. So one, that we try to reduce the amount of layoffs to the greatest extent possible. One, to preserve services to the public, being a service organization, especially when we're dealing with a pandemic, and also because adding to the unemployment rolls would be counterproductive. And so there are compounding effects with every additional person that is out of work. So there's an exponentiality to unemployment that we want to avoid. And so I'll be looking at all of the department's recommendations with those goals in mind, reducing layoffs, reducing the impact to the public, more focused on reducing contracts and any of those areas, travel, conferences, training, more cutbacks, if you will, to the internal aspects of what we do, with hopefully less of a focus on the external. It'll be difficult, however, because the city has already undergone, as all cities have, right, that went through the recession in 2008, 2009, very significant cutbacks. And so we're not the kind of city that has fat on the bone. And so it'll be difficult to put together a budget that is going to reduce spending without there being an impact on services. And so I'm still working through all the details with the departments. I don't have recommendations for you right now. I really want to spend the quality time with the department heads to understand the proposals that they're bringing forward. I'm going to try to focus on the areas that are council priorities, right, that are consistent with what you've said are important to you and to the community, based on the last strategic planning session that was had, while at the same time trying to preserve public safety as much as possible and trying to minimize the impact to the public. It's going to be very challenging with a potential deficit this size, but those are the goals that I'm going into it with. I've met with some of the departments and have asked them to come back with some additional information. I still have to meet with the others. Again, this is like going through 2 budget development processes in 1 year, where we had to scrap the first budget to start anew on this second budget, where we'll be recommending some departmental reductions. So those are the goals that I'm going in with. What that will look like, we'll share with you as soon as I finish these deliberations, which I'm hoping to finish this week, and then put it all together in a package for you, in a combination of some use of reserves, some departmental cuts, trying to meet these goals, but I cannot guarantee that I will be able to meet them fully. And so I'm sorry I can't give you more details. I really don't want to misspeak about what kinds of recommendations we're going to be making as a management team, because we all need to kind of get together and finalize those recommendations. They've all completed their work. I need to finish my analysis for each department. But I'll tell you that it's not going to be easy. This is so unprecedented, and it's been very dramatic. And usually you have more time to put these kinds of recommendations together. So we've had to deal with a current fiscal year issue and then planning for next fiscal year right away. And so I hope that by June 2nd, we'll be able to sort of share some of those reductions with you. I know that Carol put on the slide that it's a potential opportunity to adopt the budget, but that's optimistic, Carol. I like you aiming high, but I think what's probably more realistic for June 2nd in terms of a conversation is coming forward with, some of the ideas around the reductions that we would be, putting forth while we still manage to put the larger book together.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that this is all, every day sort of evolving. I think that sort of visual or as good an understanding as we can have of what that 5, 10, 15% looks like, right? Is that, I don't know, tree trimming, grass, whatever, will be really important in us being able to sort of evaluate how much to pull on each lever.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Mayor, you're on mute.
Mayor Foley, you're on mute.
Thank you. Sorry. I said I was going to go with Mayor Pro Tem Stevens and then Councilmember Guinness, and remind everybody that we are still needing to get through 2 more significant items. So if we could try to fine tune our questions. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
All right. That's what I do for a living. So let me see if I could do this. This question is directed to the city manager. So you mentioned it, and Councilmember Mar alluded to the idea of our priorities. And you know, again, I don't want to put anything up more on your plate. My goodness, you're working so hard, and I don't want to delay anything or create any more of a burden. But if you look at a budget, if you want to know the priorities of a community, and you want to know the priorities therefore the council, you look at the budget. As you mentioned, we had our last priority session on January 25th, 2019. And I remember Councilmember Reynolds made a joke, and she said, we developed 2019 goals, not our 2019 goals, right? So, but that was so the last time we sat and we contemplated our goals as a council, and by extension the community, was under very different circumstances, very different city management, in fact. How can we, develop a budget under these time constraints that allows us to also develop and consider our priorities given the new constraints that we have, so that when we are deciding to cut things, it's not just a question of 5%, 10%, 15%, but there's some qualitative analysis that's being done by the council with the input of the community. Is that realistic? Even if it's not realistic by June, is there some way to do that even after the budget is approved, and then create adjustments or something like that? Or has the ship sailed on whether or not we can incorporate our new priorities into the budget conversation?
Yeah, City Manager Farrell Harrison. I mean, in a nutshell.
I would say when we talk about the priorities, Councilmember, even though the conversation was over a year ago and it was with different management, we've been talking for the last year. And so I think you've been clear and consistent as a council about what is important to you. I think as the leadership in the city, you have been communicating that on an ongoing basis. So I think the department heads, as they're looking at their departments and bringing forward recommendations for my consideration, which then I'll bring for your consideration from that cohort, will still be infused with that. And we'll be able to communicate to you the recommendations that we bring forward, how they address your priorities as we understand them, right? Because we've been talking about them more than just in January of 2019. We've been talking about them all along. And so we'll be able to share with you why we're making the recommendations that we're making, why we believe we can make these cuts and still achieve all of those goals. And if we can't, why this is still a lower risk than another alternative. And so I think we have the tough job to convince you that what we bring forward is going to be balanced, will make sense, will still help us to meet our goals while we continue to go through the pandemic. I would encourage that we see it as an evolving process, however. This isn't your typical budget where you're deliberating for weeks and weeks and you're really infusing a lot in there. We do have a short time frame to address the deficit and get that budget going. And then I would encourage that it's not the end of the process, that we do continue to revise it and review it on a quarterly basis so we could further inform it as we go. But unfortunately, given the time constraints, it won't be quite as elaborate and deliberative a budget process as we're used to. But I'm hoping that over time, we'll be able to infuse some changes every quarter that will incorporate some of that going forward.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, did you have anything else? I would like to open this up for public comment.
Has Sandy spoken yet?
I'm not
Okay,
done yet. Hold on,
Oh, sorry.
Councilor Chavez. I'm trying to figure out if he's done. Okay, I'm gonna assume that means yes. Councilmember Guinness.
Regarding capital, there's a proposal that we reduce the amount set aside that would be normally set aside in the CAN ordinance, and that would be 6 million. And we had also paid 2.8 million in the library bond out of that. So that would have left 3.2 million, which the 6 million is a reduction from, say, previous years, except for last year when we transferred in from there. So that would leave 3.2 million. And I know we're to look at the capital expenditures subsequently, but can we fix the potholes? Can we ensure that we make the improvements that we need for projects that are 90% done and just need a little bit more? And it would cost more to stop them than start them. For projects that where we would have, if we don't fix the street now, we're going to be looking at total roadway replacement, especially if we have a heavy rainy year. So how much are we anticipating leaving in the CAN fund? Are we still anticipating taking the bond fund out of it? And are we going to be in a world of hurt if we take any more out?
Ms. Molina?
Yes. Wanted to let you know that there will be about $2.2 million left from general fund to the capital projects. However, we have other funds that do help pay for the streets. For example, the state RMRA, the gas tax fund, the Measure M funds. All of those continue to help pay for the streets, and all of those will continue into the 2021 CIP budget, even though those will be obviously at a decreased level, just because there are going to be some decreases we're expecting as well in some of those categories, but there will be a continuing funding source for streets.
Okay, because Measure M is going to be down too, because that's sales tax funded.
Correct.
And so I just would like to get a better handle on what staff feels we need in terms of specific capital expenditures before really making any decisions. And I guess we won't have that till what, a couple of weeks from now?
No, actually, on the CIP, we're prepared to bring that forward either this Tuesday coming up after the holiday, or we can bring it the following meeting. And so on the CIP, we are expecting, we're still going to continue to make the bond payment, obviously, we have to do that. And then in addition to that, we'll have 2.2 million in general fund supported CIP. It's a list that will be easy to get through. It leverages funding in the CIP general fund for streets and still leverages enough to be able to meet the maintenance of effort requirement so that we continue to receive Measure M, RMRA, and also gas tax funds, which together are about 6 million. And so we're investing enough in the general fund CIP to make sure that we can continue some of those investments, get those projects done, not create a huge problem in the out years, and still leverage the other restricted sources while trying to reduce further cuts in departments. And so I think I have to hand it to Raja. I have to tell you that Raja's been an incredible, amazing, inspirational leader throughout this entire process, because he has put together multiple strategies for us to get through this, not just cutting the current fiscal year by 6 million in a way that we could feel comfortable about, not love, not embrace, not be excited about because it's a cut, but still do it in a way that makes sense, and then move forward and put together a CIP budget that allows us to meet the maintenance of effort requirement as it stands now, leverage those restricted resources that we get that also help to pay for staff and also help to pay for projects, while allowing us to not have to cut departments as much. And so I think the CIP proposal that we'll bring forward will be able to meet all of those goals and get us through 2021 until we start to see a stronger economic recovery.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you,
Councilor
because we
Guinness?
already have significant amounts of weeds growing up through the streets in my area. So that's good to know. Thank you.
Well, and just to clarify that, that's not because of any of this. That means that we need to make sure that you get that information to Mr. Setharaman, because our private outsourced contractor is not taking care of that. That's what that's about. That's happening all over. But
it is happening all over, and it's because our streets were last resurfaced in 2011 and they're due.
Well, that too. Okay. So I didn't understand what you meant, because I know in my area, it's nothing to do with that.
No,
okay.
they're all falling apart.
Councilmember Mansour, did you have any further questions that you wanted to add?
Yes, thank you. So I appreciate all the discussion. I'm trying to get a grasp on, and I understand we need to do cuts and stuff, but what's the incentive to cuts? And I'm going to sound like a broken record. What's the incentive to cuts when we aren't even opening up business yet? You know, I mean, we've opened some, but some of these cuts could be significantly less if we were to start opening up some businesses. And so I'm going to piggyback on what Councilmember Guinness mentioned about the CAN ordinance. I have concerns about that. I want to make sure our infrastructure does not crumble more than it already has. And that was the whole point of the CAN requirement. And all this time we were talking about the IT portion of the CAN. And if you read the staff report, it doesn't say that the city's technology systems are antiquated and should be replaced. It says must be replaced. And we've been told this, and I'm just wondering how long before it actually, you know, something falls apart. And that's the very basis of running our city, our IT department. And I think this shows what can happen when we neglect things for too long. So those are my main concerns. So I don't want to say, hey, we need to find cuts, other deeper cuts elsewhere if we don't address the CAN ordinance, or if we don't utilize a waiver of the CAN ordinance or deferral of the IT. I think the way to make up those shortfalls is to open, hey, let's start with restaurants. Let them manage that a little bit on their own and put a little trust back in the people and get businesses open again.
Okay, thank you for that. Just to clarify, there are 20 business sectors open, including South Coast Plaza curbside, with more than 80 stores, and I think it's now 30 restaurants for curbside takeout. We have the health and public health sector open, emergency services sector, food and agriculture sector, all the grocery stores, the energy sector, water and wastewater sector, transportation and logistics, communications, information technology sector, of course, government, all the essential workers that serve government, critical manufacturing, financial services, chemical sectors, defense, industrial base sector, industrial, commercial, residential, and sheltering facilities and services. Curbside retail is open throughout the entire city. Manufacturers, logistics, childcare, for-profit as well as nonprofit are open. Office-based businesses, even though telework is considered to be strongly recommended, there are law firms that have been open from the beginning because they serve essential services if they do. Car washes, pet grooming, landscaping, gardening, outdoor museums, and open gallery spaces also just recently got open. Golf courses, both public and private, which do create revenue for the city. And then obviously now we also have our tennis center open. I had a chance today to tour the Wild Goose, which is under construction. Construction has not stopped the entirety of the time. We've had construction open. And so we walked through the renovations to the Wild Goose. So this has been an opportunity for many places to do remodels and improvements and kind of get that going so that when the economy does reopen safely, that they're ready to go. I had a chance to talk to the property owner there and who owns 3 restaurants in Costa Mesa. And he shared with me that while, yes, he wants us to work with the governor's office, work with our board of supervisors to try to get us open, that he intends to open safely because of concern for customers wanting to come in. Same with the plaza. Same with almost every business that's calling and talking to us nearly every day. People want to open, but they want to make sure customers are ready to come back. So we're opening. We're doing our best to get places open. I know that Mayor Pro Tem Stevens and I had Assemblywoman Connie Petrie Norris come with us to a business this last week so that she could hear from that business owner all of the types of safety protocols that they have in place, including some kind of a UV light system to disinfect, the staging, the plexiglass, everything. And she worked with the state agencies to help that business owner. So we're doing that every single day. Yes, agree, Councilmember Mansour. We want to get open, but we have to do it safely. We have to do it pursuant to the public health officials, which is who is in control of this, as you know, not us. As I have a question about the budget regarding, can you go back to, here we go. There we go, that. You mentioned on the, earlier that the January, we received the property taxes for January. But I thought that would have come in April. Is that for this November property taxes that you're referring to?
So the January month that I was referring to was the county assessors. The county assessor's office has already assessed the 2021 property tax rolls in January. Okay. So those are not being impacted in 2021 property tax revenues.
So what about the amount, the payments that are made in November? When do we get those payments?
In November, we've already received those in November and December.
But I mean for this year's November.
Correct.
So
it will be November, December.
We'll get those in January or December?
December is normally when we get them.
Okay. And so when will we know a little bit about, because oddly, I actually spoke to some realtors this week as well, and they shared that oddly enough, real estate is staying steady and increasing. So I know that lots of houses have been up for sale in my neighborhood all of a sudden in the last month. So those numbers, we will start to know the projections on those numbers in what month? September or?
So
when?
for the property tax rolls for this year it will be assessed by the county assessor next January. So okay. It will impact us in 21-22.
Okay. I'm going to open this item up for public comment. Thank you so much, Ms. Molina, and thank you, Ms. Farrah Harrison. I know you all have been working diligently to put this together, and we really appreciate all the hard work and the clear presentation. Ms. Green, do we have anyone?
If members of the public wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand. If you're participating via the telephone, press *9.
Uh-oh, we're starting to get that weird sound, like you have a frog in your voice again. Okay, I don't see any hands raised. Okay, do you have anybody who has pressed *9?
But I like one comment that was emailed in, and I'll read. This is
okay. Yeah, it's like you have a frog in your voice. I don't know how else to describe it.
Hold on, just one second. Sure, I'll build it.
Echoing and.
Hold on, just one minute.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I did not understand what you just said.
I'm gonna go ahead and read the item since her
Oh,
speaker
there we
is
go.
messing
There
up.
we go. Now we can hear you.
All right, so this is from Al Malone regarding the budget crisis. I have 7 points to note for your consideration. 1, before the pandemic, we were looking at $10 million a year budget shortfalls for each of the next 5 years. And that assumed the best of times with South Coast Plaza breaking records. Now we face a pending depression with Chairman Powell saying the effect of the pandemic on the economy will drag on into next year. Not a very good prognosis. What we had here was a broken business model where revenues never seem to meet expenses, and now we have a pandemic exacerbating the mess. 2, so what can we do considering that more than 70% of our budget is payroll related? Perhaps the most fiscally prudent approach is to reduce that dollar total by 20% by a combination of approaches, including furloughs and salary reductions. 3, Governor Newsom is proposing a 10% pay cut for all state workers. Should not all California cities match that for city employees? 4, these actions adversely affecting staff is nasty work, loathed by councils, mayors, and city managers. The employees did nothing wrong. They did not cause this nightmare, but we have to deal with the horrendous problem. 5, regarding the so-called deferral of capital improvement projects, this seems somewhat mislabeled. Many, if not most of them, will be canceled for good. These are projects that were budgeted because they were deemed to improve the condition of our city and hence our quality of life. I would like to suggest we consider a bond offering, say in the $30 million range, to provide solely for capital improvements that would otherwise fall victim to this pandemic. Can this idea be researched? And if the bond markets are amenable, get this on the November ballot? Some economists are saying the result of unprecedented expansion of the money supply will result in old-fashioned inflation, with rising prices and rising interest rates over coming years. Today's interest rates may look like an incredible bargain 5 years from now. 6, the proposed new relief package as passed by Congress is for the most part dead on arrival. Cities cannot count on the federal government, at least not to the extent desperately needed, and California appears to be going broke. We have to fend for ourselves, as do other cities, not as affluent as Costa Mesa cities that will be laying off people in large numbers. 7, in summary, we need to consider cutting costs big time and consider a bond offering in addition to depleting general reserves. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Looks like Wendy Lease, your hand is raised, and Ms. Green, can you give her the, I'm not sure if you call it a microphone, but.
No, I'm just talking to my computer by myself and looking at all of you wonderful people up there who are working hard for all of us. First of all, I just have a couple of comments. I want to thank Lori Harrell Farrison, because I'm really thankful that she's chairman of the city managers group. And I listened to your presentation on helping the small businesses. And the Board of Supervisors, I listened to them this morning, and they couldn't quite make up their minds on how the county was going to use the federal money to pass on to the cities. Some wanted more structure and some wanted just to give it to you tomorrow. So they're going to work on that and maybe next week make a decision. But to that point, one couple suggestions to go through contracts, and any that are just retainer, go and see if you can convert those legally to time and materials. If the people are not doing the jobs because there just isn't a need for them right now, then maybe we can reduce costs by changing the contracts. I like the idea that Mrs. Farrell Harrelson is looking at the 5, 10, and the 15% cuts across the board. And I think that she's doing it the right way to find out from each department. I think that's going to bring a lot of of resources by doing it that way. I'm thinking back to when we went through the recession, we had a lot of study sessions and looked at services, looked at golden hand.
I lost you. Are you there?
Yeah, am I cut off?
Okay, we lost you at golden handshakes, I think you were gonna say.
Oh, okay, sorry. But you know, we had a lot of study sessions and we didn't cut across the board, but maybe that's kind of an easy way to look at things now. Last thing, I'd like to just remind you that the FIPAC is there willing and ready to give input when asked. So if it's appropriate. So thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us. Okay, I don't see any other hands raised at this time. And so I'm going to close public comment and Ms. Molina, what action you need us to provide direction just to, is it sufficient to say, for example, move the recommended actions as provided for in the staff report? That's a lot of stuff. Okay. All right. So I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. And I don't think we need to add any further discussion from my standpoint. We've discussed it quite a bit. Councilmember Chavez?
I will make a few statements because I didn't have any questions. Ms. and I had a pretty good discussion yesterday on the phone about this. I just think, given the fact that, as you've heard a couple times today, capital improvements are the one thing that people are the most worried about during these tough times. And from my recollection, I believe the last budget cycle, we also kind of waived the can ordinance to balance the budget. I think we might have to relook at that a bit more thoroughly and see if perhaps when you have a disclaimer on there or an exception to the rule, where if we're not at a certain metric of healthiness in the city, we don't have can come into effect, because right now it feels like we're just kind of waiving it these past 2 years and we're not actually doing the intention of it, which was to improve capital improvements. So maybe we can look into that, see a way to maybe make it a bit more flexible going forward. But other than that, I think staff's done a great job preparing us for what's to come next month. I think I'm very happy that we're being intelligent in how we're managing the money. I think it's really genius that we're going to postpone some things instead of outright not doing them, like the IT plan, because that is very critical for our city's health. So overall, just thank you, staff.
Okay. Council, anyone else wish to speak? Councilmember Guinness, did you have your hand up or is that old?
Yes, well, I have a question and then I have some comments. The question is, there is a sort of a recommended action, but some of it is provide direction. Provide direction on exercising the option to defer the contribution to IT, provide direction on prepayment of city's annual unfunded accrued liability. And am I to assume, or does the motion indicate that the direction is to defer the contribution to the IT, that the direction is, what is the direction, for example, on the CalPERS payment?
My direction is as presented in the staff report. Ms. Molina had the PowerPoint presentation. She had a page where she summarized all of the items that they were going to include to be able to prepare a budget for us. I don't have that slide in front of me right now, but there was a slide and it had all the numbers allocated and itemized, including the reserve, the opportunities, CalPERS. It was paying it in advance in July. There was, I'm just going by recollection what the other
well
items
yeah were. Because the staff report says consider prepayment of the
I'm talking about I'm talking about the presentation that we got here.
Yeah
It's right here. This is what my recommendation is. This is my motion.
Okay, that's your recommendation. Okay, I'm looking for CalPERS. Okay, so we're assuming that we will. Okay, I wanted to clarify that we weren't going to hang on to the payment for cash flow purposes.
Nope.
Okay, that's good. And then I have some comments. And I recognize that there are huge problems that have been created due to the whole coronavirus situation. Both, some of them may be self-generated and some of them, it's just the world economy. But at the same time, we have really had ongoing issues, and this just exacerbates the problem. Last year's CAFR showed a $2 million drop in our general funds from June 30th, 2018 to June 30th, 2019. And we had a significant drop in our capital funds as well. And I know we'd had a major construction project, but we didn't experience as much of a drop the previous year where we also had construction. Our total government fund balance of 99 million at the end of last year was the lowest it had been since 2015. It went up through 2017 and then just kept dropping. Same with our general fund balance. It peaked in actually 2016 and has dropped since then. Last year, we adopted a budget that assumed use of our fund balance, and it also transferred funds from our capital funds. And basically, we have not been managing our money well for the last several years. And we just need to tighten our belts. And I'm glad in some ways that we realistically are finally doing so. I mean, this is very drastic belt tightening. But I think we need to realize that even without COVID-19, we would be in budgetary problems. Our last year's budget had a 5-year projection and basically indicated that we had structural problems in our budget. That's the budget that was adopted, said we had structural problems in our budget. And as long as we continue to want to do, and it's lovely, elected officials always love to do new stuff. But the problem is there are not unending funds to do new stuff. When we get a good idea, we need to think about how much is it going to cost? How are we going to pay for it? Are we going to cut something else? And the problem is that we would be hurting even without the coronavirus. And I think it's very sad what has happened, and it's horribly drastic. But let's not kid ourselves that we would be everything would be sunshine and roses if it weren't for COVID-19. It would not be. The 5-year financial, this is out of the adopted budget. The 5-year financial forecast shows structural deficits in the general fund for the next 5 years of 10 million to 13 million. That's in the adopted budget. So yeah, we're in a world of hurt now, but you know what? We'd be in a half a world of hurt if it weren't anyway. So I just hope that this is a beginning of a more responsible approach. And I have to give staff all the credit in the world, because every year they scramble and they work so hard to try to make things work out well. And then we find new ways to spend money. So I will support the motion, and I hope this is just the beginning of a more responsible approach towards our fiscal matters in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else with their hands raised. So I'm going to call for the question and by voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
No.
Councilmember Guinness?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes. Can I ask a question, Councilmember Mansour? What would you have changed? Did you want to add something? Was there something that we didn't cut that you wanted to cut?
No, you keep doing what you're doing. I already voiced my opinion. I'm sure you heard it.
I didn't understand. I didn't hear anything about the budget. So just, okay.
Look,
Moving on.
I've made
Next
my
item is
opinions
item.
clear. Ms. Foley, you need to pay attention when I speak, but we have 2 more items tonight. You can replay and rewatch it if you like.
Oh yeah, I heard you say we need to open businesses. I was
Can we
paying.
take a short break?
That's
Yes,
exactly.
we can. Thank you.
Apparently you didn't hear it, so.
Mayor, you're
Thank you, Melina.
We're gonna take a short break. Thank you, Miss Melina.
Thank you.
Back in 5 minutes.
All right. So item number 6 is possible ballot measures for November 3rd, 2020 general election. Presentation by Mr. Curtis, Economic and Development Services Director.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. What we have before you this evening is a request from City Council action as to whether or not to move forward, bringing forward a couple items on potential ballot initiatives for the November election. Just as a quick back.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Curtis, just real quickly, just a reminder to everyone to mute yourself.
Yes. Just as a quick background, in November 2016, the city voters approved Measure X, which allowed cannabis manufacturing in the northwest part of the city, and Measure Y, which was an initiative that required projects to be placed before the voters if they exceeded certain development thresholds established through the measure. Since that time, interest has been expressed in broadening aspects of Measure X, while questions regarding the applicability of Measure Y to certain types of projects have also been raised. It has been proposed that these matters be considered by the City Council and that direction be given to staff should the City Council be interested in placing either of these items on the November 3rd ballot. Regarding Measure X, state law has changed as a result of Prop 64 being approved the same time as Measure X, which relaxed restrictions regarding recreational cannabis use. As a result, there's been some interest in allowing additional types of cannabis businesses and expansion of the area where such businesses could be located potentially. These changes would require a modification to Measure X. Some options would include, but not necessarily be limited to, allowing home delivery of cannabis products in the city, allowing retail sales within the city, whether or not that should be permitted, and if yes, where and how many licenses should be allowed. Another idea would be potential expansion of cannabis uses outside of the area currently permitted by Measure X. These changes would all require follow-up zoning code changes after the fact. Regarding Measure Y, the 6th cycle housing element, I know we've talked about this on several occasions, but the 6th cycle housing element update process includes a dramatic increase in the city's housing allocation over the next 8 years. It's essentially consists of over 11,700 new dwelling units for the community. While still in the early stages of pre-planning, it appears that rezoning of substantial amounts of land will likely be required to comply with state housing element law. Such a rezone, or absent that, a project of sufficient size to meaningfully address the RENA would trigger Measure Y in most instances. According to a number of potential applicants who my department has worked with, a variety of potential development projects have not been pursued by applicants because the projects would be subject to Measure Y. These have included hotels, a museum, redevelopment and improvements to motels along Newport Boulevard, and housing developments. In discussing this with those proponents, they've indicated that uncertainty of the final outcome, which would result from the need of an election after going through the normal planning commission and city council approval process, as well as increased time to process projects subject to Measure Y as their reasons for not moving forward with projects. Similarly, the extended time needed to process an application and the requisite uncertainty associated with the ballot measure is very likely to also affect the ability to provide affordable housing, particularly with regards to nonprofit affordable housing developers who have indicated concerns with the cost and the timing needed to move through a ballot initiative. Furthermore, staff believes that this uncertainty is likely to discourage affordable housing development in the city in a manner similar to, or perhaps even in excess of that seen for market rate developers. And finally, with regards to the housing element law, there are potential penalties looming for cities that do not comply with the new higher RENA numbers. It's yet unclear exactly how those will be pushed down to cities, but they could include reduction or removal of funding for local transportation improvements, among other fines and penalties for noncompliance. As a result, staff is recommending City Council consider some potential options to modify Measure Y, which could include, but not necessarily be limited to, establishing a clear definition of an affordable housing project that could be exempted from Measure Y, There is wording in Measure Y that exempts a state or federally required affordable housing project. Basically, we're saying that needs to be clarified. The actual exemption in Measure Y isn't a type of thing that actually exists currently. Another idea would be to exempt certain geographic areas from Measure Y. Ideas we have heard include north of the I-405, as well as other specific plan overlay areas within the city. We've also heard a number of other ideas to fine tune Measure Y. Staff is recommending that we try to limit if we move forward with anything, that we limit it in scope, in the hope that it's something that can be supportable by the community. Finally, the final issue is staff has suggested and has explored the idea of conducting community surveys to help assist in identifying important community concerns. This could be used to understand exactly what the community wants, and if the community would be considerate of making potential changes to Measure Y or Measure X, what those might be, so they could be tailored in a manner that has the most success of gaining community support. We'd be looking to help ensure neutrality, looking for a firm that would allow us to ensure neutrality, and therefore we'd be recommending use of an external community engagement firm for this effort. With that, staff is requesting that the City Council provide us direction whether to return with an in-depth report regarding possible modifications to either or Measures X or Y to be put on the November 3rd ballot, and also to provide staff direction whether or not to retain an external community engagement firm to help assess community interest in modifying either or Measures X or Y for the November 3rd ballot. And with that, that would conclude my prepared remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Curtis. It looks like Councilmember Mansour is the only person with his hand raised. Councilmember Mansour.
Thank you. I have some questions for either Mr. Curtis or Ms. Barlow. So regarding Measure Y and kind of how it relates to One Metro West. So correct me at any time if I'm wrong, Mr. Curtis, please. So far it has passed Planning Commission, correct? And it's done with that?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's going to come before the City Council, and I personally believe there is support for it on the council. So let's assume it passes by the majority. So it's going to have to go before the voters based on Measure Y in November, and that's going to be Measure Y in its current form, correct?
Yes.
Regardless of what we vote on tonight, because if we vote on putting a change on the ballot, that has to be voted on by the voters in November also. That wouldn't apply to One Metro West right away. So we'd be voting on One Metro West regarding Measure Y in its current form, correct?
Correct.
That would assume that the One Metro West project was on the November ballot. It could be, but it doesn't have to be.
Okay, well, when would it be on the ballot? Sometime after November?
That'll be, yeah, that may be up to the developer whether they want to wait or move forward in November.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, fair enough. So if it passes, if it goes in November, it's a done deal. If it passes with the voters. But if it fails, yes. I'm sorry?
Yes, that one would be, yes.
Right. If it fails, it's dead unless Measure Y is revised, or if in fact, like you said, they put it on the ballot sometime after November. So if it does go on the ballot in November and it fails, what is the process? Does One Metro West still have an opportunity to revive it? If it fails in November, but also there's a revision to Measure Y that says it doesn't apply north of the 405, are they able to reapply again to Planning Commission?
They could reapply. Any project proponent whose project is turned down at some point at whatever level has the right subsequently to reapply for that or a different project. Typically, they would revise the project, but that wouldn't necessarily be required here.
Okay. It just seems to me that these revisions or proposed revisions, we'll see what comes out tonight, but if there's an attempt to eliminate Measure Y north of the 405, it seems to me that that's clearly to assist One Metro West, and I don't think that was the intent of the voters. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Councilmember Guinness, and then Ms. Green, can you clear the, okay, there we go. Councilmember Guinness. Councilmember Guinness, are you on mute or did you unmute?
Okay.
There you go.
There are several proposals here regarding Measure X and Measure Y, and then there's also a proposal to do some polling. And what would be the cost and the time frame of any such polling?
Mr. Curtis?
Yes, sorry. Councilmember Guinness. The costs we have estimates, but the cost would be within the city manager's authorities. So it would be under $50,000. We would be looking at doing it immediately to help provide direction to the council as to shaping, if the council chose to move forward with initiatives, to help shape those in a manner that matched the community's desires.
So you mean like tomorrow?
No. I mean, within the next week to 2 weeks.
And so then over what period of time would the polling be pursued?
A number of weeks. It would commence, like I said, in the next week to 2 weeks, and it would go take place over a couple-week period of time in June.
Okay, so maybe completed by early July?
Lorianne, it seemed like it was middle of June to mid-June-ish, right? When we talked having it completed potentially.
So we received a number of proposals, and they had different strategies, if you will, about how they would go about something like this based on their experience, but it could be between a 2 to 6 week process, depending on the number of questions that we would want to ask in terms of what the community's interest would be, what their preferences would be, any aspects that is really important to them to get modernized in either measure. And so just there's a lot of opportunity and broad way for us to be able to address it, whether it's through, and what tools we use. And so it's an opportunity to do some market research, to get some much needed community feedback. And we have a lot of voters in the city, and not everybody engages similarly. And so using different media, using different platforms to get information out and to get information in about what the community would like to see, I think would be key, and could be done within 2 to 6 weeks.
And when did the RFP go out?
I did 3 quotes. So with an RFP, I just asked for 3 quotes. And within
And when did that occur?
Maybe 2 weeks ago.
Okay. And what was the range?
I think on the low end, and I'd have to go back and check, I think it was 18,000 on the low end, but I think no higher than about 25 or so.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds and Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I'll try to be quick. So first one, I just want to make sure that my understanding is clear. When we're talking about potential modifications to Measure X and Measure Y, any of those modifications, because those are sort of ballot initiatives that were voted on already, any modifications would require another ballot initiative and to be passed by voters, correct?
The ballot initiatives that we're proposing would have to go back to the voters, correct?
Okay. So none of this discussion, I'm trying to sort of preempt some of the comments I know we got in emails and among folks who may be listening. So none of this discussion, except although you did mention sort of clarifying the low or the affordability element, but any changes to what was passed in Measure X or Measure Y would require a vote of the people on a ballot. Okay, thank you. And then I know there's been a lot of discussion about sort of tying this specifically to One Metro West. Certainly they're related. The first time this discussion about potential changes to Measure Y, sort of considering potential changes to Measure Y, the first time this came up, I was very skeptical too as a strong advocate for Measure Y. I didn't do all the groundwork that a lot of people did to get it on the ballot, but I made a video to campaign for it. So I was very skeptical at first. And then Mr. Curtis, you shared some very specific examples of projects that were being considered and then never proposed because of Measure Y. And that was really compelling to me. So I'm hoping you can share one or two of those examples briefly.
Certainly. Probably the best examples have to do with the former TBN site where EF Education First is going. We first were approached by a Taiwanese family who was interested in putting an Asian American museum there, tying it into the local school curriculum in both Costa Mesa and surrounding communities, and really doing kind of a very interesting kind of give back to the community on that site. And ultimately, what we were told was once they kind of delved into the need to go to a ballot initiative on that, they indicated that in their culture, it would be a huge loss of face to have to do that and lose. So they decided they didn't want to take that risk and they'd look elsewhere. So they moved off. And then we had back-to-back hotels interested in the site. One was I believe it was related to a Marriott hotel, looking at that site with a number of restaurants. And the other one was, if I recall correctly, a Japanese firm that had a very, very high-end hotel concept they wanted to put near South Coast Plaza. We've also seen a number of motels, at least two of the motels on Newport Boulevard that wanted to do kind of major remodels and upgrades to bring them into a different class of accommodation, and ultimately because of Measure Y, they've been unable to do that, and they haven't done it to this point.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's helpful to hear of sort of the missed opportunities that I do think, would be things that I would have supported as a Measure Y supporter as well. And those are the types of modifications that I'm interested in considering. And then the last thing I wanted to clarify, so I got a little bit confused by the term polling. I think of sort of political polling where it's like choose A or choose B. But Ms. Farrell Harrison, I appreciated you using the term market research, because that was my understanding, is that this surveying is really to understand what types, like a number of different things the public would or wouldn't support. So if through this sort of research among our community, you find that there is like absolutely no support for certain potential recommendations, your recommendation would be that we don't spend the money to put that on the ballot because we know there's no support for it. Is that right?
Correct. So we have a number of costs to consider as we move forward. So there's the cost of placing it on the ballot, which quite frankly is a nominal cost compared to the cost of staff time. And so I think as we're going through a pandemic, we're managing a fiscal crisis that's pretty significant. We're still trying to meet statutory deadlines on things that are normally required of a government as we go throughout the year. Pursuing a changes to measures is a significant endeavor. We are already in May. And so we're talking about a very truncated time frame. And so I would hate to use staff time resources and in addition to that, financial resources to go down the path of trying to put something on a ballot that doesn't have, that just doesn't meet the community's needs or wouldn't have community support. And so I think it behooves us to proceed with data. I mean, I think it's always better to make data-driven decisions if we can. And if there's a way that we can get data about what people would want to see. What does the public want to see? What does the community want? Do they believe that these measures are perfect? Do they believe that these measures have room for improvement? If they do have room for improvement, where? What we think might be a good recommendation is not what the community might think. There may be certain elements of either measure that the community might have very strong feelings for or against that we're not aware of. And so in my experience, getting that market research, doing these community surveys helps to make informed decisions, especially in short time frames. And when it comes to using staff time and resources and financial resources at a time when we're going through something as serious as COVID-19, I think it's really imperative that we make data-driven, intelligent decisions.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then the sort of despite the lack of or limited resources because of the pandemic, I think the urgency though, or the interest in potentially putting it on this ballot is otherwise we would have to wait another 2 years or incur the cost of a separate election, which is really expensive on an issue that certainly could impact the fiscal health of our city moving forward. So thank you for that clarification.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens and then Councilmember Guinness.
Yes, I just have a question about the time frame to get the item on the ballot, and maybe this is a question for, or items on the ballot, a question for the city attorney. So, you know, here we are on the 19th of May. If staff moves forward, how much time do we have to do the work and develop the nuances of the ballot initiative, then bring it back, get it approved by the city council, and then do what's necessary with the registrar of voters to get that filed on a timely basis, and then get it actually on the ballot?
Right. So that's kind of why we're bringing this to you now instead of waiting. We really have a pretty deadline to get things to moving with the registrar.
I apologize, Ms. Barlow. I'm going to have to interrupt you. Can I get a motion to extend past midnight?
I'm so moved.
Second.
Okay, call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
No.
Councilmember Guinness?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1. Councilmember Mansour voting no.
Okay, Ms. Barlow, I apologize.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. So really we would need to be getting things to the city clerk to get to the registrar by early August. And so that really compresses the timeline for us to do the work. That's why we're bringing it to you now, so that if we do get direction to move forward, there will be time if you decide that you want to do that kind of marketing research, community outreach. We'll have time to do that, and then time to develop not only the potential measures, bring them back, let you consider them, make potential changes. There's a whole host of things we have to do to have things ready for the registrar on time.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all I have in terms of my questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Guinness?
In August of 2019, the council pursued, I believe, a change to the zoning code to be basically allowable uses. I believe changing allowable uses. I can't remember. I'm going to ask you actually to refresh my memory. I'm hoping your memory. But anyway, to allow the homeless shelter on Airway, because previously a homeless shelter would not have been a permitted use at that location. And I believe we processed a zone change, and I'm not sure if we did it as a specific site-specific zone change, because I know that it didn't generate much traffic. Or I believe, though, that we made sort of a generalized statement in the allowable uses under that zoning. And we did not take that forward for a measure-wide vote. And why was that not needed? And how would that affect things, for example, like adding hotels as permitted uses on Newport Boulevard? Is there a parallel there? I see a parallel, but possibly we handled it differently than I recall.
Mr. Curtis.
Yes, Councilmember Guinness, you had me lost for a second there until you mentioned the homeless shelter. What we did in that case was a zone change. It allowed shelters as a conditionally permitted use unless it was city sponsored within the zone, within the industrial zone in the airport industrial complex. So it wasn't just site specific, it was in that zone. The reason that it didn't trigger Measure Y is, as you know, the first step is, did we do a zone change? So yes, that kicked us into analyzing the project to see if it triggered Measure Y. In and of itself, allowing this use, given the fact that there's many properties in that zone that already have existing buildings, it wouldn't necessarily require an addition to a building. It was too early to make that determination. So individual projects would be looked at for Measure Y compliance. So in the case of the shelter on Airway, there is no physical addition going. So we went and did the analysis of the number of trips added, and it didn't increase the number of trips more than the threshold. What tripped it for the motels in the cases, the two that we've discussed this with on Newport, is the 10,000 square foot addition in conjunction with a zone change in those areas. They were proposing to do additions larger than 10,000, not significantly larger, but double or 25,000 square feet, 20,000 square feet, and that tripped up Measure Y.
But Mr. Curtis, hold on. One second, just to add to that, Mr. Curtis, it's also because of the specific plan. Can you add that extra piece?
Correct. Changes to zoning, changes to a specific plan are all part of the metrics that get analyzed for Measure Y to determine whether a Measure Y vote is necessary. In this case, they're in a specific plan. Also, the zoning doesn't allow, the specific plan and the zoning don't allow new and additions to motels. So we would have to go and clean that up to do this, and that kicked us into Measure Y, and then their additions made them need to go to a ballot initiative.
Okay, but it's my understanding that the specific plan is actually the hang up there because it does not allow new expansion or new hotels. And I believe that was because of the problem we had with some pretty seedy places on Newport at the time that was adopted. But if the council, as a matter of policy, wish to approve a change not tied to any particular project, just said, we're going to change the Newport Boulevard specific plan and take out the line regarding hotels, how would that be addressed?
We would, if the city council chose to change the specific plan or the zoning with regards to that particular restriction, we would do a Measure Y analysis, and we may end up looking at future projects, kind of like we would do with the shelter, to see if the future projects, any of the future projects, increase the square footage by more than the Measure Y caps.
But we wouldn't have a project on the table.
Right. But we would have to do that analysis when we did the Measure Y analysis for the change, the specific plan or the zoning. And in that analysis, if it made it likely that projects could come through and increase square footages in a manner inconsistent with Measure Y, or that required triggered a vote in Measure Y, we would, I'll defer to Kim if she has any different thoughts. But because of that would be part of the analysis, that by taking that restriction away, we're now allowing additions potentially over 10,000 square feet to motels in that area, which would trigger a Measure Y vote.
But not when we change the other zone for the industrial. Not that we have people beating down our doors wanting to build homeless shelters.
But the other, correct.
Okay.
I'm
thank
sorry,
you.
I didn't understand your question. Can you repeat that? I didn't hear that.
Well, the question was, we changed the generalized restrictions on a zoning category, potentially affecting numerous properties in the area near Airway in order to accommodate the homeless shelter. Now, granted, there aren't a whole lot of people who want to build homeless shelters, but in theory, if there were, that would be now allowed under the zoning. Even though we had a specific project that met the criteria of Measure Y, had we also opened the door to numerous other ones under the zone change. But on Newport Boulevard, should we change that specific plan without even, to me, it's a parallel. And on Newport Boulevard, were we to just change the rules like we changed the rules for the industrial area in the airport area to say that hotels are a permitted use, expansions of a hotel is a permitted use, that it's different, even though in my mind it's the same, but it's apparently different. Anyway,
If I can explain, I think one of the key differences is that the zone change in the airport zone allowed shelters by CUP. So they remain discretionary decisions with the CUP triggering CEQA and the full analysis. That's very different than making something allowed as of right.
Oh, I wasn't suggesting that necessarily. We could make the hotel expansion by a CUP. In fact, don't most hotels need some sort of discretionary approval anyway?
Yes, but then you'd still have the trigger of Measure Y in terms of the square footage or the trips or the other factors.
Not when we got to the discretionary, because it doesn't apply to discretionary projects.
Councilmember Guinness, the reason we didn't feel, and we still do not feel, that it's a parallel is the action we took that City Council took last year had to do with allowing an additional use in a zone. It didn't have anything to do with allowing additional intensity or additions to buildings. Changing the specific plan regulations would allow additions of square footage to be allowed, whereas currently they're prohibited. So we did not see this as a direct correlation. I understand your point, but we did not see that.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Curtis, I would like to follow up on this because the implication of the question is that we could, as a council, simply change the specific plan. Now, if I felt that that was that easy, then I would have recommended that, 2 years ago when we first started going down this road, working with the property owners who bought property next door to their property and were willing to buy that other really, really seedy motel to the other, I guess that would be, what is that, north? But I understood, and I still understand, unless you're going to tell me something different tonight, that to change the specific plan, that also requires a vote of the people. We don't get to just, like we used to, change the specific plan. That has to go to a vote of the people also, right?
Changing the specific plan kicks you into the analysis under Measure Y to determine whether or not it needs to go to a ballot initiative. We probably could do a project that changed the specific plan that required any projects taking advantage of that change to be under the thresholds of Measure Y. We probably could move forward something like that. So less than 10,000 square feet addition, less than whatever it is, 280 T increase, things like that. And limit it that way so that it clearly, anything you did under that would stay under the thresholds of Measure Y. If we didn't do that, though, it would be staff's opinion that that change would be subject to a vote of the people under Measure Y.
Okay, and the reason that you didn't recommend that at the time was because you couldn't have done a hotel expansion for less than 10,000, right? Is that the reason why?
That's why we never even started looking into it, because
okay. All right. Okay, I don't see any other questions. I'm going to open this up to public comment. We have, looks like 4 people here. No, well, there's many people. So we'll start with, this is public comment on Measure Y and Measure X only. I see some people in here that I recognize from the fireworks. So I just want to make sure that we know that this item right now that we're talking about is just the Measure Y and Measure X. So Ms. Green, we'll go to call in user 2.
Why is the People's Initiative that was voted in by 70% of Costa Mesa voters? I'd like to ask now, who asked for this report? Who called this up and asked for a staff report to be generated? I'm asking, why now in the middle of COVID-19 is this on the agenda? Maybe council members feel this is the boogeyman in the city. I suggest One Metro West is the elephant in the city, with sidestepping and attempting to get special treatment and consideration. At the planning session last week, Brett Stoll of Rose Equities cited several times in a robotic way, we will obey the law. It was very obvious he felt the law would be or could be changed to accommodate his project. Instead of being honest and stating Rose Equities will be happy to bring our project to the great voters of Costa Mesa, Rose Equities, along with city maneuverings, will probably have the FBI knocking on their door sometime next year. Our city has several major litigations on their plate: sober living appeals, actions pending with the former Chief Sharpmick for illegal firing, the pending of litigation by the commercial landlords that could cost tens of millions of dollars in punitive damage if they prevail. Does the city want more litigation by the voters who voted on this project? If the state feels they have an action, then let's cross that bridge when they come to it. It's not now. The arena numbers aren't even solidified. To have our council violate our voter and try to water down this initiative to negate the will of the voters is to spit in the face of Costa Mesa voters and the grassroots that took on Goliath and won. We fought this, we worked for this, and if we need to take on another Goliath in the form of our own city, we can do this. The same Costa Mesa voters are the same voters that all voted you into your council seats. We expect more out of each and every one of you. This poll, to have it readied at this quick way, is just another indication that these things are all pre-decided and that this is just a measure in futility. Thank you.
Mayor, we'll now allow the person number 714, and the last 3 digits are 900. We'll allow you to speak.
Hi there. My name is Diana Denny, and I would like to express my opposition to the idea that projects north of the 405 be excluded from Measure Y. One has to ask, why is it determined that projects such as the One Metro West will result in the voters turning down the project being built in the area proposed if it is indeed good for the region and the residents? This suggests that the builders are unwilling to make their case to the voters who will be impacted by the development, or that the builder's case is not strong enough to be made to the voters for them to support it. Also, if low-income housing is going to be considered to be excluded from Measure Y, the One Metro West project only allows for 106 low-income units out of 1,057. They should not exempt OMW, which would keep the voters unaware of the project until it's being built and the impact is being felt with virtually no say in the matter, even though Measure Y was designed to provide that opportunity, as well as the opportunity to vote on the impact it will have on all of us in the region. The builder stating that there hasn't been much development in this region in the past 25 years ignores the true reason why that is the case, which is the city was already fully developed 25 years ago, with no room to build more massive, dense development such as One Metro West. Unless other developed areas in the city are torn down or areas designated for industrial zoning are stripped and changed to high-density residential zoning, Costa Mesa does not have space for these types of projects. Stripping industrial zoning is not a good idea, particularly from a planning standpoint. As for the pressure to meet the RENA affordable housing projects, Decisions made to remove needed industrial zoning with the promise of a massive high-density housing project that provides only 106 apartments, 10% of its 1,057 apartments, is not effective in reaching those goals. Yet is the very reason for the poor decisions being made to rush through massive projects without voter say, which was voted into for their right to do so. Could it be that the pressure being placed on the state of California cities is highly unrealistic, and the real issue lies with needing to push back on the state's policies and pressure being placed, and their threat to impose fines and penalties for noncompliance? It is a fact that we are heavily populated already, and not everyone will be able to afford to live in this area or live near the ocean. The decisions made by planners that result in good planning cannot now be jeopardized with pressure that they in turn feel resulting from the RHNA push. When poor planning decisions are made, it removes many of the benefits for those that are living here that pay the high cost of living in order to do so and work very hard to be able to do that. During a pandemic, you can't possibly gather the kind of polling that you might need when we can't even get the census numbers to come in. It indicates the pandemic's getting in the way. Please protect Measure Y and the reasons why the majority of voters overwhelmingly voted it in to protect against such massive projects going in without the voters' awareness and ability to vote on these projects. Thank you for considering these points. Hello?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that. Sorry, I muted myself. Next speaker will be Richard Legaspi.
Hey, Richard, if you could unmute yourself, then you can begin speaking.
I'm not on this one yet. I'm with the fireworks.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So if you want to unraise your hand and we'll go to the next speaker. We're talking about Measure X and Measure Y at this time. Next speaker is Marcus.
Hello, Marcus, you may speak.
Good evening, Mayor Foley, council members, Director Curtis. My name is Marcus Beek, and I work for Cookies Retail, a California-based cannabis company with operations throughout the country. I would like to encourage the city to work towards modifying Measure X to include retail sales and put that to the voters in November. I think it represents a potential solution to some of the budgetary issues that have been discussed. Every day I work with cities across the state and country that are implementing retail cannabis. In cities like Costa Mesa, the first concern is how retail storefronts may affect the community. The fact of the matter is the city is in control. Costa Mesa can develop an ordinance that works for Costa Mesa, one that gives the city effective control over the impact of retail storefronts, as well as millions of dollars in tax revenue. The city can turn the blight and enforcement costs of the currently operating illegal dispensaries into flagship retail locations that add to the city's coffers. As we all know, in 2016, Costa Mesa voters approved Measure X, a balanced proposal that allowed the city to capture cannabis revenues in a way that fit Costa Mesa. As we also all know, Santa Ana went with a more liberal approach. In the 2019 to 2020 fiscal year, Santa Ana expects to earn $10.8 million from cannabis taxes. As another example, Port Hueneme, about a fifth of the size of Costa Mesa in Ventura County, went from a budget shortfall of $1.2 million in 2016 to $2.3 million in cannabis tax revenue during their first year of regulated operation. Just as Costa Mesa developed a thoughtful approach with Measure X in 2016, the city's approach to cannabis retail can be an equally tailored solution. The city has the tools through zoning, setbacks from schools and parks, limiting the number of storefronts, as well as competitive application and license requirements. Costa Mesa can ensure that it attracts the best. Professional operations like Cookies that partner with cities and give back to their communities through volunteering and charitable contributions, as well as their tax revenue. I'd also like to suggest as a resource to the city, it's been mentioned earlier tonight, HDL Companies does really great work consulting with municipalities on implementing cannabis taxation and regulation. And I'm sure they'd be more than happy to consult with you on this. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, the HDL is who we always consult with, but thank you. I'm glad others believe that. Okay, Mr. Humphrey, you're up.
I'd unmute. Good evening, Council. Thank you for your time. Your second speaker, lady whose phone ended in 900, I missed her name, but she said it eloquently. She said it well, and she said it clearly. I can't make any better than that, so I'll take a little different tack. Imagine, if you will, you want to put a 4-star hotel in the middle of an R1 residential area without any freeway access to it. It's very convenient to then look at that and figure out all the traffic problems and all the impacts on that R1 neighborhood that you're right against with your 4-star hotel, with no ability to deal with that other than to spend a lot of money. Maybe it's easier to blame Major Y than make that decision that, oh, we're gonna have to acknowledge that this is not a good idea. So I keep looking at those processes across the board as one. But let's look at your RINA numbers. It's 25%, actually it's bigger than 25% of your total housing stock. You're never gonna make that number. I'm sorry, it isn't gonna happen. If it's going to happen, the only way you're gonna do it is take and gut Measure Y, literally down to the bone, and allow densities in the 80, 90, 100 units per acre to get to that number. You're never to get to it on a reasonable place. Just like I've been told, think of all the pieces of land that there's 30-year, 40-year leases on it, 10-year leases that are not available for development, not available to be bought up and used up. So in fact, it's very difficult to connect those things. So you're going to put higher and higher densities on those properties to get there. Again, overburdening the community, and again, changing the rules so the public has no say. That's not really an appropriate way to deal with the process. Measure Y was put there on purpose to give the voters the opportunity to speak about what's going to happen in their community. So if you're going to make choices, think about how it's going to impact Costa Mesa long-term down the road and what your options really are. And your options can do what you're going to do. If you really want to just simply gut Measure Y, just put your names on it and put it on the ballot with your names to rescind Measure Y and be done with it. Don't play around by giving the public the thought that, oh, well, we still have Measure Y. It's just been altered a little bit. Because if you take all the specific zones and all the overlay zones and north of the freeway and you exempt those things, you just exempted the whole city. So please do us all a favor and not hide behind a partial change. Make the choice to be, as a council, to either keep it and find ways to work with it, or to cancel the whole thing and put your names on it. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Okay, next speaker, Ms. McDonald.
Hi, Cynthia McDonald. So I sent you an email earlier today also, but I spent a lot of my day focusing on potential housing north of the 405 because that to me seems the likely area if we're going to satisfy the RINA arena, that that is where I would think we would be building. However, a lot of my time was also spent looking at SB 35 because SB 35, basically I looked up the case in Cupertino, and what a sweet deal and a nice way to screw the city that developer took. You know, they got the entitlements, turned around, changed the deal. Cupertino is supposed to get a city hall, bike paths, and $14 million to benefit their schools. However, the developer said, no, we're going to swoop in under SB 35, get ourselves some fast tracking of our entitlements, and we're going to forget all that. So what happens when you zone for housing? Because unless it's zoned for housing, SB 35 doesn't apply. Well, you're going to lose the ability to require greater than 10% affordable housing. You're going to lose the ability to require community benefits, parks, bike lanes, fire stations. You lose the ability to control your parking and the design standards. So looking at the goals that you have in the staff report, keeping the city fiscally responsible, well, you can't fund those community benefits. Addressing housing, only 10% affordable housing will be required. This is just not a great idea. We need to work on a vision of the city going forward. You'd be better off spending this polling money on that. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Whittingham.
Sorry. Good morning, Mayor Foley and Council Peter Whittingham, Whittingham Public Affairs Advisors. I've had the good fortune, obviously, to work on behalf of various clients on issues in Costa Mesa over the years. And my father-in-law is a Costa Mesa resident, so I typically spend quite a bit of time in the city and enjoy it very much, and appreciate the opportunity to speak briefly regarding this item. You earlier had a sobering presentation on the budget picture for the city, as well as an earlier presentation on the status of the city's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Council certainly wise to be examining any and all opportunities to address what will likely be a multi-year hit to the city's finances. I've had the opportunity to work with several operators of retail dispensaries, and I have a fairly good understanding of what distinguishes both an exemplary operator and a successful jurisdiction. Licensed, permitted, and well-regulated retail cannabis operations have the potential to generate substantial revenues in Costa Mesa. The city of San Jose collected more than $13.5 million from such operations in 2018-2019, and the city of Santa Ana is expected to bring in almost $11 million from its dispensaries in the current fiscal year, as just mentioned a few moments ago. A number of unregulated and illegal stores are currently operating within the city, as well as kiosks that have popped up here and in other cities in the county since the start of the year. In addition, state law allows dispensaries in other jurisdictions to deliver cannabis to Costa Mesa residents, representing a lost revenue opportunity. I'll also put in a plug for HDL, which is an Orange County-based firm. They're currently providing cannabis consultancy services to Fullerton and other Orange County cities, and could be a good option for Costa Mesa to consider should you decide to move forward. There are certainly many facets to take into account in the development of a ballot measure and an ordinance that provides a level of comfort related to public safety, community benefit, and sustaining the quality of life in Costa Mesa neighborhoods. These are all considerations that could be fully vetted and addressed over the next few months should you decide to move forward this evening. I'll close by encouraging you to provide direction to your staff to return with a report on possible modifications to Measure X that could be placed on the November ballot, and, if appropriate, to initiate an ascertainment of public sentiment regarding such a proposal. Thanks very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Thanks for staying up. Okay, Ms. Lees.
Good morning, everyone. Well, I sent you all emails, and I appreciate what Jay Humphrey said and the lady who spoke very eloquently, speaker number 2. Here's what I have to say. It would be wrong to undermine the integrity of Measure Y by tinkering with it now. Measure Y was written to stop the capricious choice of a future city council to disregard public input. Democracy worked well in 2016 to galvanize a nonpartisan group of Costa Mesans to collect more than 7,000 qualified signatures and campaign hard with our shoe leather to pass Measure Y. Citizens agreed. Measure Y passed. And that was in spite of opposition from a council majority that supported Measure Z with taxpayer money. And that was only 4 years ago. The One Metro West developer took a risk to go ahead with a project knowing he would have to put it before the voters to get approval. 4 years ago, we weren't in this situation we are now. The air's filled with fear, and so your proposal to consider tinkering at all with Measure Y by spending money on a citizen survey at a time when residents are very preoccupied with being safe and just surviving and not obliged to focus on another complex issue like Measure Y and tinkering with it. Please don't do a survey. Let the will of the voters stand. Don't use the need for affordable housing to drive your decision and override the voters' approval of Measure Y. There's been no formal communication of the consequences of and potential penalties if you don't meet the housing mandate. Don't act on fear based on the future. Let's weather the storm. Don't be impulsive. Don't be hasty. Respect the will of the voters in 2016, hardly 4 years ago. Depending on how the measure is presented, I might be open to changing Measure X with restrictions because we need the resources as long as it's well structured. But both would be expensive to put forth at a time of budget challenges. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much. Ms. Green, I don't see anybody else in the Zoom queue. Do you have any callers on the other line?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have quite a few public comments submitted via email today.
There was, but I understand there's some callers because I'm getting texts saying they're on some *9. Is there a way to check?
No, well, there's people with phone numbers on there, but if they would hit *9.
Okay.
And then.
So if you are,
there you go. Okay, so the person whose number 714 and ends in 414, you may speak.
Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. If
Okay,
there's someone on the call who would like to speak and you have dialed in, you need to hit *9. Okay, go ahead, speaker.
Okay, I asked myself why, and now I'm asking you, why now? Does the lack of public participation play a part in this? While we are in distress, facing a pandemic and unable to protest in person at public meetings, this attempt at dismantling Measure Y has been proposed by who? Not by our citizens. Why ignore the desires of Costa Mesa citizens? This initiative to circumvent Measure Y was not brought forward by them. It was brought forward by a developer who's been throwing money around, attempting to pull the wool over uninformed residents' eyes. The One Metro West logo was branded on giveaway bags at concerts in the park, and most recently at the IKEA food distribution event. I recall a couple of years ago, Mr. Glickman's son, Brent Stoll, attempted to become a member of the Bikeability Walkability Committee. This while he's a resident of Santa Monica. You got to ask yourself why. Why would a resident of Santa Monica want to be on our Costa Mesa committee? Only in attempt to influence. Measure Y was created because residents were fed up with the type of development being approved by our former city council. It passed with a 70% voter approval. For the current city council to even consider a dismantling of Measure Y before the ink has barely had time to dry is a blatant disregard to our residents. I'd like to ask all the members of the city council if they have received any monetary contributions by any developer pushing forward this agenda item, and if so, that you recuse yourself from voting on this item. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker will be the phone number ending in 190. It's a 213 at the beginning, ends at 190.
Hi, my name is John Hanna, and I'm a community college trustee. I also represent the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, and we have a few hundred members who reside in Costa Mesa. I'd like to say, first of all, I don't see the suggestions as being dismantling Measure Y by the council. Remember, This is, if there is something that goes forward, it goes to the people, the very people who passed Measure Y. If they don't like it, the change, they simply vote it down. So I don't see any inherent problem with looking at it. I think Measure Y certainly has great benefits in protecting neighborhoods, but it's not a panacea. One of the things that Measure Y is intended to do is to try and get developers to be responsive to the community and provide good community benefits. In the One Metro West proposal, I mean, the development agreement, the community benefits aren't very substantial, number one. And number two, 3 council members suggested that the One Metro West talk to my organization and myself and one other member who were there, and they've never called. They refused to return calls. So it hasn't had that impact. But I don't think you throw it out. But I do think a good case has been made that in certain areas, for example, around South Coast Plaza and around certain portions of Newport Boulevard, that we're losing significant tax revenue from hotels because the reality is that it's exceedingly expensive to go forward with a project and to feel that and you spend all the money on the front end only to find out it doesn't pass. So I think in certain limited situations, you may want to have that modification. And again, I would conclude by saying that this is not the council trying to undo why. It is the council saying, perhaps there's a modification you may want to consider, and the public decides it. Laws are, the whole legislative process and initiative process is one of looking at problems, attempting solutions, and then when you see that maybe you need a fine-tune something, you propose something else. And so I think I'm not sure a poll's needed to do this. The council should decide what modifications they want to propose, and let the public decide. So those are my comments, and I want to thank the council for their hard work and staying up so late. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for staying up. Okay, I don't see any other hands raised in the queue. Ms. Green, did you have any comments that you needed to read?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have quite a few comments that we need to read. And so Ms. Bennett and I will alternate. Okay. So first one is from Ken Aria. I have lived in the state streets for 30 years and mildly active in city politics. One Metro West will be destructive and no developer gloss can paint it differently. I was more than mildly active with Measure Y, as that measure seemed to give me some standing in the direction my city takes. Please do not diminish the power of the citizenry to address development. The voice of the ordinary citizen was a stated objective of the measure. Do not mute us. Next message is from Laurel Golden. I'm writing to question the purpose of item 6 on the May 19th agenda. It might appear that the city is looking for a way to bypass Measure Y and not apply it to the One Metro West project, the largest project proposed since its passing. In watching the last Plan Commission meeting where One Metro West was discussed, I was alarmed by the developer's answer when asked if he understood the development would be subject to Measure Y. His answer that he would follow the law gave me the impression he thinks the law will change. Does he know that the law will be changed for this project, circumventing a vote by the citizens? Is agenda item number 6 asking the city staff to find a way to nullify Measure Y? Measure Y passed with 60% of the vote and shows a clear determination by the citizens to have a say in the kind of city that Costa Mesa becomes. We don't want backroom deals that leave the city unlivable for all residents. It concerns me that a project of this size and impact to the city would be able to create a loophole, finding a way to ignore the will of the people. If the project is as good as they are promoting and beneficial to the city, let them make their case to the voters. Next one is from Kim Hendricks. Measure Y was approved by the voters of Costa Mesa because we wanted a voice in major developments in our city. I do not support the city manager asking for any changes to it and undermining our voice. What I am hearing in this conversation is that Costa Mesa State mandated general plan calls for 4.6 acres of open space per 1,000 residents. Costa Mesa has less than 3 acres per 1,000 residents, and this development would make it even less. This is not acceptable on a few levels. First, Costa Mesa residents have spoken with Measure Y and do not like their voice undermined by the city manager's request to change any part of it. Secondly, once again, open space, which is so critical for our mental and physical health, is ignored. I do not support this change and hope you do not either. Next one by Marilyn and Bob Wright. It has come to my attention that the city council may be considering weakening or sidestepping Measure Y in order to gain approval for the One Metro West project. Since the measure passed by 68.4% majority vote, this would be unwise. Even the thought of it is concerning and smacks of dishonesty and distrust of the citizens of Costa Mesa. The One Metro West project is too large for the area, the city, and the current economic climate. The amount of traffic that will be generated in the area of the harbor and I-405 interchange would bring North Costa Mesa to a standstill. That alone should be enough to help this development. Ms. Bennett will read the next comments.
I'm Matthew Nathaniel. I am Director of Retail Expansion for the Shrine Group, being vertically integrated with operations throughout the state of California. We have extensive experience in all aspects of cannabis and understand what is required for a successful relationship between cannabis companies and communities. With many years in the cannabis industry, experience has shown that communities which allow cannabis retail in normal commercial areas have the greatest overall positive economic impact for the city and the citizens. Manufacturing, distribution, and cultivation are not consumer-facing operations, and it's logical for them to be located in industrial zones. They don't have customers coming in and out all of the time. Retail stores, on the other hand, have consumers visiting throughout the hours of operation with a strict vetting process, such as a merit-based system. The city can ensure they have quality operators that know how to integrate with a typical retail shopping area. This means strict regulatory compliance, 24-hour security, additional lighting for the area, and surveillance cameras covering the entire retail store and the surrounding area. These are the kind of measures shown to improve walkability scores and increase sales for neighbor businesses, thus increasing the overall tax base for the city. It is more important than ever to ensure economic success for the city in order to support those in the community. How the city decides to craft this policy will determine the potential success of cannabis business in the community. I ask that the city of Costa Mesa strongly consider including cannabis in normal commercial zones and not just in the designated green zones. I'm happy to discuss this further at your convenience. Thank you. Next is from Michael Mosali. As many of you know, I own and operate 7 Leaf here in Costa Mesa, a cannabis manufacturing and distribution business. However, I am also the chair of the Orange County Board of the Cannabis Chamber of Commerce, a nonprofit organization of industry volunteers which seeks to help develop cannabis policies with local governments as they emerge. I spoke with my fellow Cannabis Chamber of Commerce board members, and we want to reach out and extend our full support of introducing additional cannabis legislation in Costa Mesa and offer any help we may be able to provide. Attached, you will find a letter from the Cannabis Chamber, which outlines more information about our organization, our mission, our accolades, and the ways in which we hope to help the city of Costa Mesa. Please let us know a good time to speak, and we can further discuss how we may be of assistance in working with the city on any upcoming legislative changes for the local cannabis industry. Thank you for your consideration. And attached is a 5-page letter that is posted on the website. I won't read that. Next is from Building Industry Association of Southern California. On behalf of our membership, I write to express our support to further analyze and possibly consider changes to Costa Mesa's Measure Y. The Building Industry Association of Southern California Orange County chapter is a nonprofit trade association of over 1,100 member companies employing over 100,000 people affiliated with the home building industry. In 2016, city voters approved Measure Y, an initiative requiring development projects to go to a vote of the people if they meet certain development thresholds, otherwise referred to as a ballot box zoning. The BIA was adamantly opposed to this measure for several reasons. Ballot box zoning adds time, uncertainty, and significant cost to the development process. It could also expose the city to significant state involvement, as Measure Y may make it difficult for the city to meet its RENA numbers. It is with great optimism we see city staff recognize the significant hurdles with ballot box zoning as stated in the staff report, and we encourage the City Council to propose meaningful changes to add flexibility to Measure Y. Thank you.
The next speaker is, next comment is Jason Bates. I'm in opposition to any building north of the 405 being excluded from Measure Y being put on the ballot. I'm opposed to the weakening or any amendments to Measure Y. Measure Y won with voters having overwhelming support, and the measure is designed to protect us. In the middle of a pandemic, it is not the right time to weaken Measure Y, as many may be uninformed. Next comment is Jason Thiesing. From what I understand, there's an item on the agenda tonight regarding Measure Y. Please leave Measure Y alone. Do not touch Measure Y. Leave it as it stands. Measure Y was approved overwhelmingly by the voters of Costa Mesa. You don't need polling or a survey or a focus group to try to understand what the people want. We already know what the people want: to voice our opinion and opposition or approval for certain projects that will change the zoning and land use in Costa Mesa. To exclude areas north of the 405 freeway and projects that include low-income rental units from Measure Y would pretty much account to political suicide for the members of the council who would approve such disastrous recommendations to weaken Measure Y. Moreover, the timing of this council agenda is very strange at a time when the unpopular huge One Metro West project is being proposed north of the 405. This project is exactly what Measure Y was intended for, and to do anything other than project, it would be unbelievably shady and corrupt and will make the city council members outright liars. Knowing when this thing all started with the One Metro West project, the one thing that was comforting was the council members saying that it doesn't matter how we vote on this project here, because ultimately it will ultimately be the voters who will decide on the project. That is a direct quote from all the council members on this board. Do not touch Measure Y, leave it as it was intended for. To weaken it would be one of the major blunders of Costa Mesa and will put a stain on your record and the council and the city as a whole for years to come. Next is from Andrew Pedroza. I'm opposed to any exclusions to Measure Y being made specifically to exclude any building north of the 405 freeway. Also, if low-income housing is going to be excluded, One Metro West project only allows for 106 low-income units out of 1,057. They should not exempt it from allowing the voters to be made aware of the project and voting on the impact it will have on all of us in the region. Please protect Measure Y and the reasons why the majority of voters overwhelmingly voted it in to protect against such massive projects going in without the voters' awareness and ability to protect on these projects. The next comment is from two individuals, from Crystal Bausch and Tricia Wilkinson. I'm in opposition to any building north of 405 being excluded from Measure Y being on the ballot. I'm opposed to the weakening of Measure Y. I oppose the One Mesa West project due to traffic congestion, high density buildings creating site, noise, light, and pollution. It will not only degrade my family's quality of life, but bring down the property values in a large section of the Mesa Verde North neighborhood, which in turn brings all the property values down in the entire neighborhood. Measure Y won the voters having overwhelming support in the measures designed to protect us. In the middle of a pandemic, it is not the right time to weaken Measure Y, as many may be uninformed. Ms. Bennett, please.
From Kenneth Stahl. I'm writing in my capacity as legal advisor to People for Housing Orange County, a local housing advocacy group. I am also a professor of law at Chapman University Fowler School of Law, where I direct the school's program in land use, environmental, and real estate law. My comments below are my own personal view and do not reflect the views of the university. The council should place before voters a proposal to revise Measure Y to make clear that it exempts any project that will help fulfill the city's RENA obligation for the 6th planning cycle, 2021 through 2029. Arguably, the current language of Measure Y stating this ordinance shall not apply to affordable housing proposals required by state or federal law already exempts such projects, but the language is imprecise and should be clarified. If the language is not clarified, the city of Costa Mesa may face legal liability. State law requires the city to address and, if possible, to remove any constraints on its ability to meet its RENA obligations. There is no doubt that Measure Y is such a constraint. Meeting the city's RENA obligation will undoubtedly require making changes to the city's general plan and zoning code to entitle more multifamily housing at higher densities than city law currently allows. However, under Measure Y, such changes cannot be made without voter approval if they will result in significant increases in traffic or density. Although it is precisely the point of the RENA law to ensure increased housing density. Therefore, if the city fails to address Measure Y, the State Department of Housing and Community Development may find the city's housing element to be out of compliance with state law, which would trigger loss of state funding and possibly litigation, as recently occurred when the state sued the city of Huntington Beach for failing to have a compliant housing element. Furthermore, one court in Encinitas entertained the possibility of enjoining the issuance of any building permits, including home additions or remodels, until the city had a compliant housing element. For these reasons, it would be wise for the City Council to ensure that Measure Y is consistent with state housing law by placing a ballot measure before the voters to exempt from Measure Y any projects that help fulfill the city's RENA allocation. Thank you. Next is from Mr. Rutherford. I hope you are staying safe and well during this challenging time for our city. The tireless work of city leaders, department heads, and city staff to guide us through this pandemic is worthy of heroes' praise. As we face an economic crisis on par with the Great Depression, I want to thank you for creating the opportunity to publicly discuss our city's housing needs. It is well documented that Orange County faces a job housing imbalance. The county average job housing ratio is 1.58, while SCAG recommends a 1.36 ratio for optimal mobility, air quality, and distribution of property tax revenues. Costa Mesa is considered job rich with 2.11 jobs per dwelling unit, according to city staff. This alone makes a clear case for increasing the supply of well-planned housing. The ongoing pandemic has further thrown into sharp relief the imbalance of inequality of California's housing crisis. Homelessness is expected to spike 45% this year. According to one recent study, the development of quality affordable housing seems to be more urgent than ever, but existing conditions in Costa Mesa remain extremely unfavorable to affordable housing development without city council action on this item. While a well-intentioned measure driven by a desire for more residents be involved in planning the future of our city, Measure Y, aka ballot box zoning, poses a significant risk to our city's ability to meet future affordable housing needs in a way that increases walkability while protecting existing neighborhoods. The Southern California Association of Governments drafts regional housing needs allocation for Costa Mesa will require the city to plan for well over 10,000 housing units, including a majority of affordable units. If our city is to make any meaningful progress in meeting this demanding goal from the state while growing in a way that protects the neighborhoods of longtime residents, we must create a more favorable environment for walkable mixed-use development projects that allow a density sufficient to meet demand. Costa Mesa may also face significant penalties from the state if progress is not made towards new housing targets. Given that city voters already entrust our elected officials with a mandate to lead and make decisions on our behalf, the layer of additional process review added by Measure Y does not come without a significant cost. Added layers of not just review and the requirement to undertake a citywide election campaign for a housing project is one that adds significant costs that affect the creation of housing units, particularly affordable ones. Affordable housing is already an arduous and cost-burdened process in California. And that is 3 minutes. There's still about a half a page left in that comment. It's going to be on the website.
Okay, thank you. I'll read some more comments here.
Okay, Ms. Green, about how many more comments do we have left?
We have about 8 or 9 more comments.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Go ahead.
So the next one is from the following people. They all emailed the same thing. It's from Daniel Thomas Morgan, Raquel Jan, Bill Shopoff, Garrett Johnson, Aaron Marlin, Randy Waller, Michael Gregg, Zach Brown, Janet Kellogg, Hutchinbow, Jordan Johnson, Ann Cassingham, and Corey Goldbrisson. To whom it may concern, I wanted to express my support for the proposed revisions to Measure Y, especially exempting properties north of the 405 and or in other specific plan areas from Measure Y. The next comment is from Eileen Benjamin. On behalf of the Costa Mesa Chamber of Commerce, our Board of Directors, and more than 500 local businesses in Costa Mesa, I'm writing to express support for actions to rescind Measure Y. Costa Mesa is a great place to do business, and our community has always flourished when new investment is made in our city. We have opposed Measure Y from the beginning, since it stifles new investments and business ventures. As you know so well, in the midst of this health crisis, our business community is suffering. Now more than ever, as we look forward, our city and our community will need new ideas in the post-COVID-19 world as a mindset to advance our business community. We have witnessed firsthand how the law hurts new ideas and new investment in Costa Mesa. For the reasons outlined in this letter, I respectfully urge you to consider actions to rescind Measure Y. If you have any questions or would like to discuss further this matter, please contact me at the info below. This next one is from Christine Nolf. I want to thank you for your leadership in this time. I'm writing today to support your review of Measure Y. As an affordable housing advocate, I was opposed to Measure Y. In my opinion, it is not helpful to establishing creative housing solutions. As we all know, things have changed since the passage of Measure Y. Developing housing for people that have become known as essential workers is crucial in this time. I argue that it's been crucial even before the pandemic, as they are often the people who clean our offices, prepare our meals, and stock the shelves in local stores. They're often on the lower end of the income scale and are priced out of the Costa Mesa rental market. This results in them living farther away from their jobs. Their communities add traffic in our community. Second, in order to meet our state-mandated RENA numbers, we have to build more affordable units. Building these affordable units requires greater density, and we must plan for it. To plan for it, we must have more flexibility than Measure Y in its present form allows. I think you have received potential fixes from my colleagues. I want to reiterate what they have shared. Exempting residential development with at least 15% of its units affordable for very low and low-income families, and exemption of development north of the 405, which poses no risk to the integrity of single-family home neighborhoods, a primary concern for Measure Y supporters. Thank you for continuing to hear the concerns of all residents in Costa Mesa. I recognize that the economy is a big concern right now. Being able to develop housing for workers will encourage employers to continue to come and stay. A few amendments to Measure Y will help us do this. I support your review of Measure Y and look forward to seeing what amendments you propose to put on the ballot that will be in line with the economic realities we face. The next message is from Peggy Partnoff. I am writing again to oppose the One Metro West project. It is the wrong project at the wrong time. As more information surfaces, Rose Equity reveals itself to be the wrong developer for the citizens of Costa Mesa as well. Contributions from the developer have muddied the waters within the Costa Mesa community and some key council members. Leave Measure Y alone. Keep it just as the voters overwhelmingly approved it over 3 years ago. No amendments are needed. Any amendment to Measure Y is driven strictly by the applicant Rose Equities. Mr. Stevens and Ms. Foley have given their unwavering support for the One Metro West project, and it appears have paved a smooth path for approval for the applicant's project that goes beyond the norm. Special interest groups, political party members, and the developers' friends have been given a stronger voice to the Planning Commission and the City Council than the affected citizens of Costa Mesa. 3 new city council members were added recently, and they are all pro One Metro West. The seeds for quick approval of this massive and overbearing development were sown quickly and deeply within the last 2 years, and some on the city council seem determined to push full approval past the voters of Costa Mesa for the harvesting of One Metro West. Allow the voters of Costa Mesa to participate in the democratic process of Measure Y. Any amendment to this will place the integrity of the city of Costa Mesa council members in a very dark place. Next message is from Robin Leffler. As a resident-initiated and voter-approved measure, Measure Y is something akin to sacred. Any plan to eviscerate the protections Y gives our community is an abomination. As you may remember, in 2016, Measure Y became law with almost 70% of the vote. 26,132 voters chose Y, about 8,000 more votes than the first place council candidate garnered. The voter mandate was clear, not the least equivocal, a huge expression of community sentiment. And whether you realize it or not, most of you rode to the council seats on the coattails of Measure Y, whether in 2016 or 2018. The people of the city believed you shared the vision of giving voters more control over the character and future development of our city through Measure Y, no matter what part of the city development was proposed for. As custodians of the city, your job is to serve Costa Mesans, not developers, not future residents. Such a large portion of residents elected you because they believed you were low density oriented and would honor Measure Y and the intention of the voters to preserve Costa Mesa's character. My request now is that you do not heed this developer-driven request and that you table it, round file it, whatever you want to call it, and leave Measure Y just as the voters approved it less than 3.5 years ago. We knew what we wanted then, and so did most of all of you. We still want it. And now Ms. Bennett will finish up the comments.
From Ross Bourne, I write to you today as both a Costa Mesa resident and local commercial real estate broker. It came to my attention the city is about to undergo a process to review Measure Y. I have over 20 years of experience in the Southern California marketplace, attracting new business and corporate tenants to the region. This includes particular expertise in the South Coast Metro and Airport submarkets. I am on the front lines of business development, and I'm here to tell you the perception in the marketplace is true. Costa Mesa is closed for business because of Measure Y. Most of these companies conduct their operations and businesses at large scales. This means regionally, at the state level, nationally, and often internationally. The competition for customers, employees, vendors, and partners is fierce. While the nuances are often nice to think about, the differences between any Orange County city, Costa Mesa, Irvine, Newport, etc., matter little. The businesses we speak with want to be near transportation, housing, and amenities so that they can attract the best employees and be as competitive as possible. In this battle, the lines between cities in Southern California blur. As the demands on real estate change as a result of this health crisis, new ways to work, live, and play will need to be developed. In this new environment, lots of things will change. With Measure Y in place, new business will continue to move on from Costa Mesa. I'm writing you to support your efforts to first review and then amend Measure Y. Whatever the form may take, it at minimum needs to exempt economic drivers of the city. This starts with the South Coast metro area and north of 405. This is from the Cheese Shop. Thank you for your time. I'm the owner of the Cheese Shop in SoCo. I've recently been made aware of a city law called Measure Y, and I see it's going to be an issue as we emerge from this health crisis. As you know, the small businesses here in the OC mix thrive from the same characteristics that make the city of Costa Mesa great. Costa Mesa is OC's capital of commerce, culture, and cuisine. We are unique and entrepreneurial, and we face a lot of uncertainty. For us at the Cheese Shop, the OC mix in SoCo, it's very hard to see our neighborhood is going to look like get back to normal. I'm sure things will change. We are going to need new, better anchors. For us, this includes the press, One Metro West, and the Vans expansion. But I worry about their futures and others north of the 405. We need good new investments to the area. As we emerge from this health crisis, we are all going to benefit so much more from living local. OC Mix and the Cheese Shop are a wonderful part of that trend. I see that Measure Y means this investment either won't come, or if it does, would potentially lose at the ballot because so often we don't try to understand the nuances of our votes. I have spoken with many of my neighbors at SoCo. I know they share similar thoughts. Please, for all Costa Mesa businesses, especially for us north of the 405, work to make some changes to Measure Y so the city has the flexibility to approve good new investments into our city. Next is from Diane Russell. As long as time affordable housing advocate, I was opposed to Measure Y. While I understand the frustration on the part of residents that led to its passage, things have changed. I believe it is a stumbling block to achieving the city's housing goals at this time. First, we need housing for people that have become known as essential workers, including those people that clean our offices, prepare our meals, and stock the shelves in local stores. They are often on the lower end of the income scale and are priced out of the Costa Mesa rental market. This results in them living farther away from their jobs. Their commutes add traffic to our community. Second, in order to meet our state mandated RENA numbers, we will have to build more affordable units. Building these affordable units requires greater density, and we must plan for it. To plan for it, we must have more flexibility than Measure Y in its present form allows. Two simple fixes have been suggested: exempting residential development with at least 15% of its units affordable for very low and low income families, and exemption of development north of the 405, which poses no risk to the integrity of single family home neighborhoods. A primary concern for Measure Y supporters. This is a good start. We must continue to find balance in our community. The economy of Costa Mesa has taken a huge hit with COVID-19. We are presently jobs heavy in Costa Mesa. Providing guidance from the city on the development of housing for these workers will encourage employers to continue to come and stay. A few amendments to Measure Y will help us do this. I support your review of Measure Y and look forward to seeing what amendments you propose to put on the ballot that will be in line with the economic realities we now face. And that's all I have.
All right,
Madam
thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Bennett and Ms. Green. I know that is very difficult work you just did. So, Councilmember
Madam
Moore.
Mayor. Yeah, could we consider, I can't even talk, consider continuing this to either next Tuesday or the following council meeting? I don't know that it's great policy to be talking about this at 1:09 in the morning. And as you can tell by my current appearance, I'm starting to fade fast.
Is that a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move to continue this item to either Tuesday or the following Tuesday based on the city manager's recommendation.
Second.
Okay.
I want to make a substitute motion.
Okay. Go ahead.
I am willing to defer the last item to next Tuesday. New business item 7, emergency limitations on sales of safe and sane fireworks, only because we're halfway through new business 6.
He wants to finish this item, but continue the next item.
Oh, I see.
Because we already heard all the comments.
Is there a second? Okay, motion dies for lack of a second. Ms. Barlow.
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in. You have several options. You could actually adjourn this meeting to another meeting tonight. I would say tomorrow night, but it's actually tonight. If you wanted to do that, it would be considered an adjourned regular meeting, or you could continue it to a special, it would be an adjourned regular meeting next Tuesday. We wouldn't necessarily recommend that we go all the way out to the first meeting in June, which because of the holiday puts us out pretty close to where we're getting really bumped up against the difficulty of our calendar in terms of the ballot measure.
Yeah, if we could find a way to pack it into the 26th, that seems like it would be ideal.
But we don't have a meeting on the 26th. That's the problem.
Do we have
a? We can now.
Sorry. Well, no. So my understanding, that's not a Is that that's not a study session for us, that's for the community, right? Miss Farrell Harrison?
CIP study session.
Right, so we were thinking about whether we could put together a CIP study session for next Thursday.
Next Thursday or Tuesday?
Oh, no.
Sorry.
Sorry. I already have 3 meetings Thursday.
So it would be Tuesday.
Okay.
Or we could bring these back on the 2nd.
Okay.
We could do the CIP study session on the 2nd.
And why do we need to do the CIP study session? To hear everything that we just heard again for the 3rd time tonight? Is there new information we're going to get?
It would be the 2021 specific CIP recommendations. So not the repeat of the current year, but the actual recommendations for next year. We can bring
I
that.
feel like we could do that in Measure Y on the same night.
Yeah.
I'm just not wanting to have a meeting next Tuesday. That's what I'm at.
If we can,
we have meetings every single week, and
I already have a hold on my calendar, so I already planned on us having a meeting.
if we could get specific on the 2nd, I think we could do that, but it will really compress the schedule for staff on the ballot measures.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens. You're on.
Okay, yeah, I know. I'm supporting the motion by proving that I don't know how to turn myself off of mute anymore. So I support the motion. I do think we can go ahead and do this on the 26th. As the maker of the motion said, we already have something on calendar. We'll bump that. But I just want to be clear that we're going to pick it up right where we are right now. In other words, we're not going to solicit another 3 hours of comments, right? So crystal clear, I support the motion. If we pick it up at this motion at this time, move it to the 26th, and then have fireworks after that, right? I mean, right about that? Because the fireworks, the people who are doing the fireworks need to know, be able to plan. It doesn't give them a lot of time if we kick that to the 2nd. So I support the motion.
I have a question.
Okay, well, I've had a question for a while.
Okay, well, hold on. Everyone's gotten out of control, not using the hand raising. My fault.
Mine is on.
I know, but I was calling on people without it. Councilmember Guinness.
Actually, my question is sort of a follow-on to Mayor Pro Tem Stevens' question. For the fireworks people, are we already like cutting it awfully close for them? Not that I want to do that tonight.
We are, but we don't have a choice. We are, but we don't have a choice.
Oh,
okay. Councilmember Reynolds, did you have a question?
Yeah, for maybe for the city manager and city attorney, just on timeline, I completely agree on sort of deferring the discussion on the Measure Y modifications, because there seem to be, there's a lot of nuances involved in that, and that seemed to be what most of the public comment was about. I think I only heard positive support for potential modifications to Measure X. And I'm curious, just with the compressed timeline, is there any value, city manager or city attorney, in sort of hearing our opinion on Measure X now?
Do you have a motion? Do you have a substitute motion?
I'm asking.
I'll make a motion on that.
I think we could.
It's better to just make the motion and see where it goes.
We can wait until next week.
You know what? Actually,
we already know what the motion is. Why can't we just make the motion, vote on it?
We do?
Yeah. I think every week matters.
Yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember Chavez. We're the ad hoc committee. We're the ad hoc committee, Sandy. Councilmember Chavez.
I move to direct staff to bring back a ballot initiative regarding home delivery and retail dispensaries, and to work with HDL to get different options regarding zoning and what tax rate would be best for the city of Costa Mesa.
I second.
Okay. Councilmember Chavez, did you want to speak to the motion? No?
Sorry, I got put out. Is this a call for the question?
No, I said,
No.
did you want to speak further to the motion for your go?
Oh, no. I
Okay.
just want to get over
Okay.
with.
Councilmember Guinness, did you have another question?
Yeah, well, I had a comment. Number one, HDL doesn't do zoning. They do sales tax. They do taxational stuff. So
That's what he
the
said.
zoning thing, I think, would be better for our own people to be looking at.
They
And-
do zoning too in this area.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
They do everything.
And then my other question is, we had rosy projections on measure X, and they never came to fruition. And then the council said, oh, never mind on the tax anyway, right before there was a big spike in marijuana sales due to everybody being home. So where's the revenue? Can somebody tell me where the revenue is?
Well, we
If
don't
I
have
may-
to decide that
Oh.
tonight. We can decide that when we vote on whether we put this on the ballot or not. We're just voting tonight on whether to direct staff to come back to us on Tuesday or the June 2nd, whatever date you think is better, Ms. Farrell Harrison, with the ballot initiative language.
Or later.
So
If
all we're
you
voting
vote-
on tonight is directing staff to bring the ballot initiative back for
If
us
you-
to vote on.
If you give us that direction tonight, we would prefer not to try and do that by next Tuesday.
Okay.
If you give us that direction tonight,
Yeah.
we can bring it back to you in June.
Okay, very good. Okay, if there's no other comments, is there any other comments? Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to make a substitute motion that we direct staff to sort of pursue the market research or polling to shape a ballot initiative related to potential recommendations on Measure X. My understanding, thank you. My understanding is that the sort of proposed process in front of us and what we've been discussing up to this point is that we have a two-step process where we're collecting research to figure out what the community may or may not support. And then we use that information to shape a ballot initiative that then we would vote on. I think the existing motion, not my substitute motion, was sort of skipping that first step, which I think is really important. So that's why I'm proposing that we pursue the polling or research on that topic.
Okay, Councilmember Mar, as a second, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I guess I was just surprised to hear retail thrown in there. I don't feel like we've had any conversations about the impact of retail. I don't have a strong sense about whether that would be supported or even how I feel about it, frankly. So I'm okay with us getting a consultant on board because I know this is going to be a process. There's going to be something on the ballot, whether the city does it or another entity does it. But I'm not ready to say what it should be yet.
Okay. Mayor let's see, who else? Hold on, that hasn't spoken. Anyone? Mayor Pro Tim Stevens.
Yeah, I just want
Can you
to.
clear the board?
Can I just make a suggestion of the maker of the substitute motion? Why not just add that onto Councilmember Chavez's motion to include the polling? Because I hear what you're saying, that we need to understand and do the outreach and figure out what people say, but I don't think we have time to come back and have another meeting to review the polling and then give more direction to come back with a ballot initiative. I think it would be better to come back with the data, come back with the options, and then we vote on what goes on the ballot, just in the interest of time. So, I mean, I support the original motion, but I have no problem adding the polling piece, which is, I think, what you are really suggesting.
My substitute motion is essentially to, I guess, move to approve staff recommendations on this agenda item that's relative only to Measure X. I don't understand the comment about not having enough time to do both phases. I'm confused about why we wouldn't have enough time to do that with Measure X, but we would with Measure Y if we're moving that possibly to next week.
Well, I guess I don't understand it then. Maybe it's just that it's just too late and we're not communicating. So what do you, let me look at what are you saying?
She just wants to move forward on giving direction to do the community outreach and the polling, but
not prepare the ballot.
Yeah, John, I mean,
my substitute motion is to approve staff's recommendation items 1 and 2 specific to Measure X only.
And if I may, I think we're all saying the same thing. It's for staff to move forward with the market research, to be able to develop a ballot measure initiative that we would bring to you for your consideration that takes into account community input on what could happen as it relates to Measure X modernization or modification for retail and or home delivery or both.
Right.
That's exactly what Mayor Pro Tem Stevens said. So
yeah.
He's suggesting it, Councilmember Reynolds, that you just, because Councilmember Chavez already had the second or the first part of that motion. You added the second part of the motion. So he's saying just consolidate the two motions. It's the same thing as what you just read.
Okay, my understanding of the first motion, the way it was stated, my understanding was that there seemed to be a sort of plan on what that ballot measure would already look like, and it's important to me that we're.
He just read from the staff report.
If I may, we'll bring you back. Yeah, we would bring you back options. You're not choosing tonight what will exactly be on the ballot.
Correct.
So if you combine those, we can make that work.
All right, well, would the maker of the motion then add the sort of research piece to study what our community would support?
Yes.
Second concurs.
Okay. Is there anyone else that hasn't spoken? Councilmember Guinness, yes.
So to clarify.
Ms. Green, can you clear the board? Thanks.
To clarify then, it would only be the whatever survey would only pertain to Measure X. It would not pertain to anything else.
Yes.
It would be limited. And then we're not asking to have a fully cooked ordinance come back to us. It's just a more fleshed out report where we talk about various options. Should that be what the motion intends?
Correct.
That's not my understanding. We don't have time for that.
Well, because I'm not prepared to vote on something to have a motion, an ordinance come back to us, because we need a lot more discussion, because I have certain thoughts about certain aspects.
Okay, but June 2nd, just so, Kim, Ms. Barlow, please explain the deadlines here.
Okay.
We're either going to meet the deadlines or we're not. So
we do have deadlines. So what I'm suggesting is that we would come back to you with a report that would include options for all the items that are discussed with respect to Measure X, that would address the public input, the research that we would do. And then you can have the full discussion at the next meeting or in the first meeting in June about which components you actually want to put on.
No, Kim, we will not be ready. We cannot bring those results in June. That's the polling firm still needs to do that work.
So it would be the second meeting in June.
Right, or the first meeting in July.
Okay.
So the intent here is we will work as fast as we can.
But wait, hold on. What is the deadline to get something on the ballot? Because I thought the July 1
second meeting in July.
August 7th is the deadline to submit everything. So we need to have this decided by probably the first meeting in July.
Or so.
Okay, so a little help here from someone who can advise what date Councilmember Chavez needs to include in his motion for this to be returned. Someone please just tell us the date.
Brenda.
One of you. Ms. Harrison or Ms. Barlow, tell us the date.
The latest date would be July 7th to bring it to you for a vote, but we would bring it to you before then for discussion. So we would bring it the second meeting in June to give you some polling results. That's a month's worth of information.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez, does that work for you?
I just want to get this done, so.
I know.
Okay. I had another question.
Councilmember Guinness.
Well, I'm just going to throw this in. I know we say we're going to have a more extensive discussion later, but one of the things that is really important to me is that I'm noticing increasingly you walk around outdoors and you smell it. You're walking your dog, you smell it. You're in your own backyard, you smell it. And I don't like that. I think it's a terrible stench. You know,
Is that
you're
cannabis?
as much as you want. So whatever ordinance we have, I would like to see something that will control that, because it's not fair to the neighbors. You know, if you want to drink alcohol, you drink alcohol. You don't pour it down your neighbor's throat. And that would be a priority for me on any ordinance that was prepared.
Initiative, you mean?
Well, it's an ordinance to be adopted by initiative.
Okay, is there any other discussion?
Yeah, I
Councilor Reynolds?
have a question about the timing. I'm just a little bit confused and I want to make sure I understand. So I'm hearing there's concern about not having enough time to sort of have a second discussion on cannabis for the upcoming election, but we're also talking about pushing back the discussion on Measure Y. So are we saying that we wouldn't have enough time to do any further discussion on Measure Y either?
No, the plan would be for you to have the further discussion and give direction on Measure Y at next Tuesday's meeting. And if you give us direction on Measure Y, we'll wrap that into the polling, survey, and we'll work on that as well. But we do need to move quickly as we can on these items. So bifurcating them into a motion tonight and a motion or an action direction next Tuesday is fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. I'm going to support the motion. I don't, I don't need the polling. I'm going to support the motion because you guys want the polling and the survey and all that. I don't think we need that. There's been lots and lots and lots of surveys and polling done over the last 2 years on this stuff. It's all out there in the public. And I just don't need that to put this on the ballot to know whether the voters are going to vote for it or not. I think overwhelmingly they voted for, whether they voted for Measure X or I forget what the other measures were that were on the ballot at the time. They overwhelmingly voted to support this in our community at the time. And so I don't think it's gotten less. If anything, it's gotten more. So I will support the motion just because I want to get this over with, but I don't think we need all of that research and polling. I think it's out there and it's available. Okay, call for the question. Ms. Green?
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Mansour?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Guinness?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, and so we didn't complete the motion on we're going to go back to Councilmember Mar's motion, which was to adjourn the meeting that we are in right now at this point in the meeting as it relates to Measure Y to next Tuesday. And I believe there was a second for that motion by Mayor Pro Tem Stevens or Mayor, or yeah, I don't know who it was.
We have
but Ms. Green has it written down.
Would that be at 6 p.m., Madam Mayor? Make her the motion.
What time do you want it to be?
Yeah,
6 p.m.
Because we would still like to bring forward the CIP study session at 4 o'clock.
Killing us. Okay.
This includes the fireworks next.
Yes, that would include the fireworks item. So basically, you'll be adjourning this meeting to continue the discussion on Measure Y and for the fireworks to next Tuesday at 6 p.m.
Why do we, I'm sorry, I hate to say this, but why must we have a study session on the CIP? Why can't we just have that in our meeting? We don't really have a choice on it. It's going to be whatever it is. Why are we having a study session?
So we can actually make it an actionable item. So if we want to move it to 6 o'clock, we can make it an actionable item. We need to move the budget along.
Yeah. I mean, I don't need a study session.
You can
Let's
move
get
it,
it,
move it to an
get the
actionable item.
meeting, have the information provided, vote. But why do we have, so we can still have it at 4 o'clock, but we just don't need to have, if we had a study session, we have to have that meeting, then we have to have another meeting about the same topic where we don't have really a lot of choices here at this moment in time.
We can bring it as an actionable item, but it would just be the CIP, just one piece.
Okay, well, you guys figure that out between now and next Tuesday on that item. Okay, call for the question by voice vote. Ms. Green?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. And so now we need a motion. We didn't, in Councilmember Mar's motion, did you include the fireworks? I apologize. I don't know.
That's included. Yes, that's included in the motion. Okay. So we can adjourn for this evening.
Okay, so to the people still hanging on, let me see if there's anyone left or if they all got off the call. We apologize. I know you waited all night, but we will be taking up the fireworks item next Tuesday, and that agenda notice with the place to call in and everything will be posted when, Ms. Green?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, the agenda will go out this week, no later than Friday. And then on Tuesday, the correct numbers will be released for people to call in.
Okay.
Or sign in.
Okay. Okay. If there's nothing further, we will adjourn to next Tuesday. Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Thank you.